from a field of thousands. Only 24 remain. You've come this far, but how far are you willing to go? $2 million on the line, and only they stand between you and your share. Everybody stumbles, but you must stand tall. Take aim and be the one.
Towards somebody.
No way!
Oh no! God, go slow!
Oh my god!
Here comes a grenade to get the confirm. There you go, Chief Queso!
RRQ getting demolished as they step through. Ernie gets sprayed down as well.
What?
Ryzen anchors it for Bigetron.
Players from all around the world have been competing all year long for this exact moment to play against the best teams the world has to offer. And with $2 million, a record-breaking prize pool, no team is going to stop until they can call themselves the champions. This is the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. I'm Jason Kaplan. I'll be your host over the next 4 weeks until we do have our champions going into our finals. But I have to introduce the crew that we're going to be working with here. And you can see as I'm walking towards, it's the infamous, it's the good-looking, can't get a better duo than this, John Allen and Blank. John, how you doing, man? It's been a long time since we got to work together.
Yeah, it must have been, what, since Malaysia last year?
Yeah.
That would have been it.
Like a year ago.
Almost exactly a year ago. Of course, all of these teams have leveled up. Hopefully, you know, we've leveled up the studio, so it's been a fantastic year so far. Looking forward to the rest of it coming forward.
Yeah, Blank, honestly, the 24 best teams in the world, $2 million on the line. This is going to be insane.
It is going to be ridiculous. I mean, we've got the best of the best here with us. I mean, I say that phrase every single tournament. I hit it out right at the beginning, come out of the gate swinging. And that's absolutely fine because we do have some ridiculous teams on board. And it's probably since Berlin last year, this is the first proper global championship we're going to really have.
Yeah, and for me, John, what we've seen over this last year is just the competitive field rising from everyone. We've seen so many close games with our new point system. Every team has really stepped up, but honestly, going into this tournament, I really couldn't tell you who's going to win.
Exactly. I think, you know, the word I'm going to be using is refined for this one. It's distinguished. The players have become somewhat of a smorgasbord of subtlety. So we'll be looking forward to that.
All right, well, John and Blank, thank you very much for the quick chime in. We'll catch in with you guys, obviously, as the first match is getting underway. And speaking of getting underway, it is time to get things going here so we can kick off the entire show. And as you're going to see behind me, the 24 teams competing from all around the world to be able to call themselves the best. We got teams like Konina Power, you got GODSENT, and of course you have the reigning champions of Bigetron RA. And honestly, I could not tell you, like I said before, who's going to come out on top, because honestly, everyone wants to take home that prize money. Everyone wants to take home the trophy, just like everyone here on the desk wishes they could raise themselves with the trophy. We got Lee Demon Smith, we got Maxman joining me here. First of all, Demon, how you doing, man? You're looking good.
I'm doing great. It's great to be here. I'm hyped. I think I'm more hyped than John and Blank was over there. I'm pumped. I'm pumped and ready to go.
I did hear a scream right before we started. Yeah, ready to go. Max, I mean, obviously returning, you just casted EMEA League. How does it feel to be here now?
It was good to be back in Katowice, to be honest. It's been a long time, and now not on the caster side. I'm going to be on the analyst side. I'm going to try and be big brain like you two, and hopefully I'll be here to break down some good action.
I think you had me to blame on that one. I think I did, talk to him as like, guys, I want to work with Max here on the desk. I don't get to work with him when he's casting, and I got Demon here by my side as well. Guys, this is going to be an insane tournament, record-breaking prize pool. I think it's time to maybe just jump straight into the format, right? To kind of see how this whole event is actually going to work, because it's very similar to what we had happen in World League. But before we get to that, we're talking about esports all the time here. We need to take a look at what's coming up with James Yang in 2021. So stay tuned, buckle your seats, because you're not going to want to miss this.
Hello, PUBG Mobile fans in the world! I'm James Yang, the director of PUBG Mobile Global Esports. Well, it becomes kind of a tradition that we announce the big news in Global Finals. Today, I also brought a very exciting one for you. Before that, let me briefly share what we have done so far this year. 2020 was a very important year for PUBG Mobile Esports. Not only because we got the biggest viewership so far, but also because we finished to build the structure of a global esports ecosystem. from amateur to semi-pro and to pro league. And finally, the biggest event is PUBG Mobile Global Championship. This year, we achieved nearly 100 million hours watched till now. It is twice of 2019's. More than 1 million audiences watched our World League concurrently in summer. More than 120,000 teams registered to PMCO to be promoted to PMPL to get a chance to be invited to hear the Global Championship. Total prize pool in 2020 was $5 million. All big numbers. In 2021, we expand our global esports ecosystem to be much bigger and broader. It is very exciting to announce the new pro leagues starting next year. CIS, Turkey, Western Europe, Arabia, North America, Latin America, and Brazil. With existing PMPLs in Southeast Asia and South Asia, PUBG Mobile Pro League will cover most of the world. This is the rough schedule and pipeline in 2021. Still, there will be 2 seasons of PMCOs and PMPLs and PMGC at the end of the year. One difference is invitationals in summer. Various exciting events by top pro teams in regions will bring cool summer. Next year, much more tournaments are waiting for you to watch or even join. For what? Fun, excitement, fame, and pride. It is thrilling to announce the total prize pool in 2021. $14 million. Wow! It is almost 3 times bigger than this year's. Every single one of you has a chance to take a part of this huge amount of prize pool. All you need to do is register PMCO and show your best skills. PMCO 2021 Spring Split registration starts much earlier than this year. Super easy to remember when to start registration. 1st January to start and 24th January to end. Well, our astonishing news is shared. A time to enjoy winner winner chicken dinner. Wow, yeah!
I'm not gonna lie, I would love to go to a club with James Yang there. I feel like he would have a great time.
He's got the dance moves.
He's got everything down. But let's talk about what he mentioned, right? We've got, first of all, over 120,000 teams signed up for PMCO this last year. And I did hear from someone, probably you yourself, Max, that you signed up and tried to play. How'd that go for you?
I mean, you know, out of 120,000 teams, I actually arrived dead last. I tried my best, but at the end they were feeling bad for me and they just put me in the lobby with bots. I did get a lot of kills, but unfortunately they didn't count, so I felt bad.
You know, at least you tried. And obviously we've had teams try. We've had teams even qualify through into PMGC from PMCO, funny enough. But let's take a look at the format. Again, we mentioned before, if you guys watched World League, this is very reminiscent of that, Demon.
Absolutely. Obviously, we're going into the weekday league play, effectively. 2 days, Tuesday and Wednesday, is going to be the days all the way through the month. I say through the month, it's 4 weeks. It's technically the month. But anyway, 24 teams going to be taking part, 3 groups, 8 in each one. Obviously, that means they're going to be having 8 matches each. It's going to be a 20-play day total. That's because we have 3 days of super weekend action. It's going to be 108 matches for some of these teams that will make it through all of those matches. And of course, the points. The points is where it comes from, Max. That's where they get it from that super weekend. You have to be in that super weekend or you got no chance of winning.
Yeah, and Max, I think the really important thing is to remember, as Demon's mentioning points, is that points you get in league play, they don't really matter past qualifying for the super weekend, right? But the points in super weekend, those stick.
Yeah, you just need to try and get as many points as possible in those 2 first days, and then you try and qualify for this stage, for the Super Weekend, and then you can actually get points that actually matter for the Global Championship. If you guys did watch maybe PMWL, you checked out actually a chicken dinner was worth 20 points. Now since then, the rules have changed a little bit, and one chicken dinner is worth 15 points, and there's still an eventuality here, D-Man, of picking up potentially 0 points in the game.
It is, but you've got to be looking at that kill points. That's now with the chicken dinner going down to 15 points. You've got to be looking at getting as many kills as you can.
I mean, we've had teams just in PMPL Americas who got no chicken dinners till like the very last few days of our league play, and they just got most of their points based off kills, because that's how important it is. And for me, Max, that's really exciting to see, because it kind of changes the meta around a bit, right? We're going to see a lot of those skirmishes happen.
Yeah, it's going to be having a lot of fights, especially in the skirmishes. Recently, we had a lot of like big hot drops happening. Maybe not going to be happening into these games in the Global Championship itself, but I'm just so hyped for these games. Got the best teams from all around the world going to be fighting in this tournament. Like, I'm so happy to be here with you guys. Like, it's so hyped.
It's going to be amazing. Obviously, we're talking about the points, we're talking about the format, but what are they playing for? We obviously have the trophy, we have the title being best in the world, but what about the prize money? There's a lot on the line, and first place, as you can see here, takes home $300,000. That is life-changing money, Demon.
Absolutely, and some of these guys are going to have their eyes on that prize, that's for sure. Everybody wants to come here and win, but it's not just all about winning. Obviously, only one person can win out of the 24 teams competing, so there is money all the way down to that 24th place, so nobody going home with nothing.
And Max, one thing we have to bring up here, because this is just like the league stage of PMGC, right? We still have the finals to come up. If you take first place here and you take first place in the finals, you win $1 million. That's insane.
Like, literally, they can say, like, I don't know too much about your meme culture, but like, that is stonks right there. You just get all the money, you can just get it. Like, for example, Bigetron, they got over the course of their esports career so far, I think it's like more than $500,000. If they win this, like, they double what they got so far. They just get so much extra money in their pocket. It's just a huge tournament, like huge cash prize, huge teams, just so good to see.
Yeah, it's honestly, I couldn't tell you who's going to win all this money. I can just hope that whoever it is, they're like, hey, Jason, we liked your hosting so much, we're going to slide you some. Let's take actually a look at the teams participating now in this entire event. Like Demon said, we have 3 groups of teams, 8 teams in each group, but we need to dive further into Group A and see who starts things off. We have Aerowolf Limax, Archer Gaming, Blue Bees, and DRS Gaming.
Yeah, all of these teams obviously are going to be looking to try and pick this up here, but for me, certainly from these 4 teams, obviously Aerowolf Limax definitely one to watch, just behind Bigetron in the SEA qualifiers. Obviously, Bigetron had already qualified through, so technically they were first place because Bigetron won from World League East. But yeah, Aeromax, they're going to be coming into this. The fact is, if Bigetron has set the world alight, they are the team that has won it all, and they're coming into this thinking, we were only a couple of points behind them. We have a real shot at the championships here.
Yeah, I mean, there's no better preparation than playing with the best team in the world in your tournament, in your PMPL Max.
Yeah, you're exactly prepared. Like, they play their tournament in the Indonesia and also SEA, and they know exactly what they're currently dealing with, and now going into this one, they're going to be ready for them. Also going to be seeing another team that I'm looking out for personally, which is Blue Bees, coming in hot from the Japan League, the only team representing Japan in this tournament. And their team, when you got teams like Reject Scarlet, they were able to dominate. They were looking extremely strong.
Yeah, well, let's take a look now at our second page. Our other 4 teams joining in Group A, so we can see who else is into the fray here. And a couple of names are already going to stand out. We have GODSENT, Loop Esports, Nova XQF, and Power 888 KPS.
I mean, we have to talk about one team specifically there. It has to be Nova XQF. Like, of course, the team that everyone thinks potentially one of the best teams in the world, with what is the best player in the world currently, people call him, which is Powerboy. And of course, we're going to tag him a lot on Instagram here, Jason. We know that because this guy is absolutely legendary. And Nova, of course, if one team can take the title away from Bigetron, it has to be Nova.
Well, Max, you may have just lost all the Brazilian fans because I'm going to talk about Loops. They are the #1 America's team. They dominated, over 100 points clear of everyone else. They are absolutely a team to watch. They also came runners-up in the World League West as well, so they are definitely one of the big teams coming into this tournament.
I mean, for me, you have Loops, who did play in PEC, albeit with only 2 core members, but this is like their truly first like international tournament, right? They did play in PMWO West, like you said, came in 2nd place, but playing against Bigetron, every team is gunning for them. Every team has a dream of playing against them, and now it's their chance. You talk about big fraggers with Paradise, Paraboy, Carrillo. He's hot on his heels as well. He's definitely a player we have to look at that stands out.
Yeah, Carrillo and also Federal, two big players you want to definitely keep in your mind, because if there's going to be some PMP America's teams and players dominating and getting those frags, it has to be those two specifically.
I mean, we didn't really mention the MVP that is on the line for the money. You know, obviously we got Federal in there, obviously MVP, Paraboy, one of the MVPs coming in there. You know, there's a lot of MVPs all coming into this tournament with their eyes on the prize, and that's something else they're going to look towards.
And Nova, like we have to talk about maybe just really quickly, they came off a big victory. But PEC, right? That's a lot of money already in their pockets. Can they get more? Well, we'll find out as we now take a look at Group B. Our first 4 teams coming in to also participate in these lobbies to have a chance to call themselves the best in the world. We got A7 Esports, Abrupt Slayers, 4 Angry Men, and Klas Digital Athletics.
I mean, there's so many good teams in this tournament. It's hard to just pick one, but for me, 4 Angry Men, obviously the one that stands out of this group of 4. We've just talked about Nova, obviously how strong they've been in China. 4 Angry Men have been strong throughout the year as well, so they're going to be coming into this with something to prove. Obviously, after Nova picking up the win there, they want to go that one step further over their comrades. We should also talk about the pressure from China. It is pretty heavy on these teams coming into this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, back in Malaysia, we had teams like Victory 5, Top Esports, like who just were not performing to that level. And even in one of the interviews with them, they were talking about that pressure of not wanting to let their fans down. And when you're playing against the best teams in the world, that pressure is going to keep mounting the entire time, especially if you do have those bad games like you're mentioning, Demon. Let's take a look, though, at our second page here of Group B, our other 4 teams to come through and to participate here. Konina Power, that's a team that already stands out for me. Secret Jin, the Unnamed, and Zeus Esports.
I mean, you just talk about pressure, and pressure creates diamonds, and one diamond in the rough has to be, of course, Konina Power. Like, you know, this team that's been sticking together for a long time. Sure, Tiggsy did unfortunately leave the team and did join the side of Na'Vi, but still they were able to remain strong. They did make it barely through the EMEA League finals and qualify for the Global Championship, but Konina Power are definitely a big representative team from the CIS region, and they could definitely represent the European region as a whole in really big ways in this tournament.
I mean, you got Secret Jin, they were, what, 3rd in the SEA qualifiers, obviously alongside Bigetron in there. You know, Unnamed from Americas, and Zeus, obviously the wildcard qualifier that actually won back-to-back chicken dinners in that wildcard qualifier. So don't write any of these guys off.
And I actually just want to quickly hop back to the Unnamed as you mentioned them, because this is a team who came in from PMCO to PMPL Americas, and then they qualified from PMPL Americas to play in PMGC, one of the couple teams we have. For all the people out there who are wondering, like, oh, there's no ability to play as well as these guys, there's like literally a Cinderella story right here for you. So why would you not compete to have your chance to join in with $2 million on the line and $14 million next year?
Yeah, I mean, you had 120,000 teams. I mean, I did try, unfortunately, didn't make it anywhere close to that one, but you might just be one of those, not lucky teams, but skillful teams to actually make it through from PMCO and every single stage of the way and make it actually to your to the final stage that is the Global Championship. With so many more tournaments being added to the mix, like literally anyone can become a champion.
They've qualified ahead of Cloud9, Tempo Storm. There's some great teams playing in Americas that these guys have qualified in front of.
Teams who have played in these global formats many a times, like Cloud9, as you mentioned. Let's take a look, though, at Group C. It's time to dive into our final group here participating. Our first 4 teams going to be A1 Esports, Bigetron, of course, Bigetron, Elite United Team, and, of course, Execute at the end.
I mean, Bigetron, they're going to be the big boys in this group, of course. When you're going to see Group C play, you're going to have some sparks in every single lobby. The team that qualified in this tournament through PMWL Season 0 East. And they didn't have to win, you know, like PMPL, SEA. They didn't have to, but they did it anyways. Why? Because they're Bigetron.
They popped off on the last day, that's for sure. They weren't looking like it. They were going to win, but, you know, when you have those teams that really don't have anything to lose, that's when they play their best, effectively. And that can be dangerous later on in the tournament for some teams that maybe don't have the success early on. You know, they start to pop off because they just have no pressure on them anymore. Bigetron will have pressure coming into this tournament, so we'll see how they can handle it.
I mean, every team, and we saw the talent or the team announcement video, that's the team to beat, BTR. They want to go for them. But another team that might have some pressure on their shoulders, maybe Execute. Again, another team coming in from PMPL Americas, from PMCO. They got the veteran with Zute, who was playing with Wildcard over at PEC 2020. But these are a lot of young, new players. Killswitch with the top fragger in PMCO when it came to qualifying with the team. But this is a completely different field of playing.
Yeah, it's just like a Cinderella story for them to be able to make it with like a team newly formed like this with Zute, you know, also taking the lead of that team. It feels really nice to see them being able to succeed in in such big fashion versus big teams like Loops, able to really stay behind them for a really good period of time. And now making it to the Global Championship, I really want to see if they can try and perform on an international stage.
Right, that's when the pressure is going to mount. We'll see if it turns into diamonds. We now take a look at our last 4 teams participating here in the PMGC 2020. Futbolist, Navi, RRQ Athena, and Team Secret.
Where do you start, right? Obviously, Navi, you've got to talk about. They are the winners of the EMEA region. Obviously, some fantastic players in there, have done so well. But you've also got to talk about Futbolist in there. Obviously, the winners of the World League West. They obviously haven't done as much since then, and that's obviously the big question mark on them. But you could also look at RRQ Athena.
Yeah, exactly. Like RRQ Athena, when you're going to have some Miramar games, they are the team that you want to look out for because they dominate. They're one of the most aggressive teams, I would personally say, in this Global Championship. And if they have the opportunity, if they get to the late stage, well, what I'm going to say, if you let RRQ Athena making it to like phase 6, 7, they win most of the time because their circle control in the late game is absolutely mental.
We also have a super team in there, Max, with Natus Vincere. We got to talk about them really quickly.
Yeah, I mean, of course, taking so many players on different teams, on different regions, and then just making this what I would call a Avenger level threat team. And able to get players like Tiggsy from the old Konina Power team, the old also Dream Eaters players that are going to be Matic, and they're just going to be joining up this entire lobby. And it feels good to see them, after such a small period of time being together, able to dominate and able to make it to the Global Championship. They had a lot of experience in the past because they were they were friends together, and they were like, well, let's create a team, and it worked so good in the EMEA League.
We'll look out for the little rivalry with Tixie, maybe with Konina Power.
There's
a little bit going on there from the EMEA League as well.
Well, even Old Boy, we talk about him when we look at the PMCO Spring Finals. He was the top fragger, if I'm not mistaken, in the entire event. Going into the Fall Finals, he kind of fell off the map. Is this his resurgence? Is this his chance to come back to the top of the table? But speaking of top of the table, we're always going to be talking about Bigetron. Let's take a closer look before we hop into our first match about this team. You can see Microboy, Luxy, Ryzen, and Zuxi, but just look at that track record, Max. First place, this team just does not stop.
Yeah, I mean, I said it earlier, right? This tournament, they just didn't have to win. They didn't have to try hard, but they did, and they took #1 every single time. And even when you want to talk about the players specifically, you can't just pick one specifically because they're all just so talented. Also, Zuxi, just a few days ago, becoming the Mobile Esports Player of the Year. Like, this team is just getting, record after record every single time, and it's just so good to see them once again on the global stage.
Yeah, we're talking about MVPs. It's a team full of them. We don't really know who could come out on top in that team, but we have spotted a small weakness, which is potentially Erangel. Obviously, we'll keep our eye on that as he gets to it, but the fact is they're so strong on the other 3 maps, it kind of makes up for that weakness.
I mean, the thing is, with Bigetron, it's kind of unfair. Playing against twins on a team, they don't even need to communicate vocally. They communicate with their minds. They know what the other one's thinking, right? We've already seen back in the Fall Finals that Zuxi and Luxy, the only 2 remaining for Bigetron off the get-go, they actually went on to win the entire game. So they didn't even need Ryzen and Microboy. Obviously, Ryzen and Microboy are amazing players as well. But let's start to talk about, as we get this first game ready to go, the schedule. What matches can be played, what maps can be played on in this one. We have 6 matches a day here in League Play, and we're starting things off on Erangel, as you have mentioned here, Demon, with match 1, obviously. Miramar is match 2, Senhawk, Vikendi, Erangel, Vikendi again. And you can also see the Grade Outletter is the group who will not be playing in that match. So double Erangel and double Vikendi. I couldn't ask for a better way to start the entire tournament, Max.
Yeah, it's going to be looking really good. Of course, double Erangels maybe not working great for the likes of Bigetron, you just mentioned, maybe a little bit of their weak point, but Vikendi is actually going to be working out a decent amount for them. But you just got so many games coming out. We're going to have some days where we're going to have specifically games on Senhawk, some on Miramar, so literally any team will be able to shine, will be given an opportunity, but it is a 4-week tournament. You need to be able to remain consistent throughout the entirety of the event.
See, exactly, the 4-week tournament. This is a long event, right? This isn't like PEC where it's
2 days.
2 days, 8 matches total. So you can technically have a bad day in League Play. You can have a bad week in League Play overall as well. But the pressure that must be on you to qualify for that first Super Weekend, going into this tournament with like a foot already behind you or a foot in the grave, is not a start you want to see.
Absolutely, and we need to talk about the fact that because there's 24 teams, nobody has a secure drop spot. Obviously, everybody has had the qualifications. Everybody's been happy in their own leagues of where they drop and how they have got here. Everybody's been screaming for a week. That's great. But now we're on day 1 of the tournament. People are going to be dropping into Erangel in just about 2 minutes' time, and we don't know where they're going. Like, they have set positions, but we're almost certainly going to have clashes in the opening few moments.
I almost feel like we're not going to have like set drop spots until like the second week, or maybe like halfway through the Super Weekend.
I'm not even sure we will throughout, because you know, if it might not work. Like, if you go into week 2 and you've not made it into Super Week in week 1, you're going to be thinking, right, we need to change something. And they could change a drop spot, they could start dropping on one of those big teams, and maybe causing problems, because nobody wants a hot drop at the start. It doesn't benefit anyone, really. So even if Bigetron were to get hot dropped in, say, Boot Camp in Sanhok, then they might come out worse. Even if they lose one player, that could cost them the game.
I mean, my question is, why are you hot dropping Bigetron? I mean, you should be rethinking your strategy off the bat right there, but it's very true, right? The pressure to hot drop someone on accident, not even necessarily on accident, but to fight them and to lose right off the bat, Max, to go out with 0 points, because we said before, you can earn 0 points in 16 plays with no kills. That's not a way you want to start your entire tournament after building up to this for so long.
I'm a little bit scared also specifically because you've got 2 qualification stages, like days, to make it actually into the first Super Weekend. And you said it like at the start might have a few hot drops, and those hot drops actually might have such a big impact on your entire tournament adventure, because if you get hot drop like 2-3 games on the 2 opening days, then you might actually not even make it to the first Super Weekend. So you need to be good from the very start. From game 1, you have to be consistent.
And for that reason, we may see, you know, somewhat cautious play in the opening day, because people do want to make that. You know, nobody wants to ruin their tournament in day 1. Like, in the first game, you don't want to be going out 16th place. That's absolutely for sure. And if you do, you've got to look to change things. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Group B doesn't play in the next matchup. So if someone in Group A, sorry, yeah. So Group C plays in the next match. So if we go into Game 2 and you're not playing that and you've just gone 16th, you're going to be sat in your mind for another match, staring and thinking, oh my God, we made such a mistake. How are we going to fix this?
You just kind of dwell on it, right?
That's it. You're going to be dwelling on it. In the same vein, if you do maybe drop in the same spot, we may actually see them not fighting. We may see them simply getting in vehicles and going separate ways and just like avoiding each other. Yeah. I mean, if somebody drops and gets a gun straight away, you know what they're going to do. They're going to go for the kill.
And that makes me kind of wonder of like the grand scheme of things, right, Max? Looking at when teams perform, when teams peak in a tournament. For instance, Loops, to me, they started extremely slow when it came to PMPL Americas. Obviously, they did win by over 100 points at the end of the whole thing, right? But I feel like having a slow start here isn't ideal, but then again, this is a 4-week-long tournament, and I'm wondering if teams might run out of steam if they start strong really early on, because there's going to be an adapting phase this entire event, right, of getting used to how all these teams play.
I mean, as long as you make it in the top 16 for these next 2 days, then you can qualify. Then at least you've done exactly what you have to do to try and score some early points upon the other teams. But like we were talking about the other day, D-Man, the fact that like you are going to be having some teams, you know, trying to go very passive, and you just mentioned it right now also. Like, I think that's what we're exactly going to be seeing, because in the scrims you had hot drops happening all around the board, and it was really weird, and teams trying to guess what was happening. And now we're just going to see teams, okay, we're trying to gather information on the early stage. Their coaches are going to have a lot of work to do to try and, okay, so we know teams drop here, we're going to watch the VOD and try and maybe find a different dropping location. So things are going to be really, I would say, weird over the course of this first week, and things are going to settle really quickly.
I really wouldn't want to be a coach thinking about it, right?
Hard, yeah.
There's only so much prep you can do going into
stats? I mean, we ourselves effectively been sat in that situation. We've been trying to watch the scrims, watch all the qualifications, figuring out where people are going to drop, how they're going to work. And it's really hard, because a lot of teams will go into scrims and, like, Bigetron, for example, known to sandbag effectively and go in very passive and just really just watch what's happening.
Yeah.
And I've watched them. They've just sat so passively on the edge of the circle every round, just literally just watching, scouting, just watching everything. What everybody
information
does.
Game, right?
It's purely information gathering. So for a coach to sit there and try and figure all that out, it's going to be so hard going into it. And also I want to mention the fact that to these teams, you mentioned it effectively, consistency is going to be king throughout this tournament. It's great to be a streaky team and you have that hot streak of a day where you win maybe 1, 2, 3 games, have that crazy 3-game win day. But if you can't do that consistently throughout the 4 weeks, and that's a long time to be playing at the top level, to consistently post performances in, say, the top 5 positions, to keep those placement points, to keep those kill points, that's what you're going to need to win this thing.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's something that teams can really maintain necessarily, because it is such a high-pressure situation on you with $300,000 for first place. You don't want to be that player on the team to mess up and cost you 300 grand or effectively $150,000.
I mean, we've seen it every tournament. There's always someone, unfortunately. You know,
it was Max when he was.
Not everybody can be a winner of a tournament.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe we could talk about, by the way, foreign your men. Because for me, this team probably has not necessarily the most to prove. They've been consistent when it comes to PEL over in China. But the problem is for me, is you're now playing against teams outside your region.
Yeah.
And they haven't really experienced teams outside their region other than the scrims we've had, right? So for them, adaptation is going to be so difficult, and I think it has to come so quickly for them to kind of adapt to the meta that's going to be coming their way.
Well, one reason why I respect the Chinese team so much is because they're always teams, and they have that mentality of always doing a lot of research before going into a tournament. And I'm sure they might actually be the teams that know the most, actually, because of how they just have a really good mindset of, okay, we need to know every single drop, how teams play. If we get information on the specific teams, how are we going to try and approach them? Are we going to breach it? Are we going to go passive and maybe disengage? And I think that kind of mentality, that mindset, is something that actually helps the Chinese teams in really big fashions when they try and fight versus teams they haven't really encountered so far.
And they've had two very different approaches to this tournament, because 4am have been playing in scrims all week long. They've been very much active, participating all the way through. Nova, I think, have played about maybe 2 days. That's it. So they're obviously one of the teams that prefer to sit and watch, maybe realizing that scrims don't benefit them. They maybe find better ways of approaching it via maybe just looking at VODs, or maybe just simply playing their own game. That's what they may be coming into it.
We had in PMPL Americas, we had our scrims. We had a team called G25 from Argentina. We talked to them, and they purposely played bad in scrims. And then when they went into the first week of play, they scored 224 points.
And you're just like, what just happened? Yeah.
Exactly. Every team was like, where did they come from? And they even said to me, like, yeah, we know we're good. We just purposely didn't want to show anything. And I feel like we're going to kind of see which teams are feeling on edge by the ones who tried really hard in scrims.
I mean, so the best way to do it is, and it's the perfect time in scrims, is like, if there's a compound that maybe you want, there's a team there, if you go for a full send and it works, you're just like, okay, we can take that team down. We know that now. If it doesn't work, you're like, okay, we need to be a little bit cautious. These guys defended well, so if we come against them, generally you know what teams are in what compounds. These guys would have practiced enough that I've spoke to enough in-game leaders that they'll have it in their head. They'll be like, that compound will have this team, that compound will have this team, that compound will have this team. They generally have a good idea about who's going to be where. So, as you mentioned, that's the best time to test it in scrims, and you can have some very clever players out there.
Yeah, and for me, I'm looking at, again, bring it back to Bigetron, because you have to bring it back to Bigetron. Everyone knows their drop spots. Now, my question to Bigetron is, do they switch things up to catch people off guard? Because I feel like they're going to be the team to kind of set the tempo of this entire event.
Now, I mean, you're talking about their drops and people know them. I'm just going to say, go back to the scrims a little bit. They always do bad in scrims. And I think it comes back to what you're saying, you know, a team doing actually really bad on purpose, potentially. Team Bigetron, they don't try, they're just chilling. Like, as they say, like the old prophet of Greece, they be chilling and they're having a fun time.
True.
Exactly, it is true. And like, really, when they come into the tournament, that's when they actually get their mindset in place, and that's when they start really getting those big performances, those big kill count games. So I think that really, when we're talking about Bigetron specifically, I always think they have like a little bit of spice they put in every single tournament, a little bit of a differentiation, because they don't want to be redundant over every single tournament. And I think that definitely you might see different drops coming out from Bigetron, just to avoid getting shut down, because you mentioned it earlier, Jason, the fact that so many teams have their mindset on, we want to take down Bigetron.
I would say that certainly from scrims, a lot of people have been very respectful of Bigetron's drops and not gone near them. There's also that, but their drops are heavily contested, the areas around them. So, for example, take Erangel. They always drop in farm around the spread around there. Nobody else does that in the tournament, but there's a stack of teams in Milta Power, over the bridge in Novo. So there's a lot of big teams. I'm talking big teams around them, like 4am in there, Konina Power and Milta, stuff like that. So very interested to see how they handle it.
Are they just sitting there like, ooh, free points coming our way? We're talking about Bigetron, and obviously we got the chance to talk to them as well before the whole event kicked off. So we're going to take a quick look into what they had to say coming into PMGC.
What's up, PUBG Mobile fans? I'm here with renowned player Zuxi from Bigetron Red Aliens. I'm sure you've all been following his career as closely as I have. Now, Zuxi, you're coming for a first place win in the SEA finals. Are you at all worried coming to PMGC with such a successful career so far?
Kalau dari aku sendiri itu tidak ada khawatir. Kita jalanin aja dulu. Mungkin kita harus mewaspadai tim-tim yang baru berdatang dari luar negeri yang tidak pernah bertemu sebelumnya, mungkin dari region China dan region Eropa dan Amerika mungkin.
Your team is one of the longest standing static rosters out there. Do you think that closeness you developed over all these years has contributed to you being so dominant now?
Mungkin kalau dari aku sendiri itu dari banyaknya pengalaman yang mempengaruhi tim saya jadi yang lebih dominan banget. Terutama pengalaman saya sendiri lebih lama dari turnamen pertama kali di Dubai, terus dan seterusnya hampir setiap turnamen internasional itu saya sendiri tuh mengikuti turnamen tersebut. Jadi kemungkinan mendominasinya Bigetron Red Aliens itu dari banyaknya pengalaman yang kita ikuti. Itu aja.
Zuxi, do you think the Chinese teams coming into the PMGC pose a serious threat to you at all?
Lebih tepatnya sih bukan ancaman, tapi kita lebih mewaspadai tim-tim dari China karena bisa kita tahu sendiri tim-tim dari China itu sangat-sangat bisa dibilang sangat-sangat hebat, dan ya kita lebih mewaspadai tim-tim dari China, bukan ada ancaman sih.
Talking with lots of teams over my time in PUBG Mobile, a lot of them say that you're an inspirational team. If you could say one thing to any aspiring pro player out there, what would it be?
Tetap semangat terus. Kalau misalnya kalian gagal di beberapa turnamen, masih banyak turnamen yang lain yang bakalan datang, dan jangan cepat menyerah karena kesempatan untuk mengikuti turnamen itu masih banyak, dan jangan kalau gagal itu masih banyak kesempatan yang lain bisa diulang kembali gitu loh. Jangan cepat menyerah gitu aja sih.
Thank you so much, Zuxi, for the interview. It's a pleasure having you here and giving your advice as well to pro players who might want to make it into the scene. Really humble guy. Is there anything you'd like to say to your fans at home, supporting you, cheering you on in the Global Championships?
Yang bakalan saya katakan mungkin ini ajang pembuktian di PUBG Mobile Global Championship setelah sekian lama nggak bertemu sama tim dari Tiongkok, dan ini mungkin ajang pembuktian kalau kita bisa membuktikan kita bisa melawan dari tim dari asal Tiongkok.
So here there from Zuxi talking about how they're looking towards China, proving that they can beat any team in the world. And he also did say a little bit of a thing for you there, Max, that, don't get discouraged. There's always more tournaments to come. Try again. The thing is, if you play in PMCO next season and you qualify for PMPL, we might not be able to have you here on the desk. Or
PMWL is casting, I'm analyst, and next time
playing
to be a player.
To be a player.
There you go. We're going to be doing everything.
This is your moment. This is your moment.
I'll be the one.
It can happen.
All right, well, gentlemen, it is time to finally get our first game of the day underway. Let's head over to John Allen and Blank to kick off match number 1.
All right, thank you very much, guys, over on the desk. Fantastic stuff there to kick things off. We're ready, we're raring to go, and it's time to put your money where your mouth is. Are Bigetron going to be able to defend that title against the new Titans arising from the east, from China? Of course, we're going to be keeping an eye on that conflict as time goes on.
Of course, I mean, it's one of the biggest questions that we've all had on the tips of our tongues for so long, right? Because we want to know, how does Bigetron go up against these major powerhouses of Chinese teams? So we've not had a chance to see it. Bigetron's just been slamming house over in all of these tournaments where we've not actually seen it be like a true international tournament with the Chinese teams involved as well. I am worried for Bigetron a little bit. I asked in that interview there, I was like, are you worried that these guys from China are a bit of a threat? Zuxi seems pretty confident they're not. I have a little bit of doubts in my mind. I've seen some of the things they do. I saw a clip on Instagram the other day where literally what happened with one of the players from, I think it was XQF Nova, basically was just getting shot at in a car, and then it zoomed in. Dude's like slamming himself all around the seats in the car, ducking and dodging. Couldn't even hit the guy. He was ethereal.
It moves as the smoke in the wind, and we're going to be seeing if they can keep themselves safe, ducking around a little bit as the first game gets underway. It is Erangel, of course. What other way would we start things off? And it's going to be a pretty central plane path, all the way from the west side over hospital to prison on the east.
You just saw our beautiful desk host and analyst there as well as we head into the game. Really, just give it a good send-off, giving that plane a good send-off there. But like you said, John, first game of the Global Championship. God damn, it's so good to be here casting a game with you, buddy. But this is going to be a good one. I'm really, really excited. We have some ridiculously good teams. I think the desk touched on it very, very briefly, where they were saying, look, a lot of these teams have elevated themselves. They've got to new levels, new heights in terms of their own gameplay, and I completely agree here, John. Some of these teams we're starting to see step up, and we're having newer teams, for instance, like Team Execute, who are making their way from PMCO. They've learned a lot already. You have a player like Zute on the team. Suddenly, you have a team coming from PMCO, getting first place, and then suddenly being in the Global Championships. And I'm loving seeing that new talent still appearing within the scene.
Yeah, absolutely. Very good to see. Obviously, great to have them represented as well, because that's what they were talking about. You know, Max not so lucky. Zute has a lot better of a chance here. Already we see our first knock coming through over on Chari. That's going to be interesting to see how that one develops. Not too sure where they have dropped at the start, but I'm sure they'll be able to pick that one up. Maybe, maybe not. It looks like they're in Gatco, maybe with some contestation coming through.
Yeah, that is the Abrupt Slayers. I think they'll probably get it back on his feet as soon as possible, so it's absolutely fine. But really, Pachinki, the only place that no one's decided to go to. So this is an open area. Rozhok seems a little bit heavily contested, and you have a little bit... Oh, actually, no, there is a team fight here down in Gaka, like you were saying, John. Oh my lord, order already on this, and this is Nova coming to show that you can't hot drop on this team, they'll take you down.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. This is... The Gatka fields are owned, I'm afraid, and that's already 2 kills found. What a way to kick things off. You know, we knew that these guys were going to be good. We knew they were going to be strong. But apparently, they surpass even those expectations. Fantastic stuff. Good way to start it off. 2 points already in the bag. Currently our tournament leaders now.
Ned goes through the top side, just clearing out the upper stairs of that building. Right now you've got Abrupt Slayers Joker here, trying to move on through, but this is so well played from Nova. They're just clearing out the building so methodically. There is a pretty easy ring around Gatka, so it's quite easy to find some players. But right now Joker just hiding himself in the bush, feeling a little bit like a Joker himself at the moment, sadly. But he will just have to bide his time, wait for this team to hopefully leave. Paraboy, have you spotted him?
Has he seen him? Oh, just turns the corner. I think he might get away with it, but fortunately enough, there's another boy in town. Cool boy from the rooftop will be able to cut them down, and Joker falls. Only 1 player now left for the Abrupt Slayers.
Ooh, you know, it sends a tingle down my spine seeing Paraboy and Cool Boy in the game, getting to cast them. I mean, I watched you guys last year, actually, in Berlin. I had never had a chance to cast these guys, so this is my first time on it. I'm excited. I'm so excited. And already they're putting on a show.
Well, I'd never casted them either. I was on the analyst desk back in Berlin.
Yeah,
so, you know,
that's true.
It's the first for both of us. All right. Rich words coming from you.
I wasn't even there, to be fair, so I think that's acceptable. But here we go. So I'm still most curious that the Pachinki is completely open. This is a really good spot, and it's even better of a spot in this current circle that you saw on your screens a little bit earlier, as we did get that circle heading over to the west side. Provides so many good rotational paths for a lot of these teams. Right now, I think it was Lee on the desk there who was describing it, that a lot of these teams are going to be vying for position around the map. They're going to be looking for a place to stay, and Jason was talking about how, you know, we might not see concrete spots until week 2 potentially, which I somewhat agree with. I think unlike in other matches and other tournaments where it's maybe quite easy to shunt a team out who is towards the bottom of the tables, even a team here is in 20th place. They are still a global championship team. They have fangs, John.
Absolutely. Everyone here is ready and raring to go. Let's take a look at some of the drops as well, because specifically the area that they were talking about on the desk was this area around farm, around Milta. We're seeing this being really quite crowded here. We've got 2 teams in direct competition for this spot, GODSENT and Konina Power. Bigetron not in this lobby, which means that they're not going to be dropping around there, but they're going to be thrown into the mix in the future, seeing if that's what they want to go. And not only that, you've got a team over in Milta Power as well, on the eastern side, who's going to be competing with them.
You got PWA8 over there, and I mean, for Bigetron, it's not such a big deal, because actually, if you see on your screen next when the map comes up, where GODSENT currently is, Bigetron's more to the left side. They go for a split loot round farm, and then kind of coalesce a little bit later on and move up towards the map, depending on where the circle is. Right now, no one's really having to move a major amount. The fact that Sosnovka is in play creates a little bit of discordance in a lot of these players, because they're worried. What if it goes down there? We need to be ready, set up to do that, which is why you can see Abrupt Slayers, 1 player from there coming down here. You've got Aerowolf Limax. They've got 1 player in Potato across the bridge, just scouting out. He's probably not going to stay here as soon as he sees a team move back towards his team, but he's just providing that forward edge, making sure they've got that information early. And as we all know, information is really, really strong in PUBG Mobile.
And especially this early in the tournament as well, right? Because this is where you're going to be getting most of your experience from, and it will dictate the pace of the rest of the games for the tournament to come. Qualifying for those super weekends, of course, that's really the name of the game here. Managing to get that far and then competing for those points to get yourself towards the finals.
Especially if you're a Sosnovka team as well, John, because if if you're dropping over towards the north side of the map, at least when you're parachuting down, you can do some reconnaissance on the way down to the floor before you have to pull that chute. And you will see some players, whereabouts are they dropping. If you're dropping Sosnovka, you're leaving a lot of that behind. Right now, Aero Limax is the only team here, so they didn't even get any information who else is going to be dropping with them. So having Potato out wide, seeing like what happens on the other side of the western bridge here is really important. Like you say, I think it's a great point, John.
See if they do merge, because obviously that is now going to be a little bit of a traffic jam. The western circle, the southwestern side, this could play well for the Unnamed if they manage to make their way down south from Severny, which is where they dropped right at the start. If they're going to be able to take some ground around sort of school, around south of school towards Potato Hill, then they're going to be looking to, you know, control a decent chunk of this next circle and a lot of the rotations. If they'd have made that move earlier, they might have been able to dominate some of the people pushing in who we've now seen rotate across. Yeah. But as it stands, they'll be all right.
They'll be absolutely fine. I was just laughing because you've provided some really good points so far, and I looked down at your notes page, and you've just got GODSENT dash. GODSENT. What does that mean?
It's the team tags and what team they're playing for. And I know it's redundant, but sometimes you just got to write it twice. Right. It's so good I had to say it twice.
Okay, fair enough. I think that's acceptable. I think they'll take that one on board. Bluebees, a team that, you know, Max on the desk had mentioned, the ones you're looking out for. You know, they were over in Lipovka. They were really far away from a lot of the fighting, and typically quite a lot of these teams from Japan have gone down without much of a fight in a lot of these international tournaments. Now, last time we saw them in Reject Scarlet, they had a lot of improvement towards the end of that World League in the East, and I think that was really important for Japan, seeing that, you know what, they can put on a good show for us. And I think Bluebees has some of the best, in my opinion, players from Japan on side, and so it's not just one of those where it's like a team's got lucky and got in from Japan. These are probably the top players from Japan we're seeing here. I'm really, really happy to see it, and I hope that they can put on a good show. It's something I'm excited to watch out for.
They might be contested on the eastern side here as the rotation from Milta goes a little bit further north. I think they might just skirt around one another, or the scout might come through. The question is, do they take this fight? On the edge of the circle, on the eastern side, do they go for this? And I just don't think it's going to pay off for them. However, the south rotation now for Bluebees coming in might hit them into Konina Power.
Konina Power, obviously, they're currently in a two-vehicle split right now, so they're not together, and it would be, I would say, ill-advised to take this fight. I think a lot of teams are just going to allow one another to get into the circle. Right now, it's currently looking out to be pretty heavily dominant center circle for a lot of these teams. Not instead of trying to play the edge here, but more trying to control a lot of these areas. And still, Pachinki, no one's headed into there, which is probably wise. You don't want to head into a city too early. It's pretty difficult to leave after that point.
Yeah, it's difficult, but it's surprising, as you mentioned earlier, that no one has dropped there. And maybe we're waiting for a team that isn't playing in this match.
And that's their spot.
Exactly. So
they're so dominant.
We'll keep track of that. We'll keep track of that into the next Erangel that we do play, which will be later today. But the circle shrinks yet again. It's going to go to the Northern Island.
Yeah, so now we can pretty much effectively say that Sosnovka is not going to be playing anymore, which is why you can see Aeromax starting to make their way out of there and just moving towards outside the Western Bridge. But look at the clump of teams over there. It's absolutely unreal. We've got 4 AM, the other Chinese team that is in the lobby alongside Nova XQF. They're just going to be trying to hold down the hayfields right now. Just have a quick look over the top. You've got Zeus here as well. They're going to be trying to hold it down. But 4 AM, it looks like they're just gathering information. They're moving onwards. This is really important. The more teams that they actually get to see and get away from just provides them so much benefit going forward. But the fact that they've made this decision to move down the western coast so early just really shows this prowess in terms of decision-making, John.
Certainly some strong decisions being made, starting out as they mean to continue. And on the other side, the other Chinese team, as you mentioned, Nova XQuest F, they're slap bang in the center of this circle. They've got the circle luck on the first game. They've already had 3 kills to their name, bringing Abrupt Slayers abruptly slain down to 1 on Leon, who does remain just a little bit southeast of Gatka right now, in one of the farm compounds near the Chopsticks. So he is the solo player there, hiding out, seeing how long he can last, because of course there's still 16 teams in it.
There we can see Klas Game Digital Athletics there. So I'm really excited to see Klas Digital Athletics in this lobby. I'm excited to see that the fact that they got picked up by a pretty prominent team within the scene. They were really, really strong within that European scene when we saw them at EMEA. Fantastic stuff from them. And we were on the analyst desk for that, and we saw this team just continually improve and then actually proved themselves to be a powerhouse in that final. Obviously not being able to overtake Na'Vi, who were just so far ahead of everyone else in that lobby, but still, this is a team to be feared from the EMEA region.
Yes, certainly nothing to ignore. None of these teams are, as you mentioned, though, earlier, so we're looking for the best of the best here. Aerowolf Limax currently scoping out GODSENT's position. This is towards the south side, towards the coastline here, in between the two bridges at the moment. But there's plenty of people waiting around the corner as well. It's a 2-2 split right now for Aerowolf Limax. On their western side, there's plenty of teams trying to vie for position.
Still, 16 teams, 61 alive. The only skirmish has really been that initial one. Jimmy goes down to incredibly low HP, and that's Fedorov from Loops, taking a bit of a battering himself, and now he has to make the run for it.
Yeah, I think that might have been actually Alpha coming in. Alpha 7 coming in with a couple of off-angle shots, but now Jimmy's done the scouting. He's gone back to his team. He's reporting in. And he's relaying that information. That's what you like to see, though. Scouting, so crucial in such a close circle.
Some lads on the hill.
There's some people, and they've got guns.
Yeah, so let's maybe wait down here for a little longer. Anyway, we're going to come up on our circle number 3 very shortly, so we'll see where that does head off to. Nova, XQuestF, like you said, got a really good chance here. I mean, they came down from Gatka, so they have really definitely positioned themselves in a good spot. Sure, they were in a decent position to begin with, but now they need to hold down this position. And you know, Jimmy's already moved out and shown himself, so a lot of teams will know where they are, but they have a decent compound to play from going forward. Fences around the side, so if they do get crashed upon, they will at least have a fighting chance. Now, a really central position for them. This could be a Nova XQuestF chicken dinner to start off with, which would be very, very nice to see. But there are a lot of other teams in this lobby looking for this one. Konina Power now finally having to move off that coastal side by the cliffs and get into the circle, but they will be competing against a few other teams. You've got GODSENT here, Bluebees coming down, Power 88 also making their way down.
Yeah, let's kick it off on the hillside though. Konina Power and GODSENT. Comrades from the region, but looks like they're going to start the fighting, going off on the eastern side of this next circle, trying to push on up for now, dropping the smokes, and it seems that, hang on a minute, you've got another team coming in. It's Archers taking the third party to try and play spoiler here from the south side. A very difficult engage coming through. Archers managed to pick up a kill off that. Konina Power have one knocked, but it is really, I believe, GODSENT who have taken the heavy casualties here. 2 of them have gone down.
Yeah, it was a crushing rotation for a lot of these teams. You kind of have to go along this cliffside, and only one team was really going to make it. Archers have managed to make a really good run down here using the tree line to their advantage. Bluebees, however, being very, very quiet, much more silent, allowing Power 888 to make their way into this circle. And now just biding their time right on the edge here. They don't want to lose any members too early. They have one member now scouting out forward, but Archers currently on our screen. The smokes down, trying to look for a position that they can play from going forward, but Konina Power right behind them, that's what poses a threat. Now it's Bluebees versus Power 888. Let's see how this goes down, John.
Power 888 just dropping the nades. Bluebees sending them right back. No one cresting the ridge just yet, but in comes the push from Bluebees. Lufa leading the charge. Goes around the side. A huge nade comes in from Divine. Finds 2 knocks, and now they're down to 2. The back line getting decimated as well. And the Bluebees kick things off with style with our first squad wipe. It's Power 888 to be eliminated.
Jesus, that was a hell of a nade, but we've got another fight on the screen straight away. It's GODSENT versus Konina Power, the 2 EMEA region teams here going against one another, so they know how each plays. So they're pretty familiar, but do they know it's the other team? I wonder if they've got a knock as of yet. Nade comes out the side, Marley just really waiting this one out. He is in the midst of the enemy field.
The horse lets not the sleeping dog lie. They've already taken 2 from GODSENT. Will they be able to get any more? A back bounce on the nade hits Axa for a little bit too much damage, but Marley sees some from Black-White and gets sprayed down for the rest by Rubdini. And now it's just Rolkis from GODSENT trying to hold it down, but he's just around the corner, finds a knock. Well, doesn't even get the knock. And it's GODSENT to go down in 15th place blank.
But Archers, they'll have heard this. If I was them, I'd be immediately pushing upon this position, you know, because if you can take it down, you have pretty much the entirety of the southeast to yourself, and you know you're going to have to move soon, but instead Archers really maybe a little bit too passive here. I think they're favoring their ground over this. Perhaps they get back in the vehicles, favor having those as portable cover for the late game. Nova once again still within this circle, and Aerowolf Limax down on that western bridge can finally start to move because they are no longer suffocated by all those teams who are outside that western bridge. I'm really happy they waited so long for this next circle to pop. It could have got to a point where, look, we have to take our chances and move out, but with this circle and waiting out, now they can make a more informed move.
4 Angry Men have managed to find themselves a central position, and that's spectacular. Given the fact that they started in George, they went down south on the western edge, they've now managed to push in relatively centrally here into a pretty strong spot. They found these openings, and this is the power of scouting. This is the power of information, Blake.
And it's the power of being able to take that information and process it quickly. I think that's something that a lot of people kind of underestimate, is how quickly you can process information and then make a decision based on it. Because now all the information in the world, if you don't know what to do with it, you're absolutely ruined in that situation. Right now, we've got a couple of players just holding on strong within the shacks, but it's 4 AM with a little bit of portable cover here. You can see the UAS on the side of the hay bale. I don't know if the tires are out as of yet, so they can still move this, but they've got a fairly decent position.
Aerowolf Limax as well, sent really central, really fast, and hang on a minute, they might be in a spot of bother here as there's already a knock through in the middle of the field, but they are going to destroy that UAS for some hard cover, drop the smoke. They want to just keep themselves alive. 4 Angry Men trying to live up to the name, keeping them all in the fray. Zeus taking a fight now with Alpha 7 as well over the ridge line on the hill. This is out on the northwestern edge right now. No one in the circle, so they both will have to move. The circle will start to push as it moves on in. Time marches forwards, and this fight is going to be pressured.
I mean, it's Alpha 7 who's going to have to march as well towards Zeus, but Zeus leaving in a flash of lightning in the cars here, trying to get away as fast as possible. You got the Unnamed towards the south side of Alpha 7 too, so there is another team, and this is really good from Zeus. They decided to rock up just outside the edge of the circle, and now they are going to gatekeep, but you got one player already down and Ronin, and Alpha 7's taking advantage. Zeus are maybe a little bit scared. Maybe they shouldn't have stayed here for so long.
Goodness me, that was bold, that was dramatic, but certainly was heroic in the end. They managed to get the first knock, get a kill on their name as well. Looking for a little bit more, keeping the pressure up, but Zeus they've left, they've disengaged further away. Alpha 7 looking to chase, however. They're trying to follow it up. 4 AM, hang on a minute.
They took a kill there. Alpha 7's dropped on the side. A lot of players are very low. It's the Unnamed coming on from the left here, and Zeus is just crippling Alpha 7. This is a really nice pincer here, John.
But the thing is, they've already managed to dispatch 2 from Zeus. 2 players have been knocked for Alpha 7 and the Unnamed as well. The western edge proving difficult for the Americas teams.
Remember though, John, 4 AM have eyes on this fight. That's another knock coming through, so this could be easily third-partied by another team after this concludes.
Well, Zeus certainly looking at a third party here, but Alpha 7 have something to say about it. Swagwin looking to push out wide, takes some nade damage, goes for the challenge. Ziol behind the Dacia now, last standing for his squad for Zeus, but very, very low. Hasn't taken the time to heal up just yet. The Unnamed, they're trying to slip through the cracks here. They've moved down south, trying to keep themselves alive.
And now Texa just moving down towards Swagwin. Swagwin, one of the better players from Alpha 7. This guy has been making some killer moves over in the Americas region. And he's just going to crawl across, knowing that he cannot go for this res right now. Ziol, though, behind this vehicle. Swagwin could get an angle. You can see the Unnamed here just desperately trying to heal up in the smog over here before they move into the circle, but they're right on the edge at the moment. Aerowolf Limax, they've taken the time to find a central position in the circle, and here's Konina Power still fighting, still battling it out on that southeast edge.
You can see, though, the priority for the Unnamed right now is keeping themselves all alive, all 4 of them moving forwards. That is such a smart play to let these 2 duos fight it out, let them take the casualties, and then come in on 2 weakened teams. But the nade back over to Raven, ran down low behind the Dacia. Yet again, they've been spotted out along the way. I think there might be DRS plinking out. Alpha 7 on the ropes as Zeus get eliminated.
Oh, come on, that's one!
No
Bucky
way.
goes down as well.
Oh,
Swagwin's
no.
still in the match, moves into the circle, and I believe that is it. The Unnamed is out, and Swagwin lives.
Luby's trying to crash now, but it's Nova XQF to receive, and you step close, you go down. There is no 2 ways about it. Aitochan looking to try and hold down the window angle, but it's so difficult when you've just got everybody gunning you down. Okay. Paraboy takes a knee. Aitochan with the full boosters, pre-fires the angle, but Jimmy gets the best. And it is going to be Paraboy to get res. Bluebees get eliminated as their off-angle player goes down as well. And Nova XQF, they're hurting, and Loops have heard that.
Now, Loops trying to make their way in. This is the winner from the PMPL Americas region. If anyone can go against Nova XQF, it might just be them. A very, very prominent team. So aggressive. Unfortunately for Bluebees, it was not Iaito at all. And now Loops will just be waiting in a little shack. Nova XQF definitely have the better position right now. They are currently split up. Order moving forward with a nade in hand, though. Pops it over the top. Is it good enough? Oh. No, Dadine just about hangs on.
By a sliver. Another one. Order up. Let's see where the nades land. They evacuate that shack as fast as they can. They know what's coming their way. The bombardment is in, but all 4 Nova XQuest players are still in. Alpha 7 on the western side eliminated.
This is so smart, though, from Loops, where they dropped the smoke out forward. Nova XQF was doing something ridiculously good by throwing 1 nade into the shack, 1 nade behind the shack immediately. We know how good Chinese teams are with those nades, but that actual smoke there allowed the players from Loops to move off to the right side and not get shot at because vision was obscured.
Currently, you've got 4 angry men being guarded from the south side. Konina Power as well waiting for that one, but 4 angry men, they are no longer all 4 of them alive, unfortunately. They are going to be taking reduced numbers, but Loops get the circle shift.
Oh, bloody hell. This is a lovely little shift onto the northwestern edge here. Nova XQF can make their way in, but they know they have to fight through Loops. Loops right now don't really have too many compounds to speak of. And if I was Nova XQF right now, what I'd most likely do is just try and bide my time a little bit. I have a good compound. Maybe I can try and clear out some more of these teams on the south side. We see with the new point structure, John, how important kills can be at elevating your points in this tournament. Making it into that super weekend is really important after all.
Certainly is. Aerowolf Limax, they sent Central early and they are reaping the rewards for that. And you're right, though, it is kills, but placements matter too. And that's what they've managed to achieve here, making it to top 6. And that's as far as they're going to go. The 6th place finish will be all right for them. They'll be happy with that to start things off. It's a good, slow entry into the proceedings here. And that's exactly what you want. A little bit of consistency as the send comes through from Klas Digital Athletics on the south side against 4 angry men. It looks like they might just get the better end of the stick. Sven now last there in the grass looking for the spray, but gets spotted out. 1 knock. That's going to slow Klas down just a little bit, but they should be able to pick things up and move on.
Instant smokes come down, stopping any teams from the north side from actually taking any shots here. But Nova, they're on the move already, but it's Kayovsky taking some shots. Nades come through from Kayovsky as well into the position where they're going to be. Is it any good? Does a little bit of damage. Another one's thrown over the top immediately afterwards. The bombardment continues, John.
Oh, Paraboy takes another 50, and the nade is there, but the shimmy out wide. Good wherewithal. Unfortunately, though, Kayovsky has a little bit better performance there on the nade. Bobbles it just far enough. Coolboy takes a knee as well. Loops taking on Nova XQuest. No fear in their hearts.
None whatsoever. And remember, Loops had to make a quick decision to make their way into the circle. Sure, they've got it, but they don't have too much cover. And they're going for this really aggressive split. And that's Kayovsky dropping up again. They've managed to maintain these vehicles this entire match, though, John. It's providing them so much good cover here. And Nova XQF are really on the edge.
Goodness me, the circle shift to Loops has given them so many opportunities. And this is a team that takes those chances. They will take what they are given and they will play it to the best of their ability. They're certainly showing us just what they've got here. All 4 of them alive, and it's only Klas Digital Athletics left with all 4 alive.
It's really important right now that Carrillo does not go down. Support comes through from Dadine immediately. The fact that they're playing this 4-man split right now means that if one player goes down, it makes a massive difference in how the game continues, because then you have one of these players has to move from their specific angles to help out, and it might give a chance for another team to make their way in. But Digital Athletics, they're stuck on this south edge.
Goodness me. Okay, well, Loops have the crate. They have the majority of the circle. Nobody else has a position there. So Dardin and Carrillo, they will have to move in. However, they have the ground in front of them covered. They have the enemy team suppressed. Nova XQF, they're being bombarded, and Klas have to make a mad dash across open ground.
It is a disgusting amount of space that Loops has been able to hold on to this entire time. Wow. Order goes down to an insane grenade from Federal, and now he's looking to put the final nail in the coffin here, John.
Oh, let's go. Kayovsky leads the charge. around the side. It's Jimmy. He peeks out, gets one, tucks back behind and looks for more, but unfortunately that's going to be it. Federal cleans things up. Dudin at his back, and that's Nova. XQF eliminated.
Digital Athletics have to take advantage of the situation, have to take advantage of it now. They know a knock's come through, but they're crawling. They have to move forward. Carrillo got a really good angle over on that right-hand side there. Bukowski, he goes low afterwards, John.
Oh, Digital Athletics now taking pitched warfare with Loops. The EMEA team taking on the Americas right now in the final circle for the first game. Loops gets the first spray, and it's Salim to fall.
Adine has been so influential this entire match right now. Just with this single position, he has kept Digital Athletics at bay, whilst the rest of the team has effectively trying to deal with Nova XQF here.
But the thing is, they still have to move forwards, and Loops just control this ground. There's no openings to be found. It's just open terrain. The foliage is only going to give you so much, especially when Loops have such fantastic off-angle coverage.
What they need here is a knock. Just any kind of knock for Digital Athletics would be so huge. They really should have moved in when they saw that knock come through onto Loops and just go for a full send. But right now, Loops, they are just crushing the windpipe of Digital Athletics. They're not able to move forward 1 inch. And slowly but surely, this is going to get dire.
Solus, Silas, Raze. They've made it to second place though, Blank. And that is a really good turn up to start things
versus
off.
Loops as well.
Exactly. Well, not only them, but versus Nova XQF, versus 4 Angry Men, the two teams that were really touted to be the strongest moving forwards. They're having a great day so far. But it is only the first game. It's early days.
Yeah,
we'll see more from them in times to come. Just, calm down, calm down. However, the final circle is getting even closer, and it's Loops dominating.
Right now, Digital Athletics just trying to move their way around. And damn, I don't know where Loops have been getting all of these grenades from, but they have had so many.
No way!
That is ridiculous. You are not allowed to do that.
That is unfair. That is unfair that he is this good, okay? With a nade, you can't be doing that. That's incredible. Beautiful stuff from Carrillo to hit that nade. Perfectly cooked, perfectly placed. There was no counterplay. Raze takes a lot of nade damage as well. The bombardments from Loops just brutal as the confirm comes through. And it's Digital Athletics down to 2, trying to nade in response. But Carrillo, he's the master of the frag. You're not going to give as good as you get, I'm afraid, this time around. He pops out with the M4, sprays around the edge of the crate. One player falls, Raze and Silas now left. Last man standing, but only for so long. It will be Loops to dominate the first game.
All they need is a vague idea where you are, and Carrillo, he's going to drop the mortar bombs on your head. He's like, angle that a little bit to the degree of the 5 on the left side, and he's just like bang, 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 and he's just hitting them all. He doesn't leave anything. He's got like 10 grenades in the pockets.
It's you look up at the sky and you think, is there a crate? Is it a bird? Is it a crate? No. It's a nade from Carrillo. He's just pinpointed you.
Correction, nades.
Nades, plural. All right, well, we're going to head over to some plural analysts over on the desk, as well as a good-looking host himself as well. Jason, take it away.
Good-looking host, good-looking analyst. I'll take it. That's probably one of the nicest things John has ever said to me, but I think we just saw one of the nicest ways to start off PMGC. Loops eSports taking the chicken dinner and doing it in style. They were not afraid of anyone, and in true Loop style, they nade someone down, they rush him down, profit.
I mean, Korea at the end, they're just like nades, just Kobe's after Kobe, just chucking them over. He didn't even have that much information on where the last players of Klas currently were, but just every single time, just point down. Yeah. Exactly, and just gets them all down, and then it was down to one player. At 1v4 in the field finish, it's just not going to happen, and then Loops take it, like, dominant first game for them.
It's so crazy to me, too, because Loops did play over in PEC, but they only played with 2 players because players weren't old enough to go as a full core of 4, and I think they wanted to show Nova there because they fought them early on, like, we're not afraid of you. Now that we have our full team, we have our full power, let's go. Let's take a look at the rankings from the last match here and see who scored how many points, because we're talking about Nova, and Nova sure as hell did get a lot of kills. The first 3 kills of the entire event here went to them.
13 kill total. We talked about how they'd really been sandbagging. Scrims hadn't shown anything. They knew what they were doing at the start of the game. They dropped on Abrupt Slayers, blessed them in Gatka, and there's nothing that Nova... they were ready for them every step of the way. They got 3 kills before Abrupt Slayers. They were just hiding in bushes. They couldn't do anything. They didn't have a weapon. They didn't have nothing they could do about it. And that's purely prep. Prep coming into this global tournament. Fantastic stuff. But of course, we got to talk about Loops. Loops took the fight to Nova, and that was what we were looking forward to, right? We talked about them at the start of the show, saying how they were both together with Nova and Loops in the same group. Who's going to come out on top? Will it be the Brazilians? Well, damn well, they've turned up.
Yeah, he said I lost the Brazilian fans potentially earlier. Well, I'm sorry, guys. Okay, Brazil absolutely OP on that one. Able to take himself such a good game. Like, they went from crates and George Pole and then just rotated down step by step very slowly. But once they got to the late game, they took it. They took down the side of Nova XQSF and had the game.
Well, guys, we've also been taking a look at China. What do they have to offer coming to this event, right? 4 Angry Men, a team we talked about. Look at that, getting 5th place over on points, 12 points in total. That is a good start for the team we haven't seen in international play that often this year.
I definitely have to agree, like, especially in the PC, they were like 5th position, extremely consistent for the long term. And seeing them in 5th position in the first game, you know, still not, it's not that big chicken dinner that's going to put your name on the board. But if they can do that every single time, they're going to make it to the first Super Weekend.
I mean, we've got a couple of teams on 0 points there, but let's talk about them because Power 888 and GODSENT got wiped out. Like, Bluebees came rolling over Power 888. There's nothing they could do on that hill. They lost them in a straight-up 4v4 fight, didn't lose a single person. And GODSENT, in the same vein, against the team they've been facing all year long in the EMEA, got wiped out by Konina Power without Konina Power breaking a sweat.
I mean, I think there was a lot of teams who didn't really seem to break a sweat because a lot of the fights we saw, minus A7, were like super clean. They were pretty much like not really much of a threat. We saw Bluebees with the early fight against Power 888 KPS, relatively easy. But let's take a look though at our do-the-do moments in the last match. We can start to break down some of these plays and show you what we've been talking about because we did have so much action happen. You're already seeing Nova off the bat immediately looking for these early kills. I think they came with something to show, Max.
I mean,
honestly.
100%. Like, Jimmy especially was doing such good fights in the early stage and also into the late game stage in that fight versus Bluebees. And it's just they've been showing consistency all around the board. They were going to go to the far Bluebees, you say, like, absolutely decimating the teams that dropped onto the eastern side, and then they just entered. They did struggle later on versus the side of XQuest, but still they were looking so good. Bluebees, they're always ready for a fight.
Absolutely, and Bluebees were looking up for it until they met the met Powerboy and friends coming down the hill. They just got mowed down. We'll see it in a moment, but I mean, it's always tricky when you have this circle that does go to the fields because it can be really about position. Obviously, for someone like Loops that came down from crates, you know, worked in effectively alongside Nova that had the circle come to them effectively. In Gatka, they just moved centered up, and that's where they just mowed down the Bluebees. But then it's about the nades, and we talked about it, like how pinpoint some of these nades are. We've talked about it through the qualifiers and the scrims, like, you have to be so good at nades. At this level, you have to be absolutely dead on, and obviously Loops proved that.
Yeah, I mean, normally we'll say the grenades got nerfed. I'm just saying.
Yeah, they did. They got nerfed
grenades.
According not to Korea.
No, they're just like, no, they're still as good. We're still going to chuck it. But then he's had the final moments coming on through where the Loops are just taking full control. They took the position on the circle. They had all the information that they needed. Then the grenades of Korea were just absolutely awesome to see, connecting onto the side of Klas, then destroying also the side of Nova XQF. And really, there was no chance. Like, the moment they had the late game circle, it was a game for Loops.
And the thing is, what's so exciting for me is that this is the Loops that we saw at the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0 that decimated everyone. Yeah. They are a team that's so good at hitting that grenade and then capitalizing off of that. We saw them do that against Nova, and for me, that's like a deeper sign of, like, they're not afraid of anyone. Yeah, it's Nova. They have a ridiculous amount of kills. They won PEC, but we're going to nade them and rush them down.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the team that finished 100+ points. They were 120+ points ahead of anyone else in PMPL Americas, and the confidence is still there, which is actually impressive. They have been screaming all week long. All week long, they've been in there, they've been doing well, they've been challenging for their spots, and they did land in the exact same spot they have done all year long, in crates.
And for Loops, it's kind of like, there's no pressure now. I think for them winning that first game, don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty confident to say it, they should be top 16 no matter what going into the Super Weekend, or relatively close to it. As long as they don't sandbag every game and get 0 points, they're through.
I mean, we've got to talk about the consistency, obviously. We want to see that. We don't want streaky teams. Obviously, Loops are a team that can be pretty streaky at times throughout Americas, but, consistency can be king. And I think, while Nova, yes, they came in effectively 3rd place, they still had a 13-kill game.
It still seemed like Loops, a certain dominance in this first game. And you mentioned it earlier, Jason, the fact that, into PMPL Americas, they started off maybe, a little bit too slow. And they're kicking off the first game with a chicken dinner. That's a huge statement from the Brazilian team.
Well, let's actually take a look at the Brazilian team stats here in that last match and kind of take a deeper dive into what they all did accomplish as well here, because they were outstanding. And for me, I'm really looking towards, like, Kayovsky. I'm really looking towards Carrillo. Federal, as you mentioned, MVP of PMPL Americas. You can see 2.1k damage done. But the thing for me is it's really important, Max, is that they didn't take much damage. So again, really clean fights that they're winning with relative ease, and they're not getting pulled into these long, drawn-out battles.
I mean, the early to mid-game stage, they were just going very short rotations. Every circle, it would actually pretty much go in their favor a few times in a row, and they'll just, okay, circle at a time, find a decent spot, and then when they arrived to the late game, that's when they were starting to take some fights where they actually had the position advantage.
They scouted it well because they moved into the compound that Nova abandoned. So Nova went straight across to the centered compound effectively, and they just went, okay, free compound, nice, big compound for free. They knew exactly that there was a team there, so once it came to that next circle, the big important 6th circle, when everybody needed to leave their compounds, they had the perfect positioning to just roll up and wipe out Nova, which is a big, big deal this early on.
I think it's massive, and I think we even
that was the fight for the match, effectively.
Yeah, 100%. They win that. They basically won the game. You know, no disrespect to Klas, but that was an honestly amazing show. Let's take a look, though, at Nova. We've been talking about them a lot. Nova XQF and their stats as well, and we can see still 2,200 damage. They actually did more than Loops, but look at that damage taken. So they were definitely not necessarily as clean when it came down to it as Loops, but they were consistent with 13 kills.
When Loops' nades come your way, you're going to take some damage, that's for sure. And that's where that 1K came from. I mean, we saw what they could do. They started off hot. Obviously, it did catch Abrupt Slayers off. Will people get surprised by it going forward? We don't know, but you know, we don't really know what they're going to bring to the table because they've been so shy in scrims effectively.
Yeah, 100%. And I've written down on my cue card here, like, one word is just like PogChamp scouting from the side of XQF. The reason why, like, they had a good position, you mentioned it, that after Loops actually did take, and the moment they understood, okay, the circle's rotating, like, snap their finger, they already did the rotation. Yep. It was so fast, so quick on their feet, which is why I love these Chinese teams so much, because, like, it doesn't matter, they always got such a good decision making, the IGLing is so on point, and they can always get a good position, no matter where they are.
From that point of view, we should probably bring 4 AM into it, because while they didn't finish as high, they obviously were up in North George, which we didn't expect to start with. They've normally been in Milton for a large portion of it. They came all the way down the west and moving from the south. Their rotations were actually very good. Just unfortunately for them, the circle moved away and they had to basically go into the field. Yeah, so which is never going to work out well for you.
Yeah, kind of always on the chase for the zones there. But ladies and gentlemen, we do have to head to a short break. But when we come back, we're getting match 2 underway, so don't go anywhere.
PUBG Mobile Global Championship is brought to you by Qualcomm, Mountain Dew, OnePlus, and OnePlus 8T 5G smartphone, the official partner phone.
All right, well, now it is time to get underway with our second match here. And of course, one group is going to have to come out and one group will be coming in. And for all you fans out there, of course, your boys, Bigetron RA, going to be coming into the first match for them here in Group C. We'll have them playing on Miramar with Group B as well, which kind of makes me sad for one particular reason. I wanted to see Nova XQF up against Bigetron. So Group A is going to be sitting out. They won't be playing, unfortunately, for this one, but later on, we'll get that matchup. We can see here the teams that won't be playing. So this is going to be interesting. Loops, you talked about if you have a bad game, a 0-pointer, and then you have to sit out the second match, that's horrendous because you're just sitting there knowing like, oh, we had a really bad game. But on the opposite note of that, Loops wins the game in such great fashion, and now they have to sit out. That momentum is going to fall.
Yeah, it's definitely going to drop away, but it is Miramar moving on to next. And I think we have to talk about the teams that are taking part. And RRQ Athena, well, obviously we've been hyping up Bigetron. RRQ Athena, Miramar is their map.
Yeah, exactly. Like in PMWL East Season 0, like we had, I think it was one weekend where we had every single Miramar game won by RRQ Athena. That is their map. They have such good rotations. I mentioned it earlier on the opening section, the fact that if you allow RRQ Athena to get to the late game, you let them win. Like, they win 100% because they have such good control. Very similar to what we saw from Loops actually on this first game on their angle, right? And if they get to that late game, like, they should be taking the dub.
Well, hey. Go ahead.
I wanted to talk about the drops. Obviously, we were talking about Bigetron, and like this is one of the locations I talked about. Nobody's been messing with them. They dropped Picardo. That's hot property, yet nobody's really gone near them yet in scrims. I want to know, now that we're in the Global Championships, now the first Miramar match is about ready to go, is anybody going to challenge them for Picardo? Because that's hot property.
I mean, if I was watching that last game and I saw Nova pop off near Gaka, I'd be like, nah, that ain't me. That ain't me at all. But actually, one team you mentioned about when we come to Miramar and RRQ Athena and all these teams, Navi, actually Dream Eaters back then, when we're looking at PMWL West, they were a team that would consistently win or do exceptionally well when it came to a map like Miramar. And with now Natus Vincere coming into this match from Group C, I'm wondering, will we have challenges for the top teams?
They were getting contested in the scrims by Bluebees, actually, was in Chumacera, and now I'm intrigued to see if that's going to be potentially happening still over the course of
this game.
They're not playing, but over the course of this tournament,
yeah.
I'm intrigued to see if maybe another team want to try and contest Navi. But normally when you know Navi have the entirety of Chumacera, they've been playing in that location for the past, like, 2 months right now. They are so used to the area, and they find such good rotations time and time and time again. I think that it would be a mistake to try and contest them because they are so good in that position.
All right, well, gentlemen, we are getting underway now with our second match. It's time to head over to our commentators once again, John Allen and Blink.
Hi, and welcome back to the second game. I was just messing around my chair that popped up right over the desk.
That's what happened. I heard a lot of scuffling.
Yeah.
I chose to ignore it.
That's fair enough. But I'll tell you what happened in that first game. You know, it was Loops really putting the bomb in Bom Dia. They said hello to our lobby, and they said goodbye to the competition. They wiped everyone over on Erangel, and they had a fantastic way to kick things off. But we're heading over to Miramar next.
We are indeed. Now, I just really quickly just want to talk about this, though, is because, look, SUF, they get second place, right? The thing is, we've been chatting up all these Chinese teams, 100%. But the fact that they perform game one, getting a second place, sure, it's not a chicken dinner. It's still a bloody second place, though. It's a big move. And the fact they're able to just, like, pay out for us is great, just in the first game, and just show that they are here to play. They are here to win.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what everyone's here for, hopefully. I mean, but they're certainly
here to win betterer than the rest.
Exactly.
Yes.
And that's what we're not here to do that. We're here to talk betterer, hopefully, for the upcoming games. I don't know about the most. Quality over quantity, let's go for that. But we'll see how these teams are going to stack up over on Miramar, right? Because that's what we're looking at. As Lee was saying on the desk, are people going to start to drop in Picardo, try to challenge for those spots? Are they going to look for that central powerhouse of rotational strength that they can leave towards the rest of the game? A very adaptable position.
That they could leverage on Miramar.
That's his name.
That's his name that I've used. Yes.
I'm wily to your tricks, young Xander.
Thank you.
But we are going to be getting underway on Miramar pretty soon. What are you looking forward to most here on this?
You know, I was actually having a conversation with the boys from the desk, I think yesterday, when we were doing our little rehearsals.
Sure.
Oh, little rehearsals. They're actually really big, so cool. But honestly, we were just talking the biggest rehearsals. But we were talking about how, you know, on Miramar, as opposed to Erangel, like a lot of these teams feel quite constricted at times because there's not a lot of movement available to you. Sandhawk, you kind of just pray for the best, right? It's really small. You can hope for the best. Erangel is a little bit more deliberation involved, but you are much more constricted. Miramar, so many more rotational paths available for you whilst you're actually out here. So, you know what? I'm pretty happy for it. I'm pretty happy for it, to be honest with you. And look, we've got a very kind playing path to start it off with, coming down from La Cobreria.
There you go.
Bang! Every time. Second time's a charm. And, you know, they're either moving down to Chumacera, you know, El Pozo is available. Pretty much everyone's map's available, especially with the amount of vehicles that you can find on the ground.
Absolutely. It's a fairly kind, open map. We're going to be all right to be getting on with for pretty much everyone. Impala may be a little bit inaccessible here for anyone who wants to head out that far. Puerto Paraíso, again, maybe a little bit out of the way, but there's still plenty of other places that they can go.
No, John!
And on Miramar, it's it's almost mandatory that you have a second drop spot.
No.
Good point.
Just drive.
Just drive.
No, you are completely right. Having a second drop spot is pretty important. Being able to go there after your first drop spot gets taken is pretty integral to playing on this map in particular. So we'll see what kind of things these teams can pull out of the bag to kind of surprise us. Executes in the game with our favorite player, Mr. Zute himself. I've seen his Instagram stories. He's been working himself out, doing some press-ups on the fly. Now let's see how much he's been working out in game. See if he can bring that same kind of vigor to the lobby itself. But I'm really excited here. I mean, what we're looking at right now is BTR in Picardo, like Lee did say, and a very, very much northeast movement here, which is ridiculous. Like, no one's on this side.
The thing we said we're going to watch out for? Challenging in Picardo. Guess what's happened here, Blank? It's Konina Power. They've dropped on top of Bigetron. Currently still in the looting phase, but a couple of shots pop off and make things a little bit spicier.
A little bit spicy. They have the golden gun as well here. You got black-white with the glacier skin. God, I want that skin. I'll never have it though. But you know, Konina Power, this is not too bad for both these teams. Like, Picardo is quite easily split loot, as you have in between both these areas. Bigetron just on the north side of your screen at the moment, Konina Power happily on the south side. If they want to take a fight here, they can. I would say it would be ill-advised to potentially go out in 15th or 16th place, because, you know, even if you take a fight right now and you win it, you potentially lose 1 or 2 players. We know that's not too much of an issue for Bigetron, where they win maps with 2 players on board on Miramar alone, but, you know, it does make things slightly harder. I know BTR do think that most things are on easy mode, and they might want to up the difficulty a little bit, but come on, it's the Global Championships. Let's take this seriously.
Be reasonable. Be reasonable, guys.
Please.
So far, though, the clash between the two teams in Picardo has gone a little bit, well, unchallenged, really, by either of these squads. They are aware of each other's presence, but Picardo is big enough. They can just chill out and vibe. I'll tell you who can chill out and vibe as well. It's these guys in Los Leones. They're just sat there. A1, completely having the whole city to themselves. They're going to have hella loot.
They will be heavily lit up indeed, and there's a really nice little rotational path available to them all the way on that east coastal side. Just drive up there, past Impala, wherever you want to go. But really, right now, for these teams who did drop to the east, it's a little bit more of a blessing for themselves. This plane path was not kind in terms of the actual circle that we got on board. 4 AM immediately decided to head up to the north side of the map straight away. I'm happy with this movement again. What it feels like to me is 4 AM has got their heads screwed on very, very tightly at the moment, and they know exactly what they need to be doing and when they need to be doing it. So even though they did go out maybe not towards that top end last game, this is a team that I expect to continue doing very well within this lobby, just from the way I've seen them moving around the map.
He's got, you know what? He's got the read on it. He knows. I just see them moving around the map. I know how it's
a gut feeling.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully
they're like Actimel. It feels good in my stomach right now.
Yeah, fair enough. You know, lactobacillus casei rota, whatever it is, the probiotics.
Something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah. The good stuff.
Sure, absolutely. Well, let's hope they've got plenty of the good stuff for the rest of this game. Navi down southwest, just to the north of Minas. Is that Minas Gerais? Down the south there. Valle de Mar as well for Zeus.
Fire
They're going to be trying to push around, probably on that coastline. Maybe swinging out wide all the way past Impala, but it looks like Picardo's coming to a head.
It is, yeah, black-white, just peeking his way over the top side. You got Zuxi and Ryzen holding down below. So it looks like Konina Power do want to actually take this fight. The rest of the team is a little bit far away, but black-white, he's got a cheeky little position here, just ducking upwards and downwards to see if he can spot any members. Gonzo in the backside here, trying to look if he can find an angle. There's a really cheeky spot from black-white. He's going to drop the smoke down too to make sure no one sees him. And that's Bigetron just loosing off a few warning shots.
It is interesting that Konina Power look to take this fight, though. I'm surprised that we haven't seen just looting on split sides of Picardo and disengaging fully. It's such a crucial rotational point for the teams on the southwest, though, that maybe they want to have that control and get a couple of kill points.
So the northeast of here, you've kind of got this Valley of Death, really. And to be fair, both these teams, this is the easiest way into the circle for both of them. The longer you wait, though, on this fight, the harder it's going to be to traverse that valley of death where teams start to get set up. Already, though, Bigetron is laying the hurt down onto Konina Power.
They haven't managed to get the knock, and crucially, Konina Power have the off angles. However, it looks like they're not really even trying to leverage them, though, Blank.
I would just leave at this point.
It is a case where you don't want to take the rest of this fight unless you are actually going to peek from these windows. Because for me, we saw someone cooking a nade right in front of an open window, didn't get shot out.
No, right. I mean, Luxie's all the way in the back here. Right now, it's just 3 players from Bigetron who is holding back the tide of Konina Power. If I'm Bigetron, though, I might just leave. I would just leave in this situation, try and get a more beneficial position towards Junkyard, underneath El Azahar, where you can sit on the hillsides for yourself. Let's take a quick look at the other teams, because we spent a little bit of time on this fight for the moment. I know it's a very crucial one, but we'll check back in with it later. Right now, we have Abrupt Slayers coming up from the south side of this fight, and A1 will basically just about brush alongside Zeus, who is just coming up underneath Los Leones. Na'Vi, typical spot for them is Chumacera, slightly more difficult for them now, especially with the playing path dropping everyone towards the south side of the map. They've got a lot more teams that they have to rotate in towards. They've got to go through La Bandita, Graveyard, Junkyard, a lot of these open spaces to get into the map. And really, one of the most beneficial rotations for them would be go to all the way to the east side. But you know a lot of other teams are going to be doing that too. Basically what I'm saying is that Na'Vi, they're going to be partying with a lot of other boys very, very shortly.
Very, very shortly indeed. Everyone's invited. On the western edge, you've got Team Secret Jin and the Unnamed currently out in the blue to the west of our pot, so just a little bit further north as well. And this cluster on the west is going to heat up. You've got RRQ as well, vying for position with Elites United team. Just out to the south of Crater Fields. Everyone on this western edge is going to have a tricky time.
They are, John. I completely agree with you. I mean, Digital Athletics, though, they've made their way to Al Azahar, just on the crest of that hillside. So they will have a nice little bit of a viewing point down towards Junkyard, down towards Minas Generales, where a lot of these teams will be trying to make their way in. 4 AM, they're also looking for high ground just underneath Tierra Bronca and Execute. They've made their way down from Tor Ahamada, and they've got a fairly decent spot here. I mean, really, it's not fairly decent in terms of late game, but right now, because there's a lot of ridge sides around their position, they can kind of duck upwards and downwards and just looking for that information early on. We know we talked already a lot about information. Futbolist, though, we have to talk about them in this match because they are now in, not playing last game, but this is the team from World League West that didn't actually make it into the EMEA qualifiers. They qualified purely from World League West winning it. We're not sure what happened to them, but things definitely went downhill. Now they have to reprove themselves in the Global Championships.
Yeah, it's a tricky spot for them. It feels to me like, you know, they really relied on super aggressive playstyle and the ability to just win fights by brute strength. And as teams have started to figure out how to play for 2, 3, 4 circles sometimes in advance, their power level has sort of dropped in comparison, because you can be as strong as you like, but it's all about that relative balance. And if some other teams are starting to figure out the gameplay style that you're using, you're employing, then all of a sudden you're going to have to change, and not necessarily for the better. Sometimes you do drop down a couple of places, but now they need to prove themselves yet again.
It's true. Elites United team trying to make their way in now for 7 just ahead of them. Also moving into the circle from the western side. There is a clear position for them to take up. You've got TSJ on the northwest edge too, but again, this lobby's feeling a lot like it's very much center dominated at the moment. A lot of teams just looking for those central positions, and that is a sign of a lot of strong teams. They all think that they can take the best spot and they can hold on to it very, very early on in the game. I'm happy to see it. I mean, it makes for very interesting games. One team that I'm surprised to have here, though.
Whoa, hang on, I'll cut you off there, because Digital Athletics, they're pushing straight onto 4 Angry Men. They managed to find one, get the knock, and almost get the confirm here. I don't even know if they're going to be able to stop them from getting that confirm. No, there he goes, does take the knee, and there you go. Strong positions being taken, contested by a lot of different teams, and more damage being sent to 4 Angry Men.
Oh yeah, I mean RRQ as well, taking shots onto Elites United team. 4 AM, taking damage from Digital Athletics. I was going to quickly say that I'm very surprised to see Team Secret so central. This is the team that we know likes to play from the edge, slowly sneak their way in and just assassinate teams from the edge side of the circle itself. Here instead, they're no longer the assassin. They're more like the man with the machine gun, just like running out of the room. So I'm happy to see it. This is something switched up a little bit, and that's what we like to see, an evolution of team game play style.
Say hello to my little friend. Running straight into the middle.
That's you high, by the way.
Sorry?
Say hello to my little friend. It's you high.
It's you high. Yeah. He's going to kill you. I mean, maybe they were trying to avoid the ground, you know, just towards the south here between Graveyard and Junkyard, notoriously treacherous. So they've just pushed up a little bit further. Not only that, but they control the junction of the roads here, which means that they are going to be able to cross a little bit easier, a little bit faster than a lot of other teams.
Sorry, I was just laughing at Leeds United team name again. They've got very yummy and very good, which are going to be fun to do.
Very good, very yummy.
Very good, very yummy.
Well, very yummy's got a very yummy gun there, the M24, especially in the open ground of Miramar, right? That's where you're going to see the snipers and the DMRs more.
Taking people's heads off, yeah, 100%. You peek out for more than 2 seconds. These players, they will immediately crack off a shot your way, and there's not much you can do about it. We got Team Secret though, decent position again, just that scouting going through, and they have this 2-2 split on either side of the road. I really like this, but right now, it is A1 rocking up on top of the Mad Toy. Has to get a knock here for it to work, so he can provide time for the rest of the team to move in.
It's actually Rex who manages to finish that one off. They get the confirm as well, so that's a kill. A1 Esports, not Alpha. A1 Esports lose a player early. They didn't have any backup on the push, but they have the off angle.
iShots is actually moving around very, very wide here, and I think A1 are kind of privy to this as they start to move out away from this area. Sinister also getting into the vehicle. Smokes are laid down, but can iShots get in position fast enough to capitalize?
It looks like A1 do want to disengage right now. It's not really going to be beneficial for them to continue this fight. The 2-2 split for Team Secret will continue. The circle shifts out to the western side.
And execute. They're holding nice and pretty here. Obviously, the position now is giving more contestants a little bit more hard to hold down because with a lot of compounds, what you can do is kind of isolate one part of the area for, like, for instance, the north or east, west side or south side. You can kind of isolate with those buildings. Right now, Execute has to look at all positions around them, which is why you can see them so clumped up. They need to protect one another's back. 4 AM, they're moving off to the north. There is a small compound that they're already heading to. I think they've spotted this one out, and that's where they rotate through as well. So they know that is generally clear of players right now.
Bigetron making their move on the western side. Pretty close to Abrupt Slayers as well, with Elite United team on their west. It's going to be a very tricky fight around water treatment.
Yeah, the water treatment is a very, very interesting area anyway. I mean, it dips so much inwards, so it's like a lot of fighting around the lip side. And if you are the team within water treatment, you're kind of like, oh, can you guys just take the fight between us and we'll just kind of sit in here and just close the lid. We're not here.
I came here to vibe and I plan on doing so. Please take your fights elsewhere.
Cease!
Oh dear. Well, the Abrupt Slayers looking to try and crack off a couple of shots towards Futbolist atop the hill. Currently in the circle on the southwestern side. This is above water treatment right now, and you can see how tricky that terrain is. This is the lips that you were talking about around the edge of this water treatment.
Just about sees a vehicle from the distance. Not really worth it taking too many shots on that one. I mean, you'd be basically praying for those bad boys to hit. It is Abrupt Slayers though. I think Joker's taking a little bit of damage. Lova's in though. The M24.
Nicely found, and at range. Not necessarily going to be confirmed. Okay, I'll take that back as Joker does fall. They do manage to...
Shut up, John.
Yeah, fair enough. You know what? With an M24, you can tell me to shut up. That's exactly what they're going to be able to do.
Loud enough.
Joker takes it down. And they're not done yet. They're checking out Secret Gin as well. Over towards... That's actually quite a far way away on the northern side of this fight.
Yeah, Team Secret Jin, not too happy about that one, but Futbolist is not letting up any parts of their position, but goddamn, we saw that western plane path, and now it's really starting to come effect now. There are so many teams all on this western side fighting around water treatment, making it so bloody awkward as well, John. So RRQ, though, this is a team that Max definitely predicted to be in the top 5, and rightly so. This is a very, very strong team. They've made it towards the top many, many times. Seriously experienced player with that fiery new player ability. Fear 11, who we've seen make some incredible clutches in the past.
I think he managed to get. He was the guy with the nades, managed to get that full squad wipe.
Yeah, the solo
backstab. That was phenomenal. That was on the clips in the opening in the opening little video there. That was part of it. Fantastic stuff from him. Able to get a lot of work done. But now the circle shifts relatively central. And look at that, execute.
There is a compound down towards the south side, which is probably going to be hotly contested. Na'Vi can make a swing in, but they have to go through the fields to do it, so they will be fairly exposed as they make their move. Team Secret will see this, as well as Elite's United team, but a lot of these players are all held down by other teams watching them, so you don't want to take any shots too early. Team Secret, though, they're going to try and take this compound as fast as possible.
We're 16 minutes into the game, and there's 60 players alive right now, so I'm expecting this circle to be pretty hectic, and we're going to kick things off with Bigetron taking on the Abrupt Slayers. Unfortunately, Microboy falls first, and the Abrupt Slayers start off well. We'll see if they can continue to go in kind. Zeus as well, taking a fight on the off-angle. Leon. Oh, this is bold. Microboy's down. Luxie's low. Manages to take the fight and win it, though. Zuxi there to hold down his twin, and they're getting the res on Microboy. That was an interesting decision there from Abrupt Slayers.
This is Bigetron. You don't just rock up on Bigetron. Okay,
hang on a minute, maybe you
I
do.
take that back. Heaven dropping grenades from the heavens itself.
Managed to land one, see if he can get more. 2 players left alive for the Abrupt Slayers. Bigetron, they're down to 2 as well. Zuxi and Ryzen. Certainly no small feat, but if there's one thing we know about Bigetron, so they can win Miramax with 2 players. That's what they do. It's their specialty. The 2 players left alive, but they're heavily split right now. So they're basically solos at this stage until they regroup a little bit further. Yeah. Everybody's going to start to move in now as we've lost 5 players in the last minute.
I think they gave a lot of, to be fair, they gave a lot of respect to the other teams, and they said that's what they would do coming into this map. Instead of heading through that valley to where Team Secret currently are, they opted to head west side up towards water treatment. It's fair play for them, but you know, I think this is a team with enough firepower that you can take some risky plays sometimes. That's Zeus, though, taking a couple of shots from 4 AM, and I believe that is them now, just with 1 single player remaining in Icy.
Yeah, Zeus not having the best of times, and that is going to be them finished off. Yep, first team to get eliminated here will be Zeus, but now Futbolist and RRQ are clashing from a range. Actually, that's the Unnamed with an opening now to try and push through, but unfortunately, G9 will stop them dead in their tracks. Konina Power as well, taking on A1 eSports. Rodini does not stop for anyone. You might be able to hold a ridgeline, but you will not stop that Micro Uzi just rolling you down. Black-White does take a knee, however, so Konina Power might just have to put the brakes on, pull back on the reins.
That's Jax there in the backside. You can see 4AM off in the distance. It's Digital Athletics just following them around the map. There is a lovely little explosion coming from Jax. Takes down Black-White. And Robdini will finish off Dante there. So that is that team now just with Jax remaining.
All that, the leap strike, able to drop the nade over the top there. Jax moving forwards. A1 with only 1. Might look to make it work. The spray there starts off well, takes down Robdini, re-angles, has the barrel at close range difficult, swaps it out for the M4, can't reload in time, and Axa takes it down. Gonzo does take a knee, but they'll be able to res. Alpha 7 now pushing in onto Team Secret Jin right now. Positions being contested pretty hotly to try and get themselves into the next circle, but GZ will just take down 1, take down 2, and it's Alpha 7 in tatters right now. GZ doesn't even go down. It's disaster here as Swagwin left solo player. They know exactly where he is, turns the corner, finds 1, low HP, sprays the door, looking for the pre-fire on the angle, but it's the other door you got to worry about.
That's going to go down. Cosmos dropping the entire galaxy on the head of Alpha 7, and they will be removed from this lobby for the time being. Axa still alive for Konina Power, but just barely. Digital Athletics, though, following 4 AM around the map, just maintaining control over them. This is so mean from Digital Athletics. Both games now in a row. Looking to make it happen, but Nexo comes through and it's right on top of Execute right now. They're in such a good position. They've not had to do too much, so they are banking on getting some good placement points. Remember, there's still 12 teams left in the lobby.
Well, not 4 Angry Men, though. They get eliminated down in 13th place. A really nice start for The rest of the team's looking for it, and the Unnamed on the western side as RRQ challenging, looking to try and move. They haven't moved from this spot.
How did this happen, though? I saw so many kills coming from RRQ onto the team Unnamed, but somehow they brought it back. Beer 11, though! Oh, we were talking about the clutches, and this man pulls them out on a steaming hot plate.
Fantastic stuff, but he's only the last player alive for his squad. Drops the first aid, will try and sneak his way further. Futbolist will be in the way as they continue their push. They're leaving the mountaintop.
They are. They can make their way in. They will come against Team Secret Jin, though, John. Obviously, Team Secret Jin, they've just gone through a fight, and they're currently split. Futbolist can take advantage of this if they get eyes on quick enough. Digital Athletics, they have to make their way down from the north side. It's fairly clear, though, and it looks like Lovers In has spotted it. Na'Vi on the south side. This is going to be a big fight right now. You've got Team Secret hit, Na'Vi, Elites United, and the last remaining player from BTR, it is Zuxi.
Wow, okay, well, Team Secret taking heavy punishment right now. Zuxi does get eliminated. That's Bigetron down. Heavy hitters from the lobby falling. Only Na'Vi really as the big dogs left in this fight. Konina Power on the eastern side are down to 1. They're down to none now, though, as they do get knocked. And it's Team Secret looking to try and challenge out pretty much everyone. Team Secret Jin as well on the western side. And this fight on the south side starting to pop off now as Elite United team will try and stop Na'Vi.
If you're a Team Secret fan, you're really happy right now. Team Secret are showing a very fearsome face in this game. They are not scared, and that's how I really wanted Team Secret to start off the Global Championships. None of this staying right on the edge, maybe taking too long, maybe a little bit too passive. Here they're being aggressive and proactive. I'm loving seeing it. They certainly have the right players to make it happen too.
3 players left alive for Na'Vi. 3 kills so far. 9 teams remain on the western edge. It's Futbolist getting eliminated. Look at that. Beer 11 still out in the blue, still just trucking on, trying to rack up those placement points as they go. Futbolist have been eliminated, but now everybody else fighting for control of some of this next circle. Na'Vi low.
Na'Vi very low indeed. 2 down. That's very yummy there, getting a couple of yummy knocks onto Na'Vi, and then he just runs away. How rude of him.
He's the only player left for his squad, though, so in a pretty sticky situation. Old boy still yet to be rezzed. Tixi doesn't wait. He drops the smokes, maybe looking to set up for the push after the res, or just go in for it now, depending on when they want to move. Very yummy still. Looking for the challenge. Might get a little lick of damage in, but has to hit the deck. Tixi now going aggressive, spots the player getting up, and that is Elite United eliminated. Na'Vi control the south, but they have to move fast.
Oh boy, trying to crawl back into the circle, but that's it for them. 2 players for Na'Vi remain, and over open field, this is so scary. Execute with a ridiculously good position. There is a beautiful shot going to Meklu too, so he is now down. Rex will finish that one off too. There's no cover for Na'Vi right now. Tixi tries he might. He won't be getting out of that one.
And there's Team Secret as well chiming in. This is an uncontestable spot for Kill Switch right now. He has such grand oversight over the terrain, and there is no way that anyone can push in without them knowing. It's such a strong push.
I talked about isolating angles. Right now, Execute control the entirety of the eastern side of this circle. No one is getting towards them. All they have to do now is look out to the west side. Team Secret is probably their biggest challenge going forward, but even they don't have a decent position, and Execute is holding down these buildings marvelously.
From PMCO to PMPL to PMGC, and now they're sat as kings of the castle in the Miramar game, their first game of this tournament. They are making their mark, and they're starting to look real strong here, Blank.
From PMGC to Cheeky Dinner.
Oh, God.
No, this is a good position from Execute. I'm really proud of them. I'm sure they got a lot of circle look going forward, but the fact of the matter is that we talk about it a lot, is that if you get circle look, you have to proactively take advantage of it, and that's what Execute is doing right now. They cleared their angles, they made sure that there were no teams surrounding them, making sure they're not just hiding in this building, doing nothing of anything. Well, that's Kengzo now taking down Salim, so that will be now down to the 4 teams. Solke trying to make something happen, but hi boy. Too easy for him.
Down in 4th, though, Futbolists have a decent run here in their first game.
What the hell?
The nade bounced off the bonnet and just went a little bit too high. The damage radius. Yeah, it was a little bit crazy, unsure of itself, but it will not find the damage they were looking for. Team Secret now playing a 2-2 split across this open terrain, the driveway up to the compound that is currently being dominated by Execute, but the next circle comes in and it's a heavy western shift. Execute have to...
Kill switch, you have to hit those shots. That was a free knock there. If he'd made that happen, it would have been very difficult for Team Secret Jin to even get Kengzo back up, and it would be Cosmos down to 1. But they set their sights towards Team Secret, who are just playing over this ridge side right now. What they know they need is, which is why they still have these big, heavy weapons for range on board, is 1 knock. And there it is. Ice Shots opens it up. And I think Execute has moved a little bit too soon.
Good nades, though. That will be the suppressing force that they need. Zute looking to get his teammate back up before they make the next push. More smokes being dropped. Execute, remember, they've been in the compound for a long time. They're going to have plenty of smokes left to make this rotation. You can see just what they're doing, covering everything, keeping that nade suppression down as well. A nice bounce there, and Team Secret can't crest this ridge.
No, they can't. Kill switch takes a couple of shots from the distance there. Like you said, though, John, smokes are in high supply here for Execute. Now Zute moving forward. One peeks him. He goes down. That's a double. Ice Shots doing work here in this lobby. Madtoy is next. And now it's just Fame Boys and Kill switch.
A huge Molotov sends them out wide, and they get 2 knocks for it. Team Secret playing this perfectly against Execute on the push. 3rd place, though, guaranteed. And 8 kills on the board. A high point scoring game already.
1 player remains now for Execute. This would be ridiculously awful for them if they go out in 3rd. They all but had this game in the bag from that compound they were able to stay in. Fame Boys just hiding for as long as possible. He has to wait for Team Secret Jin to go down. He has to hold them off, keep them at bay. That's 2!
He finds 2, and there's another knock as well onto the player on the other 2-2 split. Because of this split, Team Secret now coming a cropper, and it's a huge turn up for Fame Boys. He's gonna move up into the Deer Hut, but he's been spotted. Secret Jin know he's there. He cannot stay for long.
That is the AWM in hand. That thing hits even the tip of it. No, don't look up like that. Fame Boys gets Ice Shots too, but it's Kengzo to drop his reign of terror from the top side.
Well, he got a little bit more than maybe he should have, but he will go out in 3rd. 9 kills now found for Team Secret, with only 2 teams remain. 2 players alive. They keep it going as well with 1 more. Only 1 left to find. It's Cosmos for Secret Jin. Behind the rock, crawling around, has got the ghillie. Steps up, looks for the fight. Beryl, close range. The crossfire is there. They make it happen, and it is Team Secret to unleash hell upon their opponents.
Perfect little game there. Secret. Oh my god, top 2 as well. You got Team Secret Jin and you got Team Secret up there as well. Good stuff from them. A little bit camaraderie. I mean, towards the end, it had to be done. We had to put you down, but, like, it's for the best.
Good stuff, good show. That's what we love to see. And Execute having a great
wonderful
performance.
Stuff.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from our first Miramar game. We're going to head back over to the desk to break things down.
Like you're saying, Southeast Asia coming out strong when it comes to our matches today, getting themselves the top 2 placing in our 2nd match, our first one on Miramar. We're going to start things off, though, talking about the Bigetron Red Aliens team having a tough start here, Demon.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they shared the drop with Konina Power, so it was expected that it would hurt. We talked about it. While they didn't actually clash with each other, and Picardo is big enough to split, they kind of were both limping out of Picardo. Like, Bigetron ran up the hill to try and find a vehicle. They had no vehicles. And that, conversely, left them really late getting into the circles. They were coming in from the blue in the south, bumping into teams, and it cost them in the end. Abrupt Slayers taking them out cleanly down the hill.
I mean, I think that was pretty big for Abrupt Slayers. Not to mention, you're killing Bigetron, but you're bouncing back from your first game where Novax QF punished 3 of you right off the bat.
Yeah, exactly. Like, really strong stuff coming out from the Nepali team of Abrupt Slayers. They're really good grenades coming out, even though they were not in, like, the best position. And actually, they sent, like, I believe it was
I would question that one push.
Yeah, that one push, I was like, why are you doing that solo? And then he did get taken out eventually, but then the grenades, like, you know, coming out really good Kobe from that dip, and they connected it. Then it was down to 2 players, I believe, for Bigetron. It was Zuxi and also Ryzen. Just had to try and disengage, but unfortunately there were so many teams on the southern edge, like they just couldn't find a good spot to enter from.
Well, Team Secret, that's one team who did find a comfortable place to enter from, having a fantastic game. I have to give a big shout out to Madtoy as well. I mean, we saw in our, I think it was our very first episode of Between the Battlegrounds, he got pulled off the Valdez the Murder roster because he couldn't be there with the team due to the global pandemic, but having really good success now with Team Secret. You can see their damage 2,000, almost 2,100, 11 kills as well. That's, again, a strong start that you want to have going into a tournament like this because you're not 100% safe. but you're relatively good off going into our first Super Weekend.
I mean, for Team Secret, we've got to talk about the battle with Execute, right? You looked at the circuit and you're like, that's Execute's to win. That's theirs to take. And they were smoking it up to make that push onto Team Secret. But Team Secret read it so well. They were waiting. The second they knew that push was coming, mollied the corner, flushed them to the side, gunned down 2, and that was it. The fight was over effectively after that. It was so well executed.
Yeah, well, speaking of Execute, we're going to take a look at their team as well. When it comes to our rankings in the last match, let's go ahead and take a look at the points accumulated for all of these teams. And you can see Team Secret, 26 points in first place. Honestly, Execute for me, big match as well. Like this team, they couldn't even practice with Zute because he was playing in PEC with Wildcard. Yeah. So what have they been doing? Clearly in their hyperbolic time chamber, Max, and just performing well.
I mean, they converted that compound into just so many frags, and we know that now, especially since the rule set changes in terms of how you get points, like kills are so much more valuable, and being able to convert that compound into so many frags, actually 10 going their way, is extremely strong on this first Miramar game, so I'm really proud of their first performance.
5 kills for RRQ Athena, 4 of them for Bia, solo taking down the team. I mean, his team had been wiped out up until that point by the Unnamed, and then he just went, you know what? Hold my beer, I'm going in. That's it. It worked out well for him, Beer 11. Fantastic work. Yeah. But, you know, while Elite United, they are down there with that 1 point, they actually took it to Na'Vi for a moment. You know, there was a double knock there. It was effectively down to a one-on-one. It could have been a very different story.
You see Bigetron there in 12th place with 2 points as well. And I did want to touch on it really quickly because we mentioned at the top of the show, Futbolist having a rough time since World League West, get themselves 12 points. So a pretty good start for them. I think they're a team who typically starts a little bit slow, and especially when it came to PEC, I don't expect them to perform too well when you're having only 8 matches in total, but that's a damn good start for them. As now take a look at our Do the Do moments and start to talk about a lot of these plays. For me, Fame Boys, Execute, that push out by himself. You just see the hecticness and the pressure going through his mind. So he downs the first 2 players and he starts to shoot off into ridges where there's no one there because he wants to be safe, and honestly, there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders.
Yeah, and last Secret, like after that, you had Secret Jin, just like Wizzy said, no, you stop right now, you go back. And they got eliminated right afterwards, but still a really good game. And then you had the early stage happening. You had Alpha 7 taking an early game fight versus A1 eSports, but A1 eSports had a really good high ground position, but it was still a really tricky fight to take from the very start.
And as we get a lot of times in Miramar, is we do get to see these really nice team fights, you know, how they all handle situations. There does tend to be a little bit of third party in now and again. We saw some massive M24 shots coming through as well for the third parties. But yeah, it generally is really nice to see how they're going to handle these situations. Will they push it? We did see a couple of rash moments, and this is how Execute, obviously, they had this compound early on, and they were unable to third party as everybody else was scrambling for position.
Yeah, and the fact that they just had that compound for so long, they just had so much utility, smokes and everything that they used to try and go and push towards Team Secret, but unfortunately, we're not able to really make up for the aggressive nature of Team Secret in that fight. And they took it, and there you go, that's the shot. Big slap to the face, big no.
You saw it coming. As soon as he pulled the weapon out, you're like, no, don't stand up. Oh, no.
Too late. Okay, you didn't hear us.
I mean, the thing for me, and again, I want to talk about Execute again, because this is a team that came in from PMCO. And they picked up Zute after PMCO to add some like veteran and some experience to the team, right? They started so slow in PMPL Americas. It kind of went in the aspect of, all right, they need to learn how the early game plays, and then they can get past that point, but then they fall early. All right, then let's learn the mid game, and then they finally get there and they start to learn. Then they get to the late game. It's like watching AI learn, right? Yeah, develop. For them to have that kind of match in their very first game says to me that they have come prepared. And yeah, there might be a lot of pressure on their shoulders, but I feel like they've gotten used to that situation by playing in PMPL Americas with the best teams that Americas has to offer.
And keeping on that point, obviously where the circle finished up in the north, I want to talk about 4AM. They do drop Tor Armada. That should have been the game for 4AM there. We've praised them to the heavens. Now we got to talk about the fact that they've had 2 bad matches.
Yeah, I mean, they're having a little bit of a tough time. But again, early days, right? We still have 4 matches in total to play each day. That's 2 of them done today, unfortunately, so they'll be sitting out the next game. But let's take a look at our total damage in that last match, because I'm expecting to see, well, not too much of a secret anymore when it comes to our total damage. Should be the top 2 teams, I'm assuming, as we can see here. Of course, Team Secret going to be taking that first place overall, but not in damage, it seems, as they did get beat out by Execute.
Yeah, it seemed like that conversion rate from damage over to kills from Secret Jin is really, really high up there. 1,000, almost 1,200 damage for 9 kills is really strong, but the fact that Team Secret were playing edge, they got a lot of damage because of their edge position, trying to contest teams in the southern western edge, and also Execute from that compound, also converting a lot of damage. I'm not really surprised by those damage stats.
And we should put him in the Woodham after comparison with Loops, who we had 2.2k damage. And obviously, a lot of that was with the nades in the first game. Well, this time around, it's been a lot of gunfire coming out of Secret Jin. You know, it just shows how much firepower, though, how many fights they were involved in to get to that position, because they were the one team that won out effectively of the Battle of the South, where there was about 10 teams squeezing in from.
You know what's really kind of cool to me, actually, in this is the fact that you're having the teams who are like placing towards the top are actually getting in fights. We saw a ton in PMPL America's team just like, you know what, we're just going to sit here, we're going to play for placings, right? But I think it's really hammered home after we've had all these PMPLs happen, all the MEA League stuff like that, that you got to be taking fights. And Execute didn't seem to shy away from those, as well as the other teams we saw.
Yeah, I mean, the team that also didn't do that was the Unnamed. They were like, oh, B11, he's solo, try to go for the fight, and he just clutched it solo. So really, you should always be prepared, because once again, you're fighting in a lobby with the best players in the world, the best teams in the world, and 1v4s could be happening on a pretty regular basis, because these players are just so good at the game.
If I'm not mistaken, in one of the rehearsal days, you were watching one of the players, I think Bluebees, just posting clip after clip from the streams. 1v3, 1v4, 1v2.
Just 1v4 Navi actually in Chumacera, which is a really fun one. But Bluebees, you know, will not fit in that game. I'm waiting for the Miramar game where we're going to have Bluebees and Navi fighting. I think that's going to be a really interesting one.
I mean, I think there's a ton of these storylines too to watch. I mean, Bigetron, not a great game for them off the bat. Are you worried at all? Personally, no. I think it's just, all right, it's one game.
Just a slow start for them. I mean, it was the first game. Let's see where it goes from here. Obviously, moving on, I believe Sanhok next. It's a strong map for them. They are strong on Sanhok and Vikendi, so I'm not too concerned yet.
What about Klas?
It's the first day, Jace.
Yeah, it is the first day, but you only have 2 days until we have our first Super Weekend. So there's not much room for error, though I do agree. It's early times, right? But Klas Digital Athletics, this team, they got a second place finish in match 1. Here they were top 4. It's really good to see them have some consistency and perform well. I mean, you don't need to be the #1 team every game. Just be consistently good.
Yeah, and what you were mentioning actually earlier, D-Man, was the fact that you don't have to take early game fights, and they just definitely understood that. They were very close to the Chinese team that is 4 Angry Men, and they're just like 2 negative magnets, like close, and then boom, repelling each other, and just don't want to take that early game engagement because it serves no purpose. It's not worth it.
I actually thought they'd do better because they had 4 alive in the north, and I thought, oh, they've got a good stronghold of the circle, but the problem was with the compound that Execute had that has that wall surrounding it, they had perfect clear vision down to where DA had to push from, and that was, unfortunately, it's never going to work. You only got so many smokes, right, you can use, so yeah, they fell to DA.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for them, but you know what, ladies and gentlemen, it is fortunate for you that we're heading to a short break here, not because we want to get rid of our faces on the camera, but obviously we want to be talking about the next match coming up, and we also have a small little announcement for you, the lightweight mode here on your phone, your mobile devices for PUBG Mobile, so take a look.
Lightweight installation function available now.
PUBG Mobile Global Championship is brought to you by Qualcomm, Mountain Dew, OnePlus, and OnePlus 8T 5G smartphone, the official partner phone.
Well, looking at that lightweight installation function for me, I take a lot of pictures on my phone. I don't typically have a lot of space on it. It's nice to have that. Max, I don't think you have much space on your phone either, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, if you're a weeb like me and Blank, you know, we have a lot of anime. We've got to catch up on those One Piece episodes. You don't have a lot of space, so definitely, if you want to play some PUBG Mobile and enjoy anime, there you go. Easy fix.
Yeah, definitely weeb friendly, I think is what we're going for in that one. But really cool to see, though. I mean, always 600 megabytes of space, all it takes. That's great, especially if your OnePlus 8T phone on top of that. Even more space to use. So anyways, looking at our third match now, right? We're going over to Sandhawk, if I'm not mistaken. We'll take a look at the schedule so you guys can see who will be playing and who will not be playing in this match. We're going to have Group C retaining. We're going to have a Group B taken out. So Sandhawk, talking about Vikendi when it comes to Bigetron, but Sandhawk, I think the potential for these close quarter combat fights, we have Nova XQF coming back in, we have Loops coming back in, guys, as well, to maybe be the first team who can get 2 chicken dinners, but you can see Klas Digital Athletics, they have a chance to take a quick little break after their great 2 performances. One
thing really interesting in the scrims, you just mentioned Loops and Bigetron, they both drop in bootcamp in the scrims. Is that going to be the case here? I'm not too sure. But that would make a few sparks along the way.
There's also, we should talk about the Europeans. Na'Vi didn't have a great game there. They also drop in Hatin, where Futbolist drop, who've been dropping each other all week long in scrims. And Futbolists are the ones that have been coming out on top in that fight. So whether Na'Vi decides to adjust somewhere, obviously we've seen it in the first 2 matches already. People changing drop positions based off who is in the lobby at the time. We may see that once again.
It is a 4x4 map, so personally, if you are getting contested on a drop, like the Eastern Coastline, we saw it recently, it's not getting heavily focused. I think that if you want to go for a more safe option, a very slow-paced early game, the East Coastal Line is super viable.
Certainly the Southeast has been problems. Yeah. We've also had a lot of conflicts in Painam, but I don't think we're going to have it this time around. Paradise Resort, there's been clashes. This is a map that's been very, very hotly contested throughout scrims, throughout, obviously, the tournaments and qualifications that have been coming into this tournament.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, for me, you're talking about, like, Bigetron. We spotted, like, maybe a problem within what they can do. Erangel being a weak map for them. But the thing is, I feel like if you want to be the best team, you can't necessarily have a weak map. And we've seen through a lot of these tournaments that, like, maps like Sandhawk can be really weak for you because of how hard it is to take a clean fight.
This is actually their strongest map. This and Vikendi are by far their strongest map. Now, that's obviously because in normal SEA games, they will drop bootcamp, they'll be uncontested, and they'll dominate the field. Yeah. Now, this is the Global Championships. You know, there is a higher level of competition. We've just seen 2 SEA teams do fantastically well on Miramar. Now, obviously, we're going to be looking, as he said, with Loops, who won on Erangel with a really big score, confidence-boosting result. They're going to be coming to this. Maybe they're just going to think, you know what? Let's just go bootcamp. Let's just take it to them. Because we know Bigetron, if they do get contested, often will loot and just get out of there. See, they won't go for the fight early on.
That's a really good point, because we should think about this, again, about the whole tournament, right? League play points only matter up to the aspect of getting into the super weekends. So if you're Loops, you're almost safe with that first victory ever on your belt, as long as you don't mess things up in any of in all your other games, right? As long as you don't get 0 points. Should they start dropping on some teams that they want to get some combat experience again, going into the super weekend, because that's where the points will stick around.
Yeah, definitely, especially after we saw that Bigetron didn't really perform on their first game over there on Miramar. If you want to potentially eliminate the competition and take down the best team potentially in this lobby was the likes of Nova X Quest F, like, it is a game strat. Even though I'm not a fan of it personally, but it is something that works.
And that's the team we got to talk about, because we don't know. We saw them drop on Abrupt Slayers already on Erangel and get 3 kills.
End to their first game.
This is the first time we're seeing them really dropping into Sandhawk. We have no clue, and nor does all the other teams have any idea, other than based off what they've done in China. We don't know what they're going to do on the global stage this time around. Maybe they'll drop bootcamp, who knows?
I mean, the thing is, they did have super clean fights. Remember, Blue Bees rolled up to them on Erangel. They downed 2 players if they even got to.
They hosed them.
Exactly. So if you can have clean fights on a map like Sandhawk, where 3rd partying, 4th partying, 5th partying, all the parties, it's so relevant, right? I feel like that's an aspect to a team, like a quality to them that's really important, to just get fights done quickly. And a team that also comes to mind is loops, because once they get a nade on you, they swarm you, they kill you off, and they get ready for the next fight.
Yeah, when it comes down to Sanhok having that team synergy together, being able to swarm a team all together and take them down as an entire squad is huge. But we're trying to guess a little bit what's going to be happening on this game of Sanhok. It is Sanhok.
It is guesswork right now.
You cannot guess what happens in Sanhok 2 because it's such a hard map to know what's going to happen.
There's one thing you don't ever have to guess about is the blue zone doing damage. I wish our other casting pair, don't worry, we'll get some a little bit later on, we're talking about it, because they always talk about like the book of the blue zone, because it always gets so much damage done. It's always so painful.
It's because generally on Sanhok you are usually on foot, whereas obviously all the other maps you're generally in a vehicle, you rotate and it's nice and easy because you've got some sort of vehicle to rotate around. This time if you take a vehicle, generally it's a death machine. You're going to get spotted, you're going to get heard very early, and forget third party, there's going to be shots coming at you from every angle. So generally you are on foot, so you need to be quick to react. This is where your IGL needs to be switched on so much. Your scouting's got to be perfect, and you've got to be saying, okay, we're going to go over this hill. It's going to be clear, guys. Trust me. We're going into that compound. Then you go over the hill and there's somebody there.
so Pogger scouting.
You need your PogChamp scouting, exactly. If you don't have that, you're going to get in a little bit of a hard spot. But like we were talking so far the entire day of, you have to remain consistent. Well, really, when you go on the game of Sanhok, it's really something to challenge that consistency. Sure, you might be doing good so far. Loops kicked off their really good tournament so far with a chicken dinner. When you go on Sanhok, like one snake and it's over. That's all you need.
Yeah.
Well, see, that leads me to ask a question from your professional playing career, Max, of not winning in PMCO and being bottom of the table. So if you're in this situation, for instance, like GODSENT, 0 points, you have 7 matches in total left to play because you play 8 matches over the course of the 2 days. At what point do you start to do something extra crazy? Do you start to push the envelope? Do you just say, all right, we got to make something happen right now? Do you think game 2 maybe is a little bit too early right now for them to go for that play to get closely or to get in a good position to be in the top 16?
I don't think they're at a point of no return. I think there's definitely like, no, one bad game, it happens, it's completely fine. So I think they should still remain pretty calm in this one. And if today just doesn't work, then tomorrow, if they do have a Sanhok game, like definitely then they're going to have to full send it, go for fights, search for kills, because kills, as you mentioned, it was the rule point changes. Now you get 15 points for chicken dinner. You need those kills to be extremely dominant on your side. So personally, GODSENT, I would say, not just yet, just calm down, take it slow. And tomorrow, if it's still not going good, then maybe go for the full send it.
Okay, well, I believe we are about to get things ready to go here with our next match. So we're going to send it over to our commentators, John, Allen, and Blank, to kick it off.
All right, thank you very much. We are going to be heading into Sanhok. Over to the jungle, Blank. You're dressed for it. We're ready for it. Rawr. Never do that again. Thank you very much, guys, for joining us. We are going to be heading into game number 3 of the PMGC, and that's a lovely little rhyme. You're here with Blank and me.
Very cool.
Very cool.
We like that. We like a little
very yummy.
Very yummy, very good. We like that kind of stuff on the desk. It's very nice.
It's what we're here for. It's what we provide. We provide the backdrop.
Humor.
Sometimes rhyming backdrops.
Exactly.
For the proceeding.
It has to be done. We like to throw it out there now and again, but we are getting into Sanhok. That's what's most important here. You mentioned the jungle. Look, we're going to try to keep it civilized here on Sanhok. I want no biting. I want no fighting. I want it to be a very clean Sanhok. I want everyone to go to barn. I want everyone to be swinging on the monkey bars and having a good time, all right?
That does sound like a pretty good time.
Exactly.
I'll bring the scones.
Exactly. And what we'll do, right, is that if you bite into the scone, and you bite into basically what will be a flash grenade, you will have won. It's called the surprise scone flash grenade.
Don't bake flash grenades into your scones, ladies and gentlemen.
No.
It's a bad idea.
If you
raisins
put it in
or no
the oven,
raisins?
you will literally get a flashback.
Raisins or no raisins?
Raisins, every single time.
See, I'm a no raisin guy.
That's not a scone. You're not eating a scone.
Well, that's your opinion. So, and we all know.
This guy. This guy. Who doesn't like raisins? Do you not like raisins?
I don't like the raisins in the scone. I don't know.
What about All-Bran? Oh, not All-Bran. Like
in the scone.
What's it called?
Inside
Muesli.
the scone. What?
Muesli.
No, just you need the scone.
I'm asking if you like raisins in muesli.
No, I don't like muesli.
You disgust me.
Well, you know what? Again, that's your opinion. But muesli is debatably really trash.
How dare you? Alpine muesli is the best kind of muesli.
Oh, well,
honestly,
you know what? don't really care about that anymore because we've got game number 3 coming in Sanhok. Let's fly on in. As I said, we're going over to a slightly more civilized jungle this time around. Yeah. And we are starting things off, obviously, you know, the players start in barn, they go over, they get in that plane, they get themselves strapped in and ready to parachute down onto the treacherous isles that lay beneath.
Oh, yes, lads. Keep it nice and chilled out. This is what I'm saying. No fighting, no biting. Keep it nice and chilled. These boys know what's good. But yes, we're flying into Sanhok, and that's probably the shortest plane path I have ever seen in my entire life. You should be ashamed plane for that type of dealio. But here they go, getting into the map, going down from the northwest here down to Lakawi, just above Kampong. So this is pretty easy. Everyone get where they want to go. We said this a million times. Sanhok, doesn't matter really where the plane path is. You can get to a place. You can think about it, you can get there. It's just how that works, John, at the end of the day. But there's going to be a lot of fighting on this map. I know I said no fighting, no biting, but I lied.
You lied to us, Blank.
I did lie to us. That's why I've got my Jaguar gear on in the first place.
Yeah? Is it Jaguar now?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, we'll go with Jaguar. Nice little jag in the jungle there from Blank, but the teams have now all decided where they're dropping. Hang on a minute, that's Loops in boot camp.
No one will challenge the Loops in boot camp. They've established dominance. That's how this works. Establish dominance, first game, get the boot camp on the third game. That's how this works.
They managed to zone it all away. Na'Vi playing an interesting split there on the north side.
Yeah, I mean, they've done this before in EMEA. It's fair play. I mean, Futbolist have taken heart in, so Lee was completely correct. And here's Archers versus DRS. You see Unsu is a little bit far away, but Nima trying to open the door, get in there, and it's just Fabian by himself. But he takes the initiative, goes out wide, there's another one in the head. Oh my god, the drop shot is real, and both the players drop to the floor, shortly afterwards. That was me trying to mix up shortly and floor at the same time.
I believe you. But either way, Fabian gets a twofer, and then we'll be able to get away with it as well. This is just on the north side of the quarry. A really important rotation position now for this circle as it lays itself out, right? Because you've got all these teams to the west that will start to funnel between quarry and boot camp, and a difficult rotation to make if you want to go out towards the east as well. So controlling the north peak of quarry,
great stuff. We're happy about it. I mean, to be fair, Fabian, you absolute monster of a man. Very well played to you. I really like that, though, because a lot of times you do see a player just get kind of stuck in one of these buildings where they're versus two players, and it's all but over. Fabian realizes this, and he's like, look, I have to make a play. That's the comm that comes through to the rest of the team. It's like, I have to make a play, and they're like, no, Fabian, wait, we're going to be there soon. He's like, no, it's too late.
It's when the Arctic Explorer steps out the tent and says,
I've got to make a play.
I'll be back. And then you know he's laying his life on the line. Fortunately, he did actually come back in this instance. We are going to see DRS continue to try and pick up the pieces, but unfortunately they continue to fall. AJ takes a knee as Ionix from up the hill will take him down a peg. 2 players now remaining standing for DRS.
You just got me on the thought train of like really professional jobs, and then when they go out to do something, all that's said is, I'm about to make a play.
I'm about to make a
play. It's like a really professional guy in the stock markets, and he's like, he's about to make a really big deal. And they're like, maybe this is risky. It's risky. He's like, I'm about to do what I call a pro gamer move.
That definitely happens in real life, and not just inside your head, Blank, but I'll tell you what happens in real life right now. It's DRS starting to clap back just a little bit, unfortunately. Might be a little bit too little too late. Only 1 player left, very, very low, and Fabian's out for more. He's already got 2 on the round.
Come here.
Wants a little bit more, sends it wide. Real headshot peek there with the AKM. Gets the flush, but taken down for the cost. But 1 player falls. 2 players have fallen, actually, from Archers in response. 4 points, however, on the board. A good start.
I mean, these kind of thoughts may be in my head, but in Archers there's a couple of bullets in their head, so a little bit unfortunate for Archers. That went really well at the beginning, and then they've lost a couple of players henceforward. Now they don't have that much strength holding the top of Quarry, and they'll probably have to give that up to Elite United team instead. We've got Team Secret down to the southeast here in Kampong. They've got a pretty easy path up to the north side as well. Na'Vi, though, they are still watching out. And I want to talk about this team a little bit earlier because, you know, they love to be in Hutton, don't they? But like Lee was saying on the desk, Futbolist, they've taken residence up there, and Na'Vi is just seething outside of Hutton, just angry that their position of homely residence would be taken away from them. But instead, they're going to try and hold them out. Right now, Solka's actually made it across and is hiding behind the building. So, you know, Futbolist might be able to get the drop on Na'Vi. So it's World League West champions versus the EMEA champions. This is a really interesting fight.
And these are the two titans of the region, remember, Blank. They were setting it up on the desk, you know, this sort of rivalry that might develop between these two squads. Because, of course, they've never faced, well, certainly not in the recent tournaments, in the recent set of play, they haven't come into contact with one another. So we'll see just who has the chops to be able to take that northern edge of the circle as things do continue. But everybody else still in the lobby as well. You've got Aerowolf on the calm drop, looking for the lumber yard, as well as Bigetron now making their rotation along the coastline, making a move a little bit further in as well.
I mean, these are the two teams from SEA that did fantastically well. BTR obviously taking the win, but Aerowolf not far behind whatsoever. So this could be a very interesting fight that comes through. But right now, they're so far away from the circle. You can see, what we can see on our screens right now, if you can't see it right now, but on the south or west edge towards Ruin, Painan, Tambang, that entire island is purely occupied by Aerowolf, Limax, and BTR right on the south side of Sami. The rest of the team's looking for a position in the circle. Loops have already left. But oh boy, scouting out. Check it! Oh, no, but it's a perfect pre-fire.
Oh, they had no idea that Solke was there. He just hits the deck, but now they know he's there, certainly. A really early kill there. Old boy just dismantled. Didn't even have his gun out. He was completely unaware of this position.
This is what I was talking about earlier, is where Solke had managed to creep his way into these buildings. I don't think that Na'Vi knew it was coming. So now this provides such a good moment for Futbolists to now kind of make their way across this water unimpeded by the rest of Na'Vi, who will be desperately scrambling to regroup into that three-man team. Luckily, Sandhawk is a map where you can win with a three-man, but it makes things increasingly difficult, especially when you lose that member towards that 6-minute mark. Particularly, you'd like to lose that member around when there's 10 teams remaining, and you can kind of more effectively avoid teams. Right now, it's kind of pot luck whether you run into another team or not. Loops, however, they've taken a really dominant position since they looted up boot camp, not shy to leave there at all very quickly. And you can see Nova XQF on your screen in front of you, just taking hillsides, scouting, that PogChamp scouting. Very, very important, John.
Certainly super poggers from them. They are going to continue to try and live up to that. I'm interested in why Archers... Well, I was just having a think as to why Archers didn't push out and take that hill. Yeah. And of course, they took 2 knocks early on. They took 2 players going down for the 4 kills that they have. So the fact that they stayed in the buildings, to me, is actually kind of smart, because they know they can't cover the ground. They know they can't hold down a ridgeline, especially against all the teams starting to push through. So instead, they're going to allow people to move around them and try and use the cover that way.
Absolutely, John. I completely agree here. I mean, it's going to be an interesting map, is all I'm saying, because I think that with such high caliber of skill in these teams, when these fights do happen, like Jason was saying, that third party, that fourth party, that fifth party is going to come in very, very quickly. So you'll be really careful where on the map you take the fights, and a lot of that will be down to information based. Is there a team nearby that could capitalize on this? You need to know that before you even take that initial shot.
This is unfortunate for the Archers, actually. The fact that Blue Bees have moved into the compound, it means that Novex Questef are going to know that there is a team there, and so they will be wary when they're scouting these buildings. The question is, do they think that all 4 of them are on this opposite side of the road? Do they think that there's anyone on the close side if they opt to push for this? They don't need to, by any stretch of the imagination, but they might just want to clear that out. It makes the rotation away from this spot for the Archers a lot harder.
It makes things slightly easier as well, though, because, I mean, if they take both sides, they actually have a pretty damn good spot within the circle. But again, Nova, XQF, they're close by. But it's Bigetron here versus Aerowolf Limax, and they've been able to gatekeep them pretty effectively from underneath this bridge, requiring the toll to pass here. Already 1 knock goes through onto Hazelnut. Everyone's pretty much stimmed up here. Super Una trying to make their way through, but Bigetron might just take this moment to cross. They know they need to get into the circle still, and they're about to hit zone 2 worth of damage to that blue.
God, and it's a very tricky rotation as well, because they've got Quarry in the way, and we know what a disgusting rotation feature that is in Sandhawk. It's going to speed things up by grabbing the buggies. Bigetron opting to go for the vehicles. I know they said on the desk that it's very difficult to use them, but when you're this far out in the blue, you do need something to hurry you along, so I think it's a wise choice there. Probably the best of a bad spot, but RRQ are going to know of this approach.
Yeah, RRQ is going to be the difficulty here, but what Quarry does provide you is a way to really limit those angles that you're shot at, because it basically acts as a large scar in the map where it cuts off two teams on either side. So what Bigetron could effectively do here is rotate all the way up on that east side. Right now, the east side of the circle is fairly free. No one's in Camp Bravo. No one's up towards Mong Nai. This is a really good time for Bigetron to maybe have a little spot of that where that playing path went in the beginning, and then think to themselves, most teams will probably have gone down on the south side, and that north might be a little bit barren. We can take position up there. And I trust Zuxi as that IGL to make that call.
Will they be able to get through Team Secret, though, on the way? Because that is going to be their stopping point right now. Yep. They've skirted around RRQ. RRQ should be aware of this position, given the fact that they drove up in buggies.
Noisy.
It is noisy. Do Team Secret know, and will Bigetron push that way if they opt to go for it? It looks like, hang on a minute, they might just be sending straight through RRQ. This could be tricky on the southeastern edge.
I mean, they will just be on the edge side when they actually come into contact with RRQ, so there is a potential to take this fight, and it is really good for them because then they can start to really capitalize on position, hold it down a little bit. Aerowolf Limax managed to get that fourth player back online, so they are not out of the game yet. They only have one player within the circle at the moment, though. Luxy might just be caught off guard by Beer 11. He just was about to go for that shot, but Luxy dips just beneath the horizon there.
Some more shots being popped here. Ryzen taken very, very low, but not out of it just yet. We'll be able to dip down. Luxy, not so lucky. Microboy and Zuxi need to push up.
I was just going to say that it was really important that Ryzen didn't go down there and they had that 4 versus 4 ability towards them. But really here, Bigetron, if they are smart, they will just cut their losses here and leave Luxy behind. It's sad that it has to be done, but sometimes when you've got to get those placement points on board, you have to do it, especially after the game they had on Miramar.
Wow, G9 lying in wait takes a lot of damage, and Zuxi strikes back. RRQ, they're going to pay a little bit of tax on that kill, but looks to be affordable.
No
oh dear, Zuxi looking to go for the finish. Rocks up, Ernie swings out wide. This is disastrous for Zuxi, but is he going to manage it? Looks for the drop shot, can't get back up, and Ernie cleans up a second. Bigetron down 2.
This is so uncharacteristic of Bigetron right now. Now Ryzen's forced to come back into this fight. They've invested too much to let it go just like that. They need to at least try and get some kill points on board. G9 down.
Ryzen.
Otherwise it will all be for naught. There is a nade in hand. If it even touches G9 whatsoever, that will be a knock. Comes a little bit too far over the top, so it's only Ernie who takes a little bit damage. There is a crossfire for Bigetron in play though here, John.
Ryzen takes
not anymore.
Much as damage as he should. There's a knock coming through. G9 finishes Microboy, so now it is just Ryzen versus the 2 players atop the hill. You've got D2E as well, waiting in the wings to try and come back into it. Ryzen cooking the nade. Where's he going to lob it? Looks to try and finish that kill, but they've moved behind the rocks. Smoke start to bloom. RRQ prioritizing getting all 3 back into the fight effectively, and that's smart play coming through versus 1.
It's very desperate for Ryzen right here. They have a vague idea of where he is. RRQ will not be hesitant to take him down. You don't see Ryzen getting out of this one. We know he's done some fantastic things before, and you saw him in the opening card of the actual show itself where he got that free K, able to anchor it, as you so accurately put it there, for Bigetron. But it looks like RRQ might just be moving forward. They can effectively gatekeep, but it's Team Secret who is actually making their way down towards RRQ. This could be saving grace for Ryzen to actually make it out.
Not only that, he might be able to get something done in this fight as well. Remember, a full 4v4 fight is perfect situation for a solo player to sneak away, to get out of the fight, get a position, snake their way through, get some placement points on board. But Team Secret looking to disengage as well as the circle shifts up north.
And Team Secret's just going to lay down the wall, the barricade, very, very shortly. They know they need to get into the circle, and they can make their way up towards Camp Bravo, which is currently still free. There are some nice compounds around there to be holding on to as well. But for RRQ, they're going to have to hurdle over the barricade itself. Bigetron Ryzen, he's going to have to leap over that thing if he's going to get anywhere close to get into this next circle. He just has to bide his time, try and make his way up in these rankings, because going out in 15th place, disgusting. And like the desk said already, this should be a map they do well on. There's the first one.
Sees Ernie as well, crashing the red points too, and Ryzen, oh, he gets it done. Beer 11 down the hill. Question is, does he get spotted? D2E as well, waiting in the wings. Sorry, Beer 11 a G9, not D2E. He did take a dive there, but Ryzen stands tall.
He does stand tall, and this is good. This is really, really good. This man is a giant within the scene. Of course he stands tall. So already 2 kills, really well done. Immediate spray flicks, which are very hard to do in this game. And I mean, he makes it look absolutely easy. Right now, though, Team Secret, they have left, so it is now purely RRQ versus Bigetron Ryzen. This will be a 1v4 if he makes it happen. That's how unlikely it is to make it happen. You do not see 1v4s very often, and now Ryzen was within the blue. He has to make a move soon.
However, RRQ are super split right now. G9 all the way over towards the northeast. Beer 11 looking to try and find Ryzen, but I think Ryzen's going to go for an alternate strategy. Maybe even looking for a boat in Lakawi. We'll have to wait and see
there were
just
some
where they rotate
around,
away.
though, remember, John?
There are some buggies indeed, so potentially looking for it that way, but no. The Elites United team taking yet another knock here. Very good, goes down. Very yummy knocked as well. Cray waiting in the wings. This is on the south side. Archer's looking to push through. Remember, this is the team that fought very, very early. We're down to 2, so now they're down to 1. As it is just that solo player left on the south side, trying to lead Quarry, trying to push through, but it's such a difficult space to move through ahead with so many teams.
Yeah, we're heading right to a crossroads towards the top side of the map. Not only a crossroads on the map, but a crossroads in this game itself. A lot of teams will have to go down, and very soon. There is only so much of this map that can hold these amounts of teams. The fact that we still have 15 alive is a miracle in of itself, John. It's kind of crazy that we've managed to get to this point with only 14 of the players actually falling here in this lobby so far. Elites United team, though, looking a little bit flustered, not sure where to go. One jumps on the back of the bike, but it's Aerowolf Limax looking for these players, but it's Cray who hides in wait.
Just biding his time. Trying to hold it on and moving forward, seeing how much more they can get on the placements, but the circle pushing out. Really difficult situation here. We saw a huge clustering on the southwestern edge of these circles moving forwards, but it continues to go coastal. It continues to push teams into ground that they haven't taken and fight for new situations, fight for new strongholds.
It has just slowly just marched its way up towards this northeast side of the map. Team Secret could be absolutely laughing and really happy they moved so early, but it's Bluebees versus GODSENT. Ragey moves out wide to begin with.
GODSENT go strong to start. Lufa low, ducks back down. Ragey has fallen, but they have taken a knock in response. Reeves has gone down. Roll kiss. Looking to try and challenge. Spots Lufa, cresting the ridge, hits the deck, but the nade is still cooking. Lufa, bold push, but actually might find it with the cook. Oh, a little bit too far there. Reeves yet to get back up. Ragey confirmed. And Blue Bees, they're a little bit too split to continue this fight. They need to regroup, fall back just a tad, and see what more they can find.
Divine down towards the compound as well, is not really able to lay on hands here. All these teams are running, sprinting towards this circle from the southwest side. That's RRQ Athena going down. You imagine 2 Team Secret. Na'Vi also out.
Wow, what a chaotic push from the southwestern edge. You've got so many teams vying for position here. Bluebees just trying to win this fight in front. And then they're just going to have everybody else moving through as well. It's going to be such a difficult position to hold down. 13 teams remain. And these hills on the southwest are treacherous to step your feet.
Aitochan might be knocked here, but he's in a good position because he's able to provide information back towards Bluebees from this hillside, whereas they're able to get a little bit more of a good position. You see Jimmy there just running and shooting. Jesus, man.
There's 2 blue zones in this game, Blank. There's the blue zone, and then there's Nova XQF right now, because they are pushing in from the edge, making sure that everybody is running scared in front of them. They are herding players into their kill count.
Yeah. It's really smart, though, from Team Secret. U-High is actually waiting on the southeast edge of this circle for Ryzen, as well as RRQ, and they got 2 big pickups from that. Ryzen is sending in with the buggy, but U-High will be there to greet him, which is going to be really stressful for Ryzen to deal with after already having to move so far. That's Federal going down, Nova XQF being able to get a little bit of payback.
Goodness me, they just take him down instantly as soon as he's out in the open. Loops taking heavy punishment right now. Dodin, last standing for the squad. A sliver of HP. They're out in the blue. He goes down, and that is Loops eliminated. Winners in game 1, but not so lucky here. 11th place for them.
Now GODSENT looking to put an end to Nova XQF's reign. Powerboy is outside the blue, and I believe he will go down as he crawls his way in. Nades coming over the top. You can see them just popping mid-air. It's a very difficult type of nade to throw here.
Downhill is very, very tricky to get right. The nades tend to go a little bit long on the throw, so getting the cook is so important.
I need to check something really quickly. Aito-chan is actually back up. Bluebees were able to, you know, receive him in the loving net, loving embrace of the team, bring him back in there. Troll Kiss sees the player from Nova XUF moving. Tries to take the shot. Order 6 now out in the blue. Molotov drops down, but he makes his way up to the next rock. Has to be some incredible mechanical skill coming out from this team to make sure this fight goes through the right way.
Order 6 getting zoned away by the Molotov. Stops the push. Smart from GODSENT to control that ground, but Jimmy and Order moving together, moving as a pair. Rollkiss behind the rock, playing a little bit split from Reeves, who again is behind the other. Oh, the off angle catches him off guard, and Reeves finds one. Jimmy going low. GODSENT continue to fight into this with only 2 players standing. They're taking on the whole of Nova X Quest F. And actually, hang on a minute, they might be coming out on top. They're all down, and Nova X Quest F eliminated. GODSENT stand strong.
GODSENT had an incredible improvement throughout the entirety of the EMEA region, and they're showing us this here again. It's really good to see GODSENT still on their feet. Yes, they're down to 2 players. One is knocked. That's Execute taking a lot of damage too, with Fameboys going down, and I believe BTR still in the game though. Rise is still alive. Jack's trying to make his way in.
Oh, he's made it. Oh, he's only got to done it, has he? No, he hasn't. I lied to you. How do you feel about that?
Very close. Not very good about it. Ryzen still has a buggy, but I don't think he can stay in the buggy long enough to get in. But from 15th place, John, 15th place down into a 6th place spot if he actually goes out now. It is incredible he's come this far.
And through the fog of war, a team emerges intact, entirely complete, and it is Team Secret on the eastern side. They play to the north of Lakawi on the eastern edge. Sorry, is it Lakawi on the east? Yes, pretty sure. Yes. And they move up beautifully. They stopped RRQ from moving through. They continued to push that fight to happen, and now they're starting to step up. Futbolist, though, they will look to challenge. They've been a little bit more scraps this time around. They've already got 6 kills to their name, but they've lost a player for it, so they're down in power.
Yeah, they're trying to get through here. They have the tree line to play around with, but Futbolist is just raining down hell onto this tree line. It may as well be a chainsaw the way they've been removing these players. iShot's still alive, but they are now in the blue, and that's Bigetron out. From 6th place, though, bloody good job. Fameboys from Execute still alive, and it's Bluebees with the 3 players. One goes down, it's Aito-chan once again, but now he can go back to the scouting purposes that he was born for on his knees.
Fair enough. Well, Bluebees, again, they are controlling the next bit of the circle, and that's GODSENT finally going down. King Slayers, but slayed themselves. Team Secret down to 1 as they get dismantled on the push. Now, for me, it's basically Bluebees versus Futbolist, and Bluebees right now have a compound and the circle.
And obviously Team Secret and Execute versus one another for that 3rd place spot, and it is Team Secret coming out on top there. They'll be happy that coming from a 1st place to a 3rd place is really damn good. Now, like you say, it's Bluebees versus Futbolist. Max wanted to see Bluebees do well, and I'm really happy so far. Lufa's been able to hold it down for this team. He was one of the players that excelled in World League on Reject Scarlet. Now he's doing it again here on Bluebees. Definitely a man that deserves to be here on the global stage.
The Rocks providing cover for the push, but Futbolist yet to actually make their way inside the circle. Team Secret still healing out in the zone. Gets another first aid off. We'll see how much longer he can survive. But in comes the push. Nades to cover them, but not really much more than that. No smoke's being dropped right now. Lutz takes a lot of damage. Will go down as well. Oh, Solke dips back behind the rock just in time, but the blue zone will continue to push. Another knock found, and Bluebee starting to step up here. Solke drops down a Molotov to try and stop the push, but has to push through the fire, through the flames, finds one, but no longer will he be able to stand. And Divine is in the circle. Team Secret make their way into 2nd, which is why the game hasn't finished right now, but he's got 5 first aids. He's just going to chill. How long will this game last?
Bluebees are like, hang on, we just killed the other team in the circle. What's going on here? Now, iShots is trying to make his way in. Remember, there's only 1 player from Bluebees remaining. If iShots can crest this ridge and spot Divine, take him out, they will get a first place.
No way!
No way!
It happens!
How on earth has he made that happen? Team Secret! He's up from his seat. Oh, he's well done, mate.
Up. Team Secret steal it away. Bluebees were doing so well. They deserved it. But you know what, Blank? This is the PMGC. Keep your wits about you. Stand strong, because you will have those openings exploited. Team Secret,
Just like the bee itself, you have one sting in you, and it was for Futbolist. Team Secret, however, they had far more on the cards. They were the wasps of this lobby.
Goodness me, they just... I don't think I've seen that happen. I don't think I've seen that happen yet.
It was
all
wild.
My time,
I was thinking for my head, I was like, is this going to happen? Is this? And it did. Oh my lord.
Goodness me, what a way to finish that Sandhawk, though. Blue Bees, though, should be very happy with that situation. Well, not the specific situation, but the amount of points they're able to accrue on that game. A really, really strong finish, though, coming out from Team Secret. They played it so calm, so relaxed, and to be honest, the position that they held, that's the way that they were going to win it if they were going to win it. So fantastic stuff. Guys, over on the desk, take it away.
You know, I never would have thought we were going to have our first team to get 2 chicken dinners on the first day, but to do it back-to-back, Team Secret, what a way to show up.
We're only in game 3. How have they got back to
100 played 2 games too? They got 100% win rate.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
This is like Bigetron level like play because PMWL East Season 0, their first 2 games they got back-to-back chicken dinner. This is Bigetron level like results to actually connect in Team Secret.
Bigetron level energy.
Yeah, exactly. Like especially because they did lose like BuBu from their team. There was like such a core element of their team, and even without BuBu, they're still able to take like 2 chicken dinners in a row. That's mental to me.
I mean, it wasn't even
an
easy route, too. The thing is, they had to also fight with RRQ Athena, who kind of came their way early on in the match. They had to kind of like gatekeep their brethren team, right? But to be able to pull that off, especially with that kind of finish, I think we're actually going to take a look at it in a couple of minutes of time. But let's just dive straight into the map rankings so you can see the amount of points they just accumulated as well as the other teams. I mean, besides Secret getting the chicken dinner, they didn't get the most points overall due to kills, but also big credit to Ryzen, we saw for Bigetron Red Aliens, just staying alive, just trying to hold on from 15th place, as we heard Blank talk about, up to 6th place at a minimum. So well done by him.
I mean, Futbolists are going to be sat there thinking, how did we not get second there? I mean, obviously they come out on top with the points, but they thought they were in, that was it. That was their head-to-head. They were against Blue Bees, but because Blue Bees only had the 3 alive, they assumed that it was Blue Bees, oh, we lost 2nd place. And then they're like, wait, the game's not over. What's happening? But, I mean, they rotated really well. Futbolists, they dropped him, obviously in Hatin, as we mentioned they would do. They forced Na'Vi away. They also got a Na'Vi player. They snuck around the north all the way through, and I actually thought they should take it. But credit to Blue Bees for great fighting.
Yeah, really big respect coming out to them. Like, I really just like the fact that here you're seeing Futbolist did drop off the PMWL West. Like, they were claiming their past glory. I'm loving that storyline, really.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to take the result PEC too harshly, just because of 8 matches. I feel like they're mentally trying to just get warmed back up and ready to go since it's been a long drought for them. But also, we got to talk about Nova XQF. 7 points, not as good as their first game, but 6 kills. They were the 2nd highest frag leader in this game. It's showing that they can get those kills, just sort out the consistency with placements, and they're easily a team that everyone else out there has to watch out for.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough game for a lot of the teams involved because the circle pulled east.
Right.
All the time. It kept pulling east. So everybody that got themselves in a position, Sanhok, generally you're looking for compounds or a hill point. But as soon as it pulled east twice, there's this cluster of teams. It was about 11 or 12 teams all clustered on the western edge of the circle, and that's where they just all met. We saw GODSENT wiping out Nova in there with a great fight, but then immediately getting third party straight after it.
That's just Sandhawk, right?
Yeah.
I want to look at one thing here that's kind of funny to me. RRQ Athena in the fight with Bigetron.
Yeah.
RRQ Athena technically wins the fight, right? But they don't win the war. They get 3 points, and Bigetron RA get themselves 6 points based off placements.
As what we mentioned earlier, right? You had B11 on Miramar, like clutching it versus the Unnamed, and you're at a level of player where literally one player can squad wipe so easily if you just don't really scout too much information, not too cautious for how you move around. And RRQ were like, yeah, we won that fight. Bigetron, I'm sure they left. Well, they didn't. And Ryzen was there to teach that lesson.
He's got to rename himself from Beer 11 to Do 11 because he's doing the do right now. Being able to pull us off. I mean, he gets the first kill on Deluxe, and the thing is, as I was saying with Bigetron, you talked about where they dropped and the long rotate they went for, but they ran into Southeast Asia teams, right?
It was a very passive rotate. I mean, they changed their drop to start with. That was the first thing we talked about. Loops took boot camp. They dropped way over on the west. I can't even remember which one it was they dropped in on the west side. But they were far on the west, and they actually looted a couple of towns around there. But they went deep south. Bearing in mind the circle had already popped, obviously, way up in the north side. Instead of going across the direct route or just maybe skirting around, they went completely around the beach, all the way around Aerowolf, all the way around. They even looted a town down the bottom. I can't remember which one it was. They stopped off at a couple.
Camp Charlie.
Then Camp Charlie. Then they almost gate camped Aerowolf. They kind of thought about it at the blue, and then they thought, well, we're already in the blue. Let's just keep moving. We'll keep going and get position. And then they continued round South Quarry. They went so passive, and then of all people to run into, they beat RRQ on the scout. And in fairness, RRQ I felt probably should have done better. They did get 3 out of it, and maybe were a little unlucky to get the 4 because they sat there, they heard the buggies come up, and they all just ducked behind the hill. So Bigetron was just scouting. It's all clear, and then got surprised.
Down. I think Beer 11 killed Luxy, and then you saw Zuxi get it down on one player, and then he rocked up.
Sent it, yeah.
Right, he just full sent it straight into him, and then he got punished in the end. And I'm sure we're actually going to see this in our Do the Do moments anyway, so we can bring those up and start to talk about these because that finish was insane. We also had like Loops and Nova for the longest time right next to each other, but it seemed like there was somewhat of a standoff. They didn't really seem to engage on each other again.
And we had Archer right at the front. We thought this was looking great. He got the double kill at the start, obviously got the weapon straight on, but it wasn't to be. DRS said no and wiped them straight out. So a lot of action right from the beginning.
Yeah, DRS, the Nepali team did struggle at the end after that fight, and they did get eliminated in 16th position, so hoping to see a lot more from, not only them, but also Abrupt Slayers. I want to see the Nepali teams really try and show up to the occasion. And then you just said, like, Solke. Like, this man, I know him for a long time, since, like, maybe a year now. He is sneaky.
Yeah,
when it comes to Sandhawk, this is his main element.
Run around into a building, bam, dead. Nothing you could do about it. It's just annoying. This was obviously the battle of Bigetron and RRQ. Both Southeast Asian, both been around, both been competing with one another for a full year. They're well aware of one another, so it was a bit of a grudge battle, I guess you could say, but we thought they got away with it, but like you said, they left Ryzen alive, and that cost them. Yeah,
you might say, actually, that Ryzen rose to the occasion, so really good stuff happening on this side. Sorry, Jason, don't give me those eyes. I'm really scared right now, but so far, we did have some really good action coming on through, and after we did talk about GODSENT, pushing on to Blue Beast, able to get a really good fight, and after that, they actually got Nova X-Quest Def. When I came down to it, I did say that GODSENT performed really good on Sandhawk on the jungle map, and they did so once again, taking down some huge teams.
This was the grinder. This was where all the teams were converging on the west side of the circle, and it was really a case of who came out on top. Bluebees obviously had that great central compound position to start with, the near Camp Bravo, so they were in a great position to come out on top in this, and it worked out well for them. They were able to third-party everybody that came in, everybody that was fighting each other on the hills, getting the shots off. It was easy.
I really want to say, by the way, Bluebees are just massively impressing me.
Yes.
I mean, from Japan League. When I think of Japan when it comes to esports, I mostly think of fighting games, to be honest. But they are doing so well here that I'm really pleasantly surprised. You obviously had the honor of casting them in the scrims, and they were doing well even then.
Yeah, I mean, even Lufa, like, they had a great pickup with Lufa. It was Reject Scarlet before in PMWL Season 0. They picked him up. Reject Scarlet did not qualify, but Lufa made it through and seemed like that was, like, the great pickup. He qualified, and now they're just so happy to have him on their team, because I really think that Japan is a region now in PUBG Mobile esports that people don't really think about too much. Like, yeah, they're there, they're going to do the tournament, but like, you give them time and this is what they can perform on. Like, Bluebees are really a team that can take down teams like, X-Quest Def or Bigetron, so keep an eye out for Bluebees because they can get some good results in.
Just gets me more excited for all the pro leagues happening next year as well, as we heard James Yang talk about before. But now I want to pull something up here. Luckily, our production crew here on the show are fantastic. Big shout out to them. I want to look at our top 10 players by kills so far, because we've seen Nova pop off again, 6 kills already in that last game, a lot earlier on.
Look at that.
Oh, look at this. Yeah, we got Paraboy up there in 4th place, but Solke, the MVP of the PUBG Mobile World League West, on top right now.
I mean, Blank was saying it earlier when he was casting, like, he does some pro gamer moves right there. This guy is consistent. It doesn't matter what he's doing, and when he's doing it, he's going to be good.
Beer 11's so good, he's on there twice as well, Demon. And obviously, Lutz joining him, coming in from Futbolist. Kayovsky coming in for Loops eSports, which is fantastic to see. Killswitch as well. Got to talk about him.
He's finally engaging.
Yeah.
He's finally engaging for Execute. Did really well. Obviously, Execute, that was the big game on Miramar, right? He got himself 6 kills. Actually, ironically, I do remember Blank. He whiffed a shot, and it was a clear open. It's like, oh, you've got to be landing now. I was like, he's only got 6 kills. It's like, give him a break.
I mean, as we know, I think Max is better at PUBG Mobile than Blank.
That's true, yeah.
And definitely Killswitch is better than Max. And by the transitive property better than blank. I don't think we have the right to say, hey, you should be hitting that when I'm any day of the week. I love you, blank. But what a crazy, crazy game already. I mean, Futbolist, I know we talked about them a lot, but this is like the Futbolist that I come to expect when I was working with them on the World League West. They are showing up. And the thing is, we haven't seen out of them quite yet how good their nades are. They had so many players consistently in the top leaderboards when it came to nade kills, and with nades being nerfed a little bit, as we saw, like the damage radius has been pulled down. I would imagine if they start using flashbangs, which we've seen out of some teams here, Max, they could be even more powerful.
I mean, this is like the Futbolist that we all know and love, and they're coming back into, and you just mentioned flashbangs, like now the range has been increased from 5 meters to 6.5 meters, so really, if you're not, like, normally you would use it when you want to breach, but now you just see people, especially on Sanhok, where you know a team is on the other side of the mountain,
go over the hill,
chuck it over, they're flashbang, you can flashbang potentially the entire team, just go in, 1v4, easy peasy lemon squeezy, like, it's so straightforward now.
Yeah, it's honestly really cool to see. And again, it all comes down to adaptations. I mean, the amount of like games we've covered in our career of esports, Steven, like the teams to adapt the quickest to new metas, to new patches as well, are the teams who are always going to succeed. And I think we've seen with loops as well when it came to nades on our very first match on Erangel, they've adapted.
Just how accurate you've got to be now. Obviously, they've lowered the splash damage effectively, so you've got to be pinpoint accurate. We mentioned it from the start, just how good. Not just loops, obviously loops are fantastic, but just how good all of these teams are, how accurate they can be with the nades. We just saw it with RRQ, obviously, versus Bigetron in that final fight on the hillside. It was all about nades, the start thing. That's how things started off.
And speaking of, Bigetron, and we were kind of talking about this while the match was happening, in my head, I think we kind of agreed with this, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that they don't really need to try too much right now. They don't need to show too much at the moment, because really it all comes down to the Super Weekends. It doesn't matter what place you come into the Super Weekend, you could be 16th place. Doesn't matter, because those points get wiped off going into the next week, and as long as you accumulate them when it matters, that's when you get yourself through into potentially that $300,000.
I'm just hoping they're not going to fall behind too much and get to the point, maybe we took too long to actually get some good results, and then we got to try and catch up and get some good results, and then they maybe don't make it. So I'm just... Maybe they want to start being a little bit more careful how they
did the classic that a top team does, right? They were in a bad situation, yet they still got 6th place. That's how a top team delivers.
Yeah, 100%. Can't agree with you any more than that. And a team that we also need to look at here, Nova XQF. We want to take a little bit of a deeper dive into their stats as well to show how they're all playing across the team. And I mean, look at this. Paraboy and Order are just making mincemeat out of everyone. Look at that damage they've done. 1,300 and 1,000 between the two. And then you look at their kills. I mean, they're definitely having those strong starts, those initial knocks they need as well to really get things going for their team.
I mean, look at that also for Order, like 7 knockouts, 7 kills. Like, no, if you get knocked by Order, you're not getting rezzed. You're not coming back in the game. It's over. You can already go get a cup of coffee because you're not playing that game anymore.
Yeah, same with Paraboy, 7 knocks as well, the 4 assists. Like, this team has proven to be extremely strong. I mean, obviously, we're early times, right? We're only 2 matches in, but we've been definitely impressed with Nova, and I think there was a lot of questions for them, and obviously, Foreign Gear Men coming into this, coming in from China, playing against all these teams from all these different regions, especially for Foreign Gear Men, that they'd be able to adapt, and honestly, for at least Nova XQF's sense, teams need to adapt to them because they are not afraid to fight anyone.
Look at this third pie. Just tap, 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 tap. Thank you very much.
This
is the Bluebees. We just saw do so well. They just got mowed down here. It wasn't really kind on them. And then again, Loops as well. Loops are in a similar situation trying to come across from the blue. Not a lot you can do in that situation, but you know what? Nova in the right place, the right time to get those kills, and that's... that all those kills, they got 7 kills apiece. That's a point apiece that they've got picking up for their team. And you just talked about 4EM. We're seeing Nova delivering, 4EM stalling. So a lot of pressure on 4EM.
Yeah, and it's so cool to me actually, Max, to like look at teams from different regions and see a lot of similarities between the two. I look at Loops. They don't necessarily like that chicken dinner. I never would have expected them to ever get in the very first match. I'll tell you that right now. But the thing is, they've never been a team to get chicken dinners early on. They get them towards the end of a tournament, but they will grind away at you consistently with kills. Nova seems to be very similar to aspect. It's really cool to have like these teams who play so similar in these different regions.
Yeah, similarities and also disparities I think is really interesting getting into this one. Like, what I love about these global tournaments is the fact that you have these different clash of metas. Like, EMEA may be a team that, like a region that's more focused on aggressiveness and aggressive plays, and maybe the Eastern teams that like to go a little bit more for wide rotations, which I think is interesting. And now you add to the mix like the Chinese teams, like all the metas are getting mixed up, and at the end of this event you can just expect the global skill to be just increased.
It's a new meta is going to come out at the end of this when we do have this entire tournament finished. But for now we're going to head to a break yet again because we got to get our 4th match ready to go. It's going to be over on Vikendi, and we'll see you guys soon.
PUBG Mobile Global Championship is brought to you by Qualcomm, Mountain Dew, OnePlus, and OnePlus 8T 5G smartphone, the official partner phone.
Welcome back, everyone, to PMGC as we now get through the later half of our first day of action. A lot of days to come in total, but we're moving things over to the chilly map of Vikendi here for the first time today. And by the way, you're looking at home. If you miss any of the games, you're like, wait a minute, Jason, is there a graphic error? No. Team Secret have won back-to-back chicken dinners, a 100% win rate so far. This team has showed up, and if I'm not mistaken, they were the last team to qualify from PMPL SE.
They were, yeah. They only got through. Obviously, Bigetron, finished first, but they were already here. So, hats off to them. They're going to take a break now, a well-deserved break. 100% win rate, incredible.
Yeah, so Group C will be sitting out, as you just saw there. So we have Group A and Group B join us yet again, like we did see in the very first match where Loops did take the victory, but unfortunately not having a strong time here on the last match. Now, I really don't know what to expect here going into this game. We've seen Bluebees, who played in the first game, played in the last game, having some really consistent play coming out of the Japan League. I'm curious, is this kind of a momentum they can maintain? Because they're already looking really good to get into the Super Weekend, but I feel like teams need to have some extra fuel in the tank as a reserve, right, going into the main part of this event, of accumulating those points day in and day out.
Yeah, I think that really when it comes down to Vikendi is all about, early game you play really passive, and when you arrive to the mid-late game stage, you've got to go for crashes, you've got to have that team synergy together. So teams that have really strong synergy and team play are teams that, when it comes down to Vikendi, are going to be heavily rewarded. So what comes to my mind, potentially, would be a team like Konina Power. They're a team that do extremely good in terms of aggressiveness, and when they have to go for a breach, they full send it. And I think they're a team that could come out on top potentially when it comes down to this.
I'm glad you mentioned Konina Power, because they're one of the teams. We've seen so many teams clashing throughout on Vikendi. This has been probably the hottest map of them all, which I don't understand because there's so many places you can drop on Vikendi, but there is so many teams clashing right now. We don't really know where they're all going to drop. Obviously, we saw 4 AM going over Common. Well, that was Loop's area, obviously, for a long period. Goroka's been under contest. Peshkova's been contested. Torova's been contested. There's been so many areas. Even the Villa was contested, for crying out loud.
Well, let me ask you guys this then, and I'll give you a quick chance to think about it, because it's definitely a tough question. We've seen a lot of teams excel that we expected. But are there teams who are unfortunately not having a great performance in these first two matches that you thought would have done better? I'm kind of thinking maybe Bigetron in there. I think their last game did show.
That's an obvious one, right? We'd obviously look towards the big name. 4 AM is definitely one that's got to step up here. Obviously coming in from Group A, they didn't have a good first two games. They got a lot of pressure on them from the Chinese community, especially with Nova doing so well in the opening games. So this is a match where they're going to be looking to try and sort of flex effectively.
Yeah, I'm going to be actually going more not the route of a specific team, but a group of teams, specifically DRS and also Abrupt Slayers, the two Nepali teams. I know as a fact, since I've been casting Wildcard and PMCA Spring Split 2019, that Nepal has been a really strong region, but I feel like recently they've been a little bit falling behind compared to other regions. So I want to use the Global Championship as this opportunity for the Nepali teams to really step it up and show what they're made of, because they have true potential, but it seems like they're not off the best foot on this game.
I'll say this for them. I remember hosting over in India for the PMCO Fall Split South Asia Regional Finals. Man, I'm good at this. I nailed it. And the Nepali teams, Nepali Honi, the one that kind of sticks out to me, they had a slow start. But it seems like it just took a little bit of time to learn the adaptations, to kind of get things going. And I don't want to count them out. I don't think there's any reason we should count them out. But I definitely agree. Slower start, but there's so much time left to go. I was actually even looking towards maybe Aerowolf Limax, who has finished second, whatever you want to call it, over in PMPL Southeast Asia. And they've not really had the powerful start that I kind of hoped for.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's not been the strongest performance from them, but you got to realize this is the first time we're seeing all these global teams clashing on these maps. Obviously, this is the first time we've had Erangel onto Miramar, onto Sanok. Now the first time we're getting Vikendi. So there is always going to be an adaptation phase, and it's who can adapt the quickest, really, that's paying off right now. Obviously, we saw that with Nova adapting very well. Obviously, we saw Loops. Loops, to be fair, while they won that game, it was a standard game for them. They dropped crates, they went south, and they won the game. It wasn't like they had to do anything spectacular. They landed a lot of kills, but that's just bread and butter for these guys. It's when you see the teams that have to adapt, where they have to change drops, where they have to change rotations, because obviously a lot of these guys, if you've qualified on a certain map, a certain style, you're used to rotations. If you have to suddenly change, that can completely alter your entire playstyle.
Oh, you know what? We are going to be loading into our 4th match of the day with Vikendi coming up. We have 2 brand new casters to come in to join the mix. It's Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave, so take it away, boys.
Here we are. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the PMGC 2020. Of course, you've been here already, but now we're in here. Dave, we made it. We're global, baby. You pumped up? I know I am.
Global, baby. Let's go. Hot Jukes, Mustache Dave on the track. We are getting into our 4th map of the day. Guess what time it is, Hot Jukes? It's Vikendi time, my man.
And so far, every single time that we've casted Vikendi, there seems to always be a trend that we always catch. And that is the water circle, baby. Ooh. I want to know right now, Dave, from you, how much water are we going to see here in this first circle? What do you think?
Hey, I got the chat pulled up too, so I'm going to be working with the chat, all right? I think the chat and me, we would like to say, bold prediction, 40%. 40% water, guaranteed, baby, guaranteed. It's going up there to the north. Port, here we come, here we come.
Hey, look, this is the PMGC, baby. I'm going to go with 50, and I'm going to say southwest. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see how it ends up working out. One thing, though, is that, man, I'm like trying to just kind of calm down a little bit, to be honest, because I'm just so pumped up for this game tournament. This is just so insane. But, man, looking so far at the leaderboards, I think I've definitely seen some teams that have really surprised me so far. Execute from North America, I think in 5th place is really, really huge. Loops, I mean, making history as the first team to take a chicken dinner here. I mean, just watching all these squads have to adapt to each other. I mean, this is the best. This is the best PUBG Mobile I think we have ever seen in our lifetime.
I mean, talk about making history. Team Secret, they're also making history. They're up there at the top. They are popping off. I mean, I'm going to say stealing that chicken dinner right underneath the Blue Bees last game was just insane. So congrats to them. But, Hot Jukes, we're heading on into Vikendi, and if I'm not mistaken, we got groups A and B, so I'm going to be paying close, and I'm talking magnifying glass, close attention to Nova and 4AM. These 2 teams from China, they're not used to playing Vikendi on competitive, so this is going to be extremely interesting.
Well, here we go. Getting into the plane, match number 4. On our way, and we can see right now this plane path is going to be a little bit on to the eastern side here, right down the center, so pretty fair for all of these squads. We'll have to see what this first circle is going to look like right here, but this is a big match for all of these teams, because just a reminder for everybody that's just possibly, waking up here on the West Coast, the fact that there's only 2 days of games in order to get your total points to go into the Super Weekend. And every single one of these matches is just so crucial. So we'll have to see how these squads are going to fare right here, right now, because we're already halfway through the day, Dave.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, there's only 2 days, a total of 8 games per group that they want to play their hardest in order to find themselves in that top 16 spot. Because after tomorrow, top 16 will head on to the Super Weekend. And this... Oh, Hot Jukes. Okay, I didn't get the port, but I got my 40%. I mean, come on, give it to me. What would you say? Percentage?
Yeah, I think you got it right there. I mean, that is as clean 40% I think I've ever seen it. So the trend still continues with us, man. I mean, what can I say? The streak is undefeated. Water zones in Vikendi. That's what we love to see here. So, but I'll tell you what, Blue Bees, Nova, I don't think they're really caring for this circle because, man, they're going to have to get through a ton of squads if they want to be able to make it in this zone alive.
Yeah, and I'm actually looking up there. I believe some of these teams might have took my prediction a little too literal because I see about 4 teams heading towards port. So it's going to be a fiesta up there. But back to the point, you want to be 16, top 16 after tomorrow, and then you make it on into Super Weekend, and Super Weekend is where those points really matter for those league standings. But look at this.
Oh, baby.
We already got some fights happening.
We're starting to see some squads starting to get into it right here. And you can see Mafia Ninja putting some shots down. Stops, got that grenade. Trying to see if he can get that first knock. Unable to, just a little too short right there. And you could just see Stops trying to pull all the stops out with that Uzi in hand. Running up really close. We'll see if OP is going to be able. Here we go, 2v1. Gets the 1 knock, not enough to get the 2. They're going to go for that quick thirst. That's going to be an instant point. But man, it looks like Stops is in big trouble right now.
Yeah, Power, Triple Eights right here find themselves biting off a little more than they can chew. Oh, I hear the shotguns getting pumped over there. AJ with the grenade right on in through the window. The double barrel shotgun, you love to see it. I believe, did they lose Nima though? That's the thing. Did DRS? Yes, they lost Nima, and Nima is definitely one of the key players from DRS, so that's going to set them back just a little bit. But they already got 2 points underneath their belt, so all in all, good start for DRS.
Yeah, I think the main thing too is that they're in a decent position, at least in this circle. So yeah, they're down a player, but they got 2 kill points to their name. They're gonna get some loot up pretty quickly, and we'll have to see how they end up faring in case the squad wants to go and crash on them. But yeah, great start to this match for them so far. I mean, it was always tough to lose that member early on, but hey, this is what happens when you're going against the best on the planet. I mean, it's so difficult to be able to compete against these other squads.
I mean, it happens, man. And you know what? It's not like it was a surprise. They definitely saw each other drop in near each other with those parachutes. So they chose to take that fight, and losing Nima early, that's just the price that they're going to pay. Looking on over here, Zeus. This is another team. They know exactly what they're doing. They're going to be making the push, making the press, moving together as a unit. That's exactly what you need to be doing this early on in the game.
Yeah, right now Zeus is sitting center of circle right now. As we go into this replay and see what we caught earlier. Never mind, psych. As we watch Carrillo driving on down. Oh, look at this. The Unnamed, all these teams are starting to send it into this first circle. And just a quick reminder, I mean, when you have a water zone like this, it's chaos for all the squads that land away from it. So right now, you can just see all these teams trying to loot up as fast as possible, but it looks like Zeus is starting to get into some trouble here as they already have 1 player knocked. That's quite a long ways away, though. I don't think they're going to be able to get onto this side. They do get a return knock right there. That's a strong start for them. Looks like they're going to be able to get that res and get this player back to safety.
Yeah, they actually got the nice trade over there on the Abrupt Slayers. So we do see some smokes getting popped right now. They should be able to get the pickups and the resets, and that's probably going to put a halt to Zeus's push, because we saw them earlier on just a couple of moments ago. Like, they're definitely on the hunt, but getting called out like that, yeah. And looking at the replay, Federal, AKM in hand hit fire. You do not want to walk into that 7.62 because that will take you down instantly.
Got some more points for Loops as well. And you can just see Zeus getting, tapped up a little bit here from the Abrupt Slayers. Looks like they will be able to make it though. Abelli's got that mini 14. Popping off some shot. You can see Heaven putting the shimmies on right now. Untouched so far. That man can hit the salsa really nice. And he's going to be off to safety behind that rock. But those 2 players are completely stuck out right now.
I mean, you can hit the salsa all you want, but that's going to mean that other teams want to join the party as well. We already see 4 AM. We see the Unnamed right out there on that west side. They hear the shots. Are they going to decide to get involved? We already see 4 AM with a slight 2-2 split. Looks like they're going to be slowly creeping their way on across the road, looking for a potential pick on the Unnamed.
Yeah, they're going to play this really, really soft, in my opinion, because right now they're dead center of this next circle. So they're already saved. Right now, I think it's all about just securing your location. I think that's what all these teams are doing. Just trying to, you set that spot up. You can see the Unnamed. They're going to park it right here, protect those vehicles as well, just in case that zone shifts off them. But right now, Abrupt Slayers, Abrupt Slayers, jeez, voice, come on now. They're currently just sitting right now in the circle laying down, and they are very, very exposed. So they're in a really tough spot, but at the same time, with such a good position in this circle, I would be really careful to not press this. Just kind of hang out, wait for the next zone.
I think you have a crystal ball, and you saw them in a boat with that boat tape. So once when we see that, Abrupt Slayers for sure. But for now, Abrupt Slayers. Honestly, though, looking at the differences between 4 AM and Nova, remember, I mentioned PEL, China, PUBG Mobile, they don't play Vikendi, they don't play Sandhawk in competitive. So very interesting to see the strategies from both of the Chinese teams. You got 4 AM opting to go for that more centralized position. And on the flip end, Nova playing the edge here. I mean, Hot Jukes, you know, pro player experience, you got that underneath your belt. In this situation, you're not used to this map. Do you go for that center or that edge? Like, which one really pays off?
I think right now, especially with this kind of circle, I mean, if you can hang out as center zone as possible, that's going to be your most optimal position. But right now, at the same time, I mean, these are the best teams from their regions. I mean, these guys, they have to know Vikendi like the back of their hands regardless. Now, I think that's when I keep hearing, that with Bigetron, that their weakness is Erangel. And I know they're not playing in this map right now, but I just think that they're just more well-versed in Vikendi and the other maps. And Erangel's this place where every single squad is solid on. But right here, we're going to have to see who's going to be able to really pull this one out. Because, again, today, tomorrow, only day you can get points. If you're in the top 16, you're going to go to Super Weekend to play for 3 days. If not, you are going to be sitting out those days, which is just devastating to your total score.
Yeah, and, I'm not going to be the one to count out teams. If you don't qualify for the first Super Weekend, I 100% think you could definitely make that comeback, make that bounce back on the league standings. But the question comes into play, and I know I'm getting really ahead of myself here. If you don't qualify for 2 Super Weekends, how is that going to impact you for the total league standings? And you know what? These teams, they don't want to find out because they are just going to be on the chase if that is the case.
I mean, yeah, but the big problem though is that you're gonna have teams that aren't missing any Super Weekend. So if you want, I mean, if you miss a Super Weekend, yeah, you may be able to make it into the finals. But what are your chances of getting first place? I mean, you have to be ridiculous. I mean, that is an insane amount of games to miss if you miss out on a Super Weekend. And for the amount of prize pool that is here at the PMGC, every single placement is a life-changing amount of money right here. So I think you have to pull out all the stops, do anything you possibly can to ensure that you make it to that Super Weekend.
Too much sauce, man. I mean, $300,000 for first place, $125,000, a total of $700,000. That's the total prize pool here. We see over here Zeus, nice little split, playing 4 corners right now. I really appreciate this. I mean, they're going to be having some really solid sightlines. The one counter to that, though, is if a squad decides to make that quick pull-up, will they be able to react in time and provide that support that they will need for the defense?
Yeah, you can see the first zone starting to close on out here. And we got all of these squads kind of pushing rather late. I think they're just trying to be really safe right now to get into this circle. But it looks like we have 4 different teams coming really into this late zone. And look at how stacked the east side is of the map right now. All these squads are just so close together. And I think that's Vikendi in a nutshell. There's just so much cover on this map. Different little rocks and hills. But guess what? Team Secret went to the wrong one right there, and they ended up losing 2 players just like that. The Unnamed going to take one of them out, and you can see the remaining 2, they're going to be sitting there. So I'm sorry, Secret Jin. Yeah, they're going to be sitting down right now, just holding this building.
And just like you were saying, with all the teams stacked on top of each other, making a blind rotation like that, you have to assume someone's going to have sightlines on you. So I almost feel like you're safer just to play the edge at that point, but checking on in with Jimmy from Nova, making the pull-up by themselves onto Arrow and getting a knock to start things out.
Strong aggression right there. Good nade. Might be able to hit the mark. Ooh, look at that. I mean, that vehicle went about 50 meters back just like that. There goes that cover, but here comes the rest of Nova trying to get on top of this hill and take out Aerowolf Limax. Will they be able to do it? Great, solid play so far. Renault unable to get it done with the Tommy gun. And Nova is just, getting caught right there in that corner. Potato from the back. Not able to get it done. And it looks like we got a 1v1 right here between Nova and Aerowolf Limax. But it looks like Nova is, 2v1. They're going to get the reses right now. So this is going to be a full reset for them. Arrow's in big trouble.
Yeah, Jimmy has to have some type of idea. Had to have seen those foot marker indicators, and here comes the wraparound from Jimmy and Cool Boy. Cool Boy tagged, making it that 1v1, the spray down right there. Can they get it? No!
Oh my goodness!
Token down and out here in 16th position.
Super Oda is goated. Are you kidding me? As a duo are able to go and get everybody up. And just look at them. Look at them down there. They are getting so hyped. Are you kidding me? Taking out Nova in a 2v4 almost essentially. What a clutch play for Aerowolf Limax.
Very clutch, and at a perfect time as well. I mean, I'm always going to say early game, and same thing for Nova. Like, early game is definitely the time to go for those pushes because that's when you know you're safe. The potential of getting third party, not so much there. But look at Super. I mean, the double trade right there. I want to chalk it up. Yeah, the pre-fire. I want to chalk it up to maybe, just maybe a little bit of miscommunication right there because we saw Nova all kind of pushing, you know, not necessarily as a unit using their numbers advantage right there, but kind of one at a time, and that might have been the deciding factor in that exchange.
No, that wasn't a miscommunication at all, man. This is the PMGC, in my opinion. That's what the issue is. Nova, they had the man advantage, and they just kind of pushed in fully with all the confidence. At the end of the day, they're Nova XQF, one of the top teams in the world. So like, oh, you know, one extra person, let's just go ahead and run on up and take them out. But this is the best teams, best players in the world here. You cannot underestimate a player for a second, or just like that, the tiniest mistake, you get a little too relaxed thinking you have it, and we just saw it right there proven. You can get your whole team squad wiped by just one great play, and man, Super Una, that pre-fire, just getting it done, taking it out, and man, I mean, that's take it to the highlight reel right there. What a solid play right there.
Solid play, and yeah, I couldn't agree more. You got to respect every single one of these teams, every single one of these players. And I was asking you about your crystal ball. I see the mini-map Power 888 out there on the boat take, going to be utilizing those two little islands out there. Maybe we'll get a glimpse of them very shortly, but Zeus right here trying to defend. They definitely heard those shots from Arrow out there in the distance. And I'm looking at the chat right now. They're calling me Borat. It's okay. I mean, hey, whatever, chat. I respect it. Who do you think's going to win, by the way, chat? Who are you guys cheering for here? I see a couple Archer Gamings. I see a couple Arrows. Okay, okay.
Well, hey, they're gonna be extra hype when they see this play because, I mean, they have a great start to this Vikendi match. I think that's going to really help them out with their confidence as well, because that's a really big factor when you're playing in such a huge event for so much money on the line. Starting out is always the most difficult thing. You want to start out strong, get your team's confidence up to be able to make some plays. And so far, I mean, Aerowolf Limax, they were kind of in the mid-pack, but after that play, I mean, they got to definitely be feeling themselves.
For sure. For sure. I mean, that was a phenomenal. I mean, it goes back, though. I'm still going to cut Nova some slack. Like I said, like, Vikendi, they're not used to playing it on a competitive level, right? So maybe next time around, we'll see them take it a little slower compared to just pushing all guns hot like that. The Unnamed, we see them doing some scouting out there in the distance. They're very close to getting themselves in a potential fight. But the Bluebees, they lost their chicken dinner last game. It was stolen from them at the very end. Regardless, second place, phenomenal finish. I'm looking for Lufa, though. I've been watching the scrims. Lufa was just popping off. I saw Lufa in the scrims get not one, but two 1v4s and win them.
Hold that thought really quick as we see Aerowolf seeming to drive right up onto loops. And one of their players, this looks like the scout, is going to be taken out really quickly right there. So, man, a really tough sacrifice. It looks like they're just trying to prepare for this next circle. And to lose a player like that can't feel good. But they're going to have to make sure that they recollect themselves, because this next zone is starting to close, ladies and gentlemen. Just a few seconds left. And right now, all the teams, they're just staring at the map, trying to get a game plan together, because once this next zone shifts, you got to start moving really quickly, and we'll see where it goes.
I love Power AAA. Power.
Perfect.
Okay, so Power AAA.
Not anymore.
Yes, you know, I mean, it's not going to favor them, but they're still going to be able to make their way on to the coastline. As long as they're not spotted by Loops or Archer Gaming, they should be safe. It looks like they're going to be popping in their boats and actually sending it on up there to the top to DRS. So we'll have to pay attention to see if they'll able to successfully land moving forward.
Yeah, good circle, though. I think for all these teams, they're going to be pretty happy. Majority of them are just going to sit right here. So I think we're going to see a lot of hurry up and waiting right now, just kind of keeping an eye out. And all these teams, they're going to be doing anything they can to hope that this next circle goes on to them, because it's going to be a toxic next zone if it hard shifts. So many squads are just packed up very, very tightly. Looks like DRS now, yeah, after that knock onto Secret Jin, they're going to start pushing their way on south, because they are one of the only teams that is currently outside of this circle. Yeah, that knock, they're going to get that finish right there, and they're going to start pushing their way up piece by piece.
If I was GZ in this situation, the last one alive for the squad of Secret Jin, you kind of got to hide. You got to hide if you want to at least attempt to get some placement points, because if they get taken out right now with no kills, that will be 0 points. And I believe DA, they might be aware that there might be a solo player in the area, so we'll have to pay attention to see if GZ can remain alive.
Yeah, we got Digital Athletics right here. They're going to be hanging out with that full 4-man right at the edge of this circle in Peshkova. And like you mentioned, Secret Jin, last member alive, he's not going anywhere. He's going to be hiding in that building for as long as he possibly can. But you got to watch out because Digital, I mean, they are on the lookout right now for squads. And we're starting to see a whole bunch of teams
Here we go.
rotating on in. Oh, and yeah, look at Q hit the U-turn real quick after that play. And you know, his eyes are as wide as they possibly can. He was like, man, I almost got taken out from 4 angry men. Had to hit that turnaround. Got to be really, really careful right here because this squad, we know they can frag out. And look at Suck, ready to go.
Right on the edge as well. Next zone does go on up, so the Unnamed, they are going to have to make up their minds on what the game plan is, only with 3 up, as Ran is already going to be down and out, back to lobby. 4 a.m. tossing a warning grenade right there. Raven trying to come up with some type of plan on how they can make it on into the next zone. And talk about a team trying to make up a game plan. DRS huddled in the corner of the cliff. Archer Gaming right on top of him, looking down, the Eagles in the sky.
Yeah, Archer has to make a decision. Oh, this could be a great Molotov right here. And it looks like, oh, just a little too far. That's a really tough one to throw, especially in that downhill. But Archer Gaming has to make a decision right here. Do we stay and camp this squad? I mean, that's some free points right there, essentially. Or do we head on into this next zone? Really tough decision for them.
I mean, I respect the Molly play because Molly's with the new update have a further spread. DRS, they do have a vehicle. Okay, so they're going to have 2 of their members pop in the vehicle, keep one in the tail end of this one. Very smart, just in case the vehicle explodes as they make the push on into play zone, trying to wrap around, trying to get a better position to take this gunfight.
That was a beautiful play from DRS. They handed all their meds off to that one player, just in case the other 2 couldn't get alive, so that he could just heal on up in the blue zone to get placement. It does look like they were able to move up a little bit, but they got still a long ways to go to get into this next zone, and all these teams are just set up and waiting for them. So good luck to them on making it in. We'll have to see what they can do.
I mean, we're 20 minutes into the game, and we only lost 1 team, so it is definitely going to be a sweaty rotation. Archer, Avian right there, getting a kill underneath their belt, going for the spray down with the M4. Can they get another one? DRS, they got a member on the snowmobile out there in the blue.
I mean, he was hitting the gas on that thing. He was barely able to skip on by. And DRS just trying to do everything they can to stay alive. AJ's just stuck wide on the open. And this is Circle 5. This blue zone hurts. No meds to his name. Gun down, just running in as fast as he possibly can.
Easy,
looks like it's going to be too long, though. Yeah, that's going to be it for Secret Jin. And now we're starting to see squads drop like 5. Oh! AJ from the back end from the blue, able to secure 1 point at least before he goes out.
Respect right there. I mean, you might as well get that 1-to-1 KD. Popping on over here, Blue Bees. Looks like we are on the tail end of a defense right here. All 4 members of Blue Bees going to be up, going to be really healthy, have a lot of meds to their name. That next zone did shift, and once again, Loops favored. Will we get a repeat of game number 1? Well, we got 11 teams. We'll find out here. Checking on in with Loops' position. They're going to be overlooking this one, overlooking Archer Gaming.
Oh, they are sitting pretty right now. Loops has the best spot in the game. The rest of them have to push through everybody to get there. Starting to see a lot more squads taken out. Here comes 4 Angry Men trying to take Alpha 7 out, and it looks like he might be able to jump shot Uzi, but Swagwood's not done yet. Got that AK drop shot, and he gets the kill with the insane AK drop shot right there with 1 HP left.
Actually,
such a clutch play.
I mean, I like the play right there. We saw Hasakai and Sin kind of wrap around that boulder, try to get that crossfire going on. Just not able to do so. Icy from Zeus, MP5K trying to pepper it out there in the distance. Swagwin, nice clutch play, but how are you going to survive? How are you going to make your way on into the blue zone, or away from the blue zone, that is, Going to be healing on up. We saw Zeus take a couple pot shots at them just a couple moments ago. It's going to be very dangerous.
Yeah, I think Swagwin, he's just smoking out those boxes, trying to get as much health as he can as we move over, though. Oh, beautiful play. Said, you know what? I don't got to shoot you. I'm just going to blow up this vehicle right in front of you and take you out. Really, really high IQ right there. And we're just seeing a whole bunch of squads just trying to just rotate on in, driving up, and they are just getting taken out piece by piece. Here comes Charlie right here, trying to get another play as well. G36C in hand. Use that hip fire. Will he be able to get this knock? Onto Z jump shot. Oh! Awesome. It's going to take one of them out. Will he get for the second right now?
Prize.
This man is on a mission.
Silas in the smoke, trying to take some shots out there, trying to defend their ground. We got some third-party shots erupting as well. DA taken down and out. Abrupt Slayers still alive there on the edge. Ooh. But for how long? Loops, there you go, taking them down and out as well.
I mean, we saw Swagwin had to smoke that box out just in case, and it looks like he wasn't able to do the same because he just peeked that little pixel. And Loops, man, you know these guys can gun it out, and this could be a huge game for them. They can get so many points right here with this setup.
Loops can get a ton of points. Zeus, they got the potential as well to get a ton of points with their high ground position, overlooking a lot of teams who need to make the push. Oh, we see some toes, but Rob Dini from Konina Power. Spray down right there in this exchange, in this 1v1. Rob Dini, the last one alive for Konina Power.
Yeah, but he's got that M249, baby. That's the squad wiper right there. 100 rounds in that bad boy. That's the best gun you could possibly have to remain alive. And you can see Aerowolf Limax, last remaining member. He's stuck out and out. Oh, here comes Rob Dini, though. All eyes are on him.
Want to get the finish.
M249 in hand. Can he get this knock? Look at Fabian laying down straight, just eyes locked on him. Dude, what? Whoa! The nade from Loops, Dadine!
The arm right there. I mean, talk about the precision. Loops, they won game number 1 because of their ability to utilize the utility phenomenally. And they're doing the same thing right here. Repositioning. They have a bunch of vehicles. I believe we checked in with their garage. They had about 4 vehicles to use. Arrow, though, don't count him down and out quite yet. 7 kills so far for the squad. Ronan making the pull up, trying to take him out. Trying to get that
trying to survive. Oh, quick knock right there. Gonna get the finish. That's 8 kills for them. Crushing it. Loops as well, just bullying everybody with that position. Now they're just taking out every single remaining member piece by piece. Just doing what Loops does right now. They are feeling themselves. One last player, all gone. 10 kills for Loops. They are stunting on the rest of these teams right now.
Stunting is the habit. I mean, 4 members up, the only team with the complete squad. So it's pretty much Loops versus a 1 versus a 1 versus a 1. 1 from Blue Bees, Lufa. 1 from Arrow. I gotta
give it to Arrow, though. Oh, my goodness. I mean, he's still alive. Last remaining member, and this squad already has 8 kills to their name. They are crushing. Oh, but for how long? Yeah, getting spot from Kaovsky. I mean, now, look at Loops. They're just standing straight up.
It's a close
Easy
one.
Kills. It's all Loops, baby.
4v1. I mean, you never know. 4v1.
I mean, it's also the blue. He is in the blue zone right now. Just jumps down. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Zeus, though, eSports able to secure 2nd place just by healing and running out. The strategy works right there. But Loops, with that zone shift onto them and that solid position and their gun skill, it was just easy pickings for them.
And yeah, I mean, it goes back to their position, another prime spot that they were, calculated in their rotations early on. And then from there, they just defended it and made sure that other teams did not have that free rotation on into the safety and comfort that they were holding. Zeus, though, always playing out there in the open, always being forced to push on into the zone, weren't really favored very much. And then you got to give it to Lufa, the solo member, from Blue Bees to get that 3rd place. I mean, talk about consistency. We're going to pass it on over to the experts and see what they have to say about that game.
Thank you very much, Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. And a crazy game it was yet again. We've had 4 games and 2 winners. I don't know about you guys. I'm getting real tired of tagging the same people in my Instagram stories right now. The same teams winning time and time again. But hey, Loops, they earned it.
I mean, 100%, you know, the team coming in really hard from PMPL Americas, and like you mentioned it, right, the team that dominated, they got 100-point lead on second position, and going into the Global Championship tournament, like, you know, we talked about Bigetron, we talked about all the Chinese teams, like, Loops are high up there, like, they're deserving of that top spot.
And you can see from the stats, obviously, you know, while on Aerogal it was like 2.2k damage or something with a lot of nades, this time it was a lot of third partying, and it worked out well because they had the compound, everybody kind of had to come to them, and as soon as it shifted to there, everybody on the west side of that road knew they were in trouble.
But also, one thing I'm loving here is that when they had the 2200 damage in game 1, they only had like 550 damage received. Here, they had 427. They had 13 kills and 7 knocks. So not only were they getting knocks and confirming them, they were taking other people's kills.
100%. Like, they had that compound, and they were just looking so good. And you mentioned it, the circle went in their favor. If it didn't go in their favor, it was going to be a completely different ball game. But the moment they had the circle in their position, all the teams were also fighting each other, and then had to fight to cross over the road. They were just like, come guys, we'll take you one by one, and they did.
They transitioned very well. We saw Konina Power and Archer fighting. We were like, okay, this is a battle for second place. No. Loops just came out of the combat and said, we're going to decide the battle for second place.
They've literally carried over the momentum that they had in PMPL Americas, honestly. I think they got like 4 chicken dinners in a row, if I'm not mistaken, in one of these weeks, and they're just continuing to take it to all these teams. Let's take a look at the results from that last match. You guys get an idea of what all the other teams got in terms of points, because we did have Aerowolf Limax up there, number 2. We talked about them before. They were the team, if I'm not mistaken, that took down Nova in the beginning of that game at 16th place.
Yeah, and
but Bluebees again, by the way.
I mean, in the Aerowolf, insane 2v4 that came out against Nova that they really shouldn't have won. It felt like it's... But no, they just popped off and it worked out well for them. They needed just a confidence boost like that to kick them on. And again, you can see how it worked out. 16 points. That could have been 0 points. That could have been a 0-point game for Aerowolf, but no, it worked out so well for them.
And I just want to jump back on the Bluebees really quickly, because we talk about China, right? You have 4 Angry Men, you have Nova XQF representing the pressure coming from the region to be the teams representing China. Well, Bluebees is the only team representing Japan, and this team is just going off. And not to mention, Japan gets a PMPL next season, or next year. So this is only going to get even better.
Yeah, we're talking about the only Japanese representative. We also only got 1 Korean representative, which is actually Archer Gaming. And I want to talk about them real quick in this game of the Kendi. I think they did really good versus the Nepali team. There's a DRS Gaming, and they actually had a really good gatekeeping position in the northern side. Instead of putting all of their players on the outskirts of the circle, they started sending players down south to try and make up for them trying to just sneak away from that position. And the moment DRS disengaged, like, they were going down to Archer. I think so Archer really aiming for like elongated gatekeeping fight was a really smart play on their side. Yeah.
I think what's so great as well about PMGC is that you look at like PMPLs, you look at PMCOs, there's room for mistakes to happen, right? But you don't really see these mistakes happen anymore. The right decisions seem to always be made at the right times, like we're really looking at with gatekeeping DRS, as you mentioned. But we can see now our second page, and again, 4 Angry Men getting really comfortable, it seems, with the second page, unfortunately. But again, 4 points. Like, you just have to stay out of the bottom 8. You don't need to get first place in league play. So yeah, only 4 points, but they're still technically top 16 right now, if I'm not mistaken, and they should be through at the moment to go to the Super Weekend.
Another team that's been struggling is GODSENT.
Yeah.
GODSENT have been really struggling to find their momentum that they obviously carried coming into this tournament, so it's been tough for them. 4 Angry Men, yes, it pulled again to the eastern side. They drop in coal mine area, so they have a pretty big rotate, and as it kept pulling, they were in a similar situation that a lot of teams were. It pulled over to the east, and there was this cluster, obviously, on the western side of the circle that were just slowly crashing in. I was very surprised with the way that 4AM got wiped out, though. It seemed a little bit too easy.
I mean, maybe too easy. I still want to believe that they have a lot more to show us, just like Bigetron, who haven't had the greatest performance. But there is maybe some signs for 4 Angry Men. But I guarantee you, they're like 3 matches in now so far in the tournament. Wait till tomorrow. I think they're going to shove, especially with like the kind of coaching staff they're going to have behind them. You're giving me a cheeky smile.
It's because you say it's the classic, wait till tomorrow. Tomorrow, it get better tomorrow.
It'll be better tomorrow.
It's like, you've got 2 days. We're a third of the way through the weekly play. It's, time's running out.
That is true. I will give you that one. Let's take a look, though, at our do-the-do moments in that last match and start to look at some of the kills we had come through and how, obviously, the game did progress from the start. And, well, speaking of from the start, you can see DRS already in a fight right off the bat with Power 888 KPS.
Yeah, again. I mean, that's 2 games running. DRS have been involved in the action. Loops obviously involved early on. This was the battle for the compound in the north drop. Like, I was talking about 4AM. Obviously, the coal mine drop is where Loops would ordinarily drop. They adjusted and went further north, and sort of Archer and Loops, etc., were all up in that same area.
And this is actually the gatekeeping position from the Korean team of Archer Gaming. Really, really good setup, and they started disengaging a little bit further away. And the moment they moved away, they were out of reach of DRS Gaming. And then they were just like, well, we have to force through. You have no way of actually escaping from that position. And Archer Gaming played that just so well and rewarded them with a few more kills to show for it.
Here's the third party from Loops just getting involved all the way. They had such a great compound. They had vision across the day. It was really a battle for everybody else. You could kind of see Loops, it was theirs to be had, and they were such a strong team. But Blue Bees, you know, we've already talked about Japan, how strong they've been. They have put in an immense performance today.
Lufa, like this man, like every time we see a highlight, he's always there.
Yeah, I mean, all the time, even during the scrims, he was putting clip after clip. And I think even just after today, he's going to have like a bunch up on his Twitter page. So check it out. There's a lot of content about to be posted on
have a
Twitter.
good time with good old Google Translate coming in on that one when we were looking at the tweets. But yeah, honestly, see the blue at the end. I mean, Zeus, they qualified through in the wild card spot. They had to fight through a lot of different teams to get here. But so far, a good start with this last match as well. But I think it's time to now take a look at our total damage in that last match. Remember, Loops had around 1,600, but I'm not convinced necessarily they had the most damage done since they were sniping away quite a few of these kills. So let's take a look now. And well, actually, I should have just said, yeah, they are going to have the most damage.
There you go.
I was expecting some teams to have a little bit more, but we do see
look at Zeus.
Zeus second, but the kills to damage ratio is a little unfortunate, Demon.
It is. I mean, obviously, there was a lot of third partying going on for Kendi, as there often is, but Aerowolf Limax, great performance from them. Obviously, a lot of damage, 8 kills to back it up as well, 4 of them being the Nova guys that ended up with a big fat 0 points. So big difference for them, and you can see the spread down the board. All of those teams that were caught in that big Western cluster.
You know what's scary is that Nova, last place, right? But look at their damage. They actually beat out on quite a few teams. So when they went out fighting, which means it's not easy to take this team out ever.
Yeah, you had like Secret Gym was very little damage. Also GODSENT, like they had 53 damage. It was like, what, 2-3 bullets maximum? Like almost nothing. So they got to try and connect a little bit more and take some big fights.
All right, well, speaking of big fights, I'm glad that you mentioned that's perfect. We have a telestration segment here, and Max is going to have to walk across the stage and down the steps and hopefully not trip, as we're going to be taking a look back at our very first match of the day. And we have, if I'm not mistaken, Alpha 7, we've got Zeus in there, and we've got the Unnamed.
Yeah, indeed. So this was a game number 1, if you guys did not see. It was actually won by Loops. So we're going to the mid-game stage, where actually was taken over this position onto the western edge on the mountaintop. We were going down towards a field finish. And you had then these 3 teams that are going to be Alpha 7. You had Zeus, eSports, and also the Unnamed, the PMP Americas team. So of course, we're going to have this position coming on through. So far, the game was actually looking really good for the side of Alpha 7, but some gatekeeping position was starting to ensue, and it was starting to get a little bit sandwiched up between the side of Zeus, eSports, and also the Unnamed. So at the moment, when Alpha 7 started realizing that they're actually dealing with a big amount of opposition in the more southern edge and also onto the more eastern, actually more western side of this position, they were struggling. So the reason how they moved away from this position was actually with these smokes you're going to be seeing happening in the dead-on center. They were actually really well executed, allowing them to relieve some pressure away from Zeus on their side and actually relieve themselves from that spot. Enter into the circle, and you can see actually on the minimap up here that there was only one team was actually stopping them from entering this position. It was Zeus. Their name was not really all that close. So at the end of the day, Alpha Gaming were looking extremely strong. So just going to be pushing on forward just a little bit and try and find exactly what we're dealing with. And now we're going to be exactly seeing this spot. And because of the really good smokes coming on through, they could actually move their way forward towards Zeus, play even more aggressive on that position. They're going to be moving a little bit forward also and see exactly what Alpha were dealing with. Because at this position, this is where things got extremely sticky on their side. And the smokes actually also relieving a little bit of pressure from teams that could be shooting from the mountain up north. It was the likes of Loops potentially. And they keep on going forward. And you can also see that Zeus here, they just don't really want to take this fight head on. The Unnamed, though, they got the man advantage. They're feeling extremely confident. But Alpha, they understand we got to take one fight at a time. And this is the time where they decided to go for the Unnamed specifically. And a few frags were coming on both sides. Alpha 7 started putting their focus down to the side of Zeus eSports. 2 of the players of Alpha did go down, and at the end of this fight, they did end up having one player that was swaggering, and he was able to take the clutch at the very last second. But at that moment, the Unnamed were like, you know what? Too much action is happening on our side. We're not going to get engaging on this fight whatsoever. The great grenade from Swagrin came on through, finds the knock onto Icy, and it was only Zeal of Zeus remaining, and it was just set in stone at that point in time. Swagrin gone for the final push in the final moments, got prone, going for the kill potential onto Icy also. And at that moment, it was just game over. Swagin just doing such a good work for his team. They were able to survive as a one-man army, and Zeus really struggling to gatekeep on this position.
Yeah, really cool to see, Max, actually, because I think one thing we look at when it comes to this is the fact that teams in these situations, they need to make a decision, right? They need to decide what they're going to do. They can't sit there and wait for their teams like the Unnamed behind them to push them. They took the action into their own hands, and a team that makes a decision together, whether it's a good call or bad call, is always going to do better than a team who makes a call and only half the people follow it.
Absolutely, and obviously we've got Erangel being the next map, so a lot of these guys are going to be looking towards that, the start of the day, to see what they can adjust, and that's exactly things that they need to adjust on.
All right, so you guys at home, there's plenty of things for you guys to win. For the very first one, for this week, we're doing a nice little art competition. So you guys need to submit your artworks. Of course, they have to be done by you. They have to be submitted to eSports PUBG Mobile over on Twitter with the hashtag PMGC. And we will be showing our favorites throughout the show throughout this week. Then at the very end of the week, on the very last day of our Super Weekend, we will be doing our top 10 over on Instagram, where you guys at home can vote. And our top winners will be receiving some prizes, some UC going into their account. So make sure you guys get on that. You have tons of time. It could be art about your favorite player. You could be doing a drawing of your favorite host. That one might win. It could be anything out there related to PUBG Mobile, so make sure you guys do it. And now we're going to be heading to a break, and we're going to be taking a look yet again at the new lightweight mode coming to phones. You guys can download that. 600 megabytes. You can save all that extra space on your OnePlus 8Ts for any anime you want to see if you're Max or Blank, or just extra pictures if you're me.
Lightweight installation function available now.
On the bridge right now. Alright, circle's about to change, pay attention. I'm close, right around my mark. About to push up. Headshot. No. I got two knock right here.
PUBG Mobile Global Championship is brought to you by Qualcomm, Mountain Dew, OnePlus, and OnePlus 8T 5G smartphone, the official partner phone.
Well, here we go into the penultimate game of the day as we take a look at the schedule and see what map's coming up now. It's going to be match number 5, and I can tell you from memory. Yeah, it's going to be Erangel. And yes, do not correct whatever you're watching on currently. We do only have loops and Team Secret winning any of the games we've had so far today. Now, my question to you, Demon, right off the bat, can Secret get a third?
I knew that's what you were going to ask. Is it going to be a 100% record? I mean, they got lucky with the Sanhok win. It was a great play. Don't get me wrong. It was a great play, but I'm pretty sure when he was taking that shot and seeing 4 alive, he was like, I'll get 1 kill. Wait, I won the game. What just happened?
I meant to do that.
Insane, yeah. I mean, maybe they can. We're on to Erangel. We're back around. We've finally done the full circle. Who knows? This is going to be a wild one, I think, again.
Yeah, I'm going to be really looking out for teams like, potentially also the third team of Team Secret if they can get another chicken dinner. I'm looking out for also Bigetron. Like you mentioned at the very start of the show, a map on which they don't perform all that good is actually down on Erangel. So I'm intrigued to see if they can try and maybe beat those weaknesses and actually maybe perform here. If they do so, like they potentially beaten their worst demons so far they had in the competitive scene.
They need the points right now. It's obviously, we talked about 4AM needing points. Bigetron did get a 6th place on Sanhok, so they got at least a couple of positional placements, but the fact that we're seeing Loops and Secret and popping off and some of these teams really even over getting big kill scores is time to set those tables. There's only 16 teams that are going to go through from these 24 into that Super Week, and that's what you've got to be. If you don't make it in the first week, you're not going to be very happy, that's for sure.
Yeah, you put yourself kind of 1 foot in the grave, make it much harder. Maybe you want to run hard mode, going into this, to try to do it within 2 super weekends. But we talk about, Bigetron kind of having a little bit of an underwhelming performance so far. What about Na'Vi? I know, Max, you got to cast them in EMEA League. We got to talk about the Avengers level team we got going on for them, but they have not had an Avengers level impact so far.
Not an Avenger level threat, I would say so far. They're definitely on the little bit of the low slope. They're slowly building up. In the EMEA League, they did start the finals in a similar fashion. Didn't really get some good results from the very start. And in the final games, the final few days, they're like popped off in really big fashion, really showing up to the party. I think they can still do it, but it's just, it comes down to what we were talking about for Bigetron earlier. If you start losing and falling behind too early, it's only 2 days. Like, really, if you fall behind too early, then can you make it back up in time? Na'Vi, they still can. I'm pretty sure they can do that, but it might just be too late at the end.
Well, one team that hasn't really struggled so far today, where they might have struggled in the recent past that we talked about earlier on, Demon, Futbolist. They've had a fantastic first couple of games. We even had Solkay #1 in overall kills at the halfway point of the day. So this team is just continuing to put up numbers.
Yeah, Loops just obviously probably surpassed him in numbers because with a great performance there in Vikendi. But now we're on to here. I wonder, is it going to be a Novo drop for Futbolist, do we think? Because obviously we have Bigetron around the farm area. We know Konina Power like Milto. It's getting a very busy area of the map down the south. Who knows? We could have a Sosnovka circle, so that could benefit them.
That is a really good point you have to mention, Max, is that we had our very first game with Group C out, and now Group C's into Erangel for the first time with Group B. So that means the teams from Group B who previously clashed against Group A, do they need to change drop spots? Are they going to be not expecting someone knocking at their front door saying, hey, we're here too, want to fight?
Yeah, it's definitely going to create a lot more room, and I think that that's something that I think a lot of these teams could try and tend to do over the course of this entire tournament. It is day one. Maybe teams don't know by heart the dropping locations, don't know by heart all these specific rotations, but you got to keep in mind that when a group is not playing, you got to try and abuse that. Like, if you know, oh, this area is free, instead of taking a 5 versus another team, why not just go for the drop of, I don't know, like Team Secret because they're not playing a specific game? It's something that you can do, and I would love to see teams maybe do that a little bit more.
This is where the coaches and analysts really earn their money. Well, that's on the start of the tournament is where they've got to put the most work in to try and figure things out, so the players themselves can actually be free to do what they do, and then just get the kills.
Well, that's my follow-up question. I'm glad you actually mentioned that. If you are a coach or a team that luckily does have a coach, honestly, I hope every team out there does with what's on the line, right? Do you make those changes day one, like halfway through the day, or do you wait till day 2 to really dive into it deeper and figure out what you want to do?
It's so risky. It's so risky, right? To make effectively a knee-jerk reaction after what we've had is just one game on each map so far. To make an adjustment this early, I think it was a bit too knee-jerky. Unless you're really in trouble, unless you've had a really bad start, I'd be surprised to see anyone making that adjustment right now.
I personally think you maybe should, because it's only 8 games. Like, if you do not perform, you don't make it to the first Super Weekend, and if you do not make it to the first Super Weekend, can you make it to the top 16 teams after 4 weeks? Like, I definitely do understand, it's a long process, but like, I think you got to do micro adjustments and big adjustments maybe later on down the line.
I mean, that's the real point, right? Can a team suddenly change their drop point somewhere, in which case the entire rotation, the entire game changes based off that, because everybody that drops has the perfect loot runs through the houses, wherever they're going to go. They have it timed down to a fine point.
Well, you know what? We are going to be getting underway now with our 5th game of the day. And once again, we're heading back to Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. So take it away.
Thank you so much, Jason. Here we go. We're back. Okay, so there's a couple things I want to talk about right off the bat. We're 4 games in, and I know that a lot of people could be thinking, oh, you know, it's just the first day, but we've been talking about it over and over again. These 2 days are so crucial. If you do not make it in the top 16, you're not making it into the Super Weekend. And I am looking right now at the rankings, Dave, and hear me out. Tell me what your just first thoughts are, okay? Bigetron in 20th. RRQ Athena in 18th. Navi at 16th. Dave.
Bigetron, I'm not going to worry about. Bigetron are big chillin', all right? They got this in the bank. When it comes to Navi, they were the best team from EMEA League. They got first place in the league play. They got first place in the finals. But they are a fairly new team when it comes to working all together. They got 2 players from Dream Eaters. They snatched Tixie from Konina Power. And then, of course, you got old boy just popping off from the old Team Unique, if I'm not mistaken. So Navi in particular, they are definitely looking for that comeback to really shine because they have a lot of fans and a lot of high expectations behind them. So hopefully this can be their game. Now, Jason made a great point. We saw game number 1 here today. One of our groups already played in that game, and if they watched back the VOD, they, studied with their coach.
Yeah.
Pachinki wide open, baby. I mean, Pachinki is such a strong position right smack in the middle of Aerowolf. Somebody has to take it. I mean, it has to be taken this game.
100%. And I think we're about to find out if it is going to be taken and who's going to take it. Because here we go, everybody. Match number 5 underway. And we're taking it to the none other than my favorite map, Aerogale. And as we can see right here, these players, they're locked, they're loaded in the plane, and so far this plane path heading right down the center, and you mentioned it, Dave, Pachinki. I mean, that is right off of this plane path right here, and if this goes free once again, that is a huge missed opportunity for these teams.
Yeah, and honestly, if it goes free this game, it's definitely not going to be free tomorrow. I mean, it's just not going to happen. And by the way, put some respect on my mustache, man. I'm watching the chat. Put some respect on the stash. Come on. But let us know in the chat who you think is going to take that winner chicken dinner this game. I see a ton of BTRs. Let's see if Bigetron could make that comeback this game. Like you mentioned, Jukes, they're down there at the bottom. We're going to find out here. These players are going to be jumping out the plane. We see Execute, one of the first squads to be popping out their shoots over there in North George.
Yeah, and it looks, I'm looking, you can see them heading over there to that spot, relatively uncontested so far. A couple squads landing near them, and my first thought was RRQ. You know, RRQ Athena, Pachinki, that is the place that I personally, when I played against them, that was their drop location. It's a place that they know really well, and I remember the first time going against them, they had angles that I had never seen before. Certain rooftop spot. I mean, these guys know Pachinki like the back of their hand, baby. And you can see right now, I think a lot of other squads are just respecting that and deciding to leave them off to their own. But first circle is going to go on up here. Relatively dead center for all these teams. So I think it's going to be a really, really solid match right here.
You were running, you were looting some bandages. Next thing you know, Ernie just snipes you from a window. Oh, Ernie, not like this. RRQ, very interesting squad because I actually had the opportunity to talk with Choo Choo, one of the casters from that region, Southeast Asia. And she pretty much said, like, RRQ on an individual level, these players, they are insane. Their mechanical skills are insane. But the past couple weeks, at least this is what she has noticed casting them, is they're having some communication issues, right? And we know communication has to be, on point, especially when you come to this point in the game on the highest stage possible for PUBG Mobile. So hopefully they have practiced some exercises. Hopefully they can show us that their communication is on point here.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, it could definitely be tough. There's so much expectations riding on them. This squad has won $100,000s of dollars in the past. We'll see if they can do. Oh, Swagwit with the 2x Car 98. If he hits that one, I'll eat my shoe right now. I mean, that is going to be a heck of a shot if he can. we'll see how that's going to look like right now as we're looking at Rozhawk. And yeah, Alpha 7 is going to loot on up the best they can. Now, this is the team right here. Man, the Team Secret, 2 chicken dinners so far. Can they get the triple? 100% win rate on day number 1? That would just be straight insanity.
And I think, you know, they took some shots right there. We saw the 2 times Car 98. Not my cup of tea. We saw them take some shots and then, you know, quickly get in those vehicles. And they're like, okay, we're going to let Rozhawk be. You can have it, Alpha 7. Popping on over, though. Zeus, Icy with the Scar. Looks like they're going to be fighting Na'Vi. I mean, we were just talking about Na'Vi moments ago.
Yeah, and I saw that beautiful dolphin dive he did right there. That was Icy indeed. He's going to start throwing some grenades to try and get some pressure off of him because he's really spread out from the rest of his team. So I think he's trying to do the best he can to kind of maybe impersonate like a full squad is right there. Because if they push up on him by himself, he's not going to stand a chance. So he is going to kind of create that distance, and it looks like he's going to try to run back to the rest of his team right here.
See what Zeus can do because they definitely want to come in here and prove themselves. I mean, I actually had the chance to speak to Ronan, one of the players from Zeus, and they're telling me, you know, they are excited to represent Mongolia. This is the first time that they've played at this high a level. I mean, that's going to be the case for a ton of players. But they're looking to really, I mean, talk about experience right there, saving the buggy with the reverse. But they're really looking to prove themselves on the world stage. And Ronan told me, like, Dave, we've been studying these teams for weeks now. Their tactics, we've been studying their rotations. And I got to say, I mean, Zeus, I'm pretty pleased with how they've been playing so far here today.
Well, this is what I was talking about. You know, like Bigetron, you know, by far the, I think, biggest favorite by everybody to win this whole thing. They're currently in 20th. And I'll say this. At the end of the day, like you just mentioned how passionate Zeus is. You got a lot of hungry underdogs here trying to make some big money. So you cannot underestimate the power of the rest of these squads. You can't get too relaxed. We just saw Nova, right, kind of push in a 3v2 situation and got taken out really quickly. I mean, this is just a whole nother level of tournament. And yeah, you can see RRQ already looted Pachinki completely, and they're going to be holding Pachinki Hill right now, watching other squads drive on by.
They're out of there. I mean, they're out of there. Loot, get out of there before 5 minutes. Smart play right there. RRQ going to be here on Potato Hill. They have an idea. A1 out there in the distance. Sinister, a player that I tweeted about yesterday. I said, listen, Sinister, pop-off player, at least when watching them play in the scrims. Now's the time. Now is when it counts. Scrims, okay, you know, you did well. We saw you pop off. You got a couple of those clips for the montage. But this is when it counts. This is when the pressure is built on your shoulders. We'll see what will happen. Dante, Sinister are out there in the distance. Jax, we might have some nice little shots fired back and forth, you know, try to take some damage on those vests, you know, take out a helmet right there. We'll see.
We'll see if they can do it right now because you got to be really careful. RRQ, like you talked about earlier, I mean, their mechanical skill is phenomenal. I remember when I was in Dubai and saw them in the waiting room. These guys, I saw a D2E with a pencil, just rubbing the pencil up and down like he was tracking his recoil. I mean, just insane level of dedication and mechanical skill. And I think that's why they are definitely a solid gun squad that we know and love. But, you know, right now in 18th place. So they got to play this really carefully. You cannot just full send on any team here because every single squad, I mean, they are just, their whole roster stacked.
I mean, they're gaming. They got the gaming chairs as well. So if they got to hit that full gyro, 400 sensitivity, D9, SLR suppressed. Oh, man, that is just music to my ears right there. Jax forced to pull on behind this boulder, use some bandages, Sinister as well.
Beautiful shots right there. So that's going to definitely get their attention. And this is just dead center of the map. First circle starting to close right now. The rest of the teams are closing on in. I know that you guys cannot see the map right now. One team that I'm looking at, though, is a Futbolist. Futbolist is still currently looting Novo. And they have to cross a bridge. It looks like maybe BTR may be sitting at farm. We'll have to see how that rotation is going to come out later on as we just kind of watch these two squads right now poke at each other. And I wonder, do you think that if they get an initial knock, we'll see a push here? What do you think?
I don't think so. I think the distance between the two teams is just too much, and I don't know what type of vehicles they have in their arsenal. But I think it's more or less just, trying to take down the opponent's utility. Now, you were talking about Futbolist just a moment ago. I mean, Futbolist, they qualified World League West. I mean, that is seems like a while ago now. And since then, I mean, they've been playing, but not at the top levels, right? So this is a team. We know they can pull it off. The question is, do they have what it takes to repeat it here in PUBG Mobile Global Championship?
Well, I think they've done it so far. I mean, like they're in 4th place right now, so they had a good start. But at the same time, like you mentioned, we always have to look at the past, right? And they got to continue that great start. You know, like if they were having a rough patch, hopefully that good game that they had, kind of definitely banded them together. And like you were talking about, RRQ. We've seen their skill in the past, and you talked about how they could have a possibility of miscommunication. Well, a few bad games will definitely cause some miscommunication between your squad, saying, hey, you should have done this, you should have done that. But after a good one, everybody's nice and happy together, and they're going to have to get together as well, put their heads together to get into this next circle. As
communication, Futbolist, they are in a gaming house, though. So that is a plus. They are playing together. So, if mistakes do happen, they should be able to quickly, go to the drawing board and come up with some type of game plan. So we'll see. I just wanted to add that in there to your point. But, yeah, we see Futbolist. Okay. Safe. Driving up here on the coastlines of the shore. Everybody on that rotate here as that next zone did pop.
And you can see right now as we watch the rest of these squads, we're just kind of talking right now as these teams are trying to get set up into this next zone. Don't see too much action, and that's just a testament to these squads just trying to play this as careful as possible. Now, one thing you did say about how Futbolists have their own gaming house, I think that in this tournament, this PMGC, we're going to find out who is truly the best in the world because obviously due to recent events, we're not at a LAN. These players are not there at a central location. These players get to play laying down where they're comfortable, as set up as they possibly can. And in a LAN environment, it's completely different. So this is these players playing their absolute best. No excuses here. So we'll have to see who ends up on top as we finish out the first day, getting close to. And right now, going back, RRQ just hanging out right here at the edge of Potato Hill. All eyes surrounding everybody, making sure no team gets close to them.
I understood this earlier on, but as the zones continue to shrink, I don't think I want to find myself in this position. RRQ, I mean, they have these shacks to work with, but I mean, this position, dead center, you have to assume teams are going to be rotating on by, teams are going to be checking this out very shortly. So hopefully they have the appropriate cover. Ooh, Team Secret though. Yeah, hi boy, popping out of the Dacia real quick, going for that spray down out there in the distance with the scar.
That was a car 9. Oh, I'm sorry. I looked like a car 9, right? That was the DP.
Look at these shots though.
Insane shots right there on that buggy, and able to get that point done and out. And that just shows the level of skill these guys are at. You cannot just drive on by any team. And I think you kind of make a good point with RRQ hanging dead center. Normally, you'd be like, all right, yeah, dead center, we could just take on all these other squads, but these teams are brutal. If you have 2 or 3 crash onto your location, it's going to be a tough time. But at the end of the day, if you want to be the best in the world, you got to take them out piece by piece. So we'll see how that ends up. Still relatively quiet so far as these squads are just trying to get their position. Still 62 players alive here in this match. Zone number 2, though, starting to close. This next one, I think, is going to be really huge for these teams.
Ooh, BTR. Zuxi onto Cosmos, getting that quick finish right there. And unfortunate for our squad out here. Secret Jin, losing one real early on.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough loss for them right there, but they are going to be hanging out.
What that was about, though?
Yeah, it looks like they're
possibly.
Yeah, just trying to scout out, get a better position or as much information as you possibly can. And we saw that happen in the last match, right? One player just trying to get some info, getting taken out. This is going to be a really important next circle, though. Dead center. Dead center. I mean, RRQ, right on Potato Hill. They picked the right spot where this next zone's going to go. Bigetron on that south end right there. That's a really good position as well. Navi, Execute, coming all the way from Georgia Pole. They're going to have to sneak their way on in through ruins, and it looks like they may have a good opening to do so. And the hometown squad right there on the bottom end on Military Island, they're just playing this super, super safe here. Elite United.
Big chillin'. Big chillin'. They're going to be showing up last in the zone. Honestly, with this new circle, you can't be mad at it. I mean, it pretty much centered up. It took out that water. There's going to be a lot of terrain, a lot of nice BRDMs burnt out ones, some nice little trenches from the new update on Aerowolf that players can utilize to push across, because before, the Pachinki fields, they were just deadly. If you ran across this area, you were confirmed dead. But now with the trenches, at least you have that fighting chance to make that push, make that breach, and
get Rex.
Yep. Getting
that scouting out. Trying to be able to find a way into the circle. They're just trying to get as much intel as they possibly can. Just creeping up little by little right here, because it's going to get really intense here in the next few minutes as these squads are just getting their positions. You know, this is a really tough time right now, because if you're stuck right here and this zone hard shifts off you, this is that moment where you have to kind of have that game plan already set for the rest of your team and get to moving. But against the rest of these teams, regardless of what plan you have, it's not going to be easy. You're going to have to kind of wait for that perfect second to be able to sneak on by, or just have to gun your way out.
I mean, you know it's going to be sweaty when we're almost 15 minutes into the map and we haven't lost a team yet. As we're
going to see, I mean, it's going to be a straight chaos here in the next couple of minutes. And honestly, this circle is amazing for these teams, because this particular zone, I mean, these players know every single hill and rock and blade of grass in this area. This is probably one of the most frequented circles right here. So this is a very comfortable area for all of these squads. And you can just see all of them kind of picking their favorite locations right now. Alpha 7 on this really beautiful plateau by school. We'll see where this next circle, though, goes, because that'll definitely change up your plans real quick.
Yeah, it's going to decide. I mean, we're going to see some teams. Here we go. Elitist United finally making their way on into the edge. But we have a ton of teams hovering around Pachinki. Looking real quick at DA. I know the desk was talking about teams acquiring coaches. DA, actually one of those teams, after they qualified, recently picked up a coach, Sixmo. So we'll see what that will do for them, if it can help them, as they are going to be up here on the high ground, looking right on top of Elitist United. Next zone, Hot Jukes, goes on up. Baby. We got that north shift, and ladies and gentlemen, you wanted the action, you wanted the mayhem. Well, put your seatbelts on, because it is going to start to happen.
Well, guess what? Futbolist, Na'Vi, all these top squads are in big trouble. They're going to have to drive across everybody right now to get through it. And RRQ, they're on the edge of Potato Hill at the edge of zone. Right now, looking at Digital Lex, Ray Z. Oh, just trying to get those shots off, and they're not able to take out any of these players. But Team Secret, oh, they've been waiting for them.
Yeah, very yummy. Going to be crawling, going to be bleeding on out. Elitist United, we thought they were going to play this one slow and steady. Instead, they saw the next zone shift very good, was able to make their way on into the safety of a building for the time being. But regardless, they lost a lot, and that's not even going to be in the zone. So the battle has only just begun for Elitist United.
Yeah, Elitist United in big trouble right now. I mean, they try to play it as slow as they possibly can, but at the end of the day, this is a battle royale, baby. This circle is going to start closing. You got to get inside of it some way, somehow. Right now, look at this. BTR in big trouble on the bottom of Potato Hill right now, going up. They're pretty pinched right now between two teams. They've already lost Zuxi. They're down to 3 members. Looks like Luxy
A1 and RRQ up there.
Yeah, no heals either. No heals left for them. So Bigetron not having a great start here to this tournament, and it looks like they're going to have a lot of work to do if they want to make a good placement here in match number 5.
I mean, RRQ and A1, they've set up on Potato Hill since circle number 1. So finally, they're going to be able to see some action. Maybe not against each other, but they could maybe gatekeep on that zone. Some teams making their push on in. As mentioned, Bigetron, they're already down a member. Jax on the rock trying to get a better vantage point. Microboy on that off angle in the smokes.
Real quick, though.
Be very tricky.
Real quick, though, I mean, you got to think about this as well. Bigetron, everybody knows their name. And if they took out one player and you took out Zuxi, which is one of their top players right there, you know that they're not doing too good on the leaderboards. I wouldn't be surprised if these teams, knowing that it's them, decide to, hey, let's double pressure to get them out of this game. But Ryzen's got something to say with that grenade. That's going to open up this fight, and Luxy's trying to get that finish knock right here, and he is going to get that confirmed. So that is going to be really huge for them. That's going to even up this battle on the right-hand side.
Ryzen said, listen, you took out Zuxy. I don't think so. I don't think so. Don't count us down and out yet. Luxy was able to get that final blow. Ooh, Navi taken down and out first this match. They are having one tough day right here. Now, we saw the confirm from Bigetron. They're still deciding not to give up their position on the edge to make the push. We do see those smokes popped out right now from the side of A1 eSports, trying to at least buy some time to heal up after those mini red zones were popped on top of them from the grenades.
Yeah, they got to be really careful right now because here comes BTR. They're starting to press up on them. And A1 are set up waiting. But you got to watch out. Bigetron, they know that they're not going to just run in there needlessly. They're going to throw out all the kit they can. Good solid nade. Doesn't get the confirm just yet. Sinister's pre-firing. Oh, you know this one, though. That was a warn. That was the eviction notice. Oh, just a little too far, though. And Ryzen, he's in the blue right now. He's stuck.
Trying to heal on up. Does have a level 3 helmet. With the new update, grenades do 20% less damage, but these pro players, they have a ton of grenades in their backpack to just continue to toss one after another. We see Ryzen snaking it right now, trying to crawl up close and personal. Microboy taking some shots with the Scar. They're looking for a trade right now.
They got to get this finished. They got to kill this squad right now. The next zone is closing right now, and it is shifted off of them. They got to get this finished, take their vehicles, and that great Molotov, great shots from Ryzen. And look at that disengage. Able to get it down. Dante, the last one, up right here in this position. Can he stop them possibly? Oh, Microboy from the other angle. I'm sorry, 6Nini is still there on the corner. 6'9", I'm sorry. On this other edge, able to get it done. Traded out. Just Luxy. Last one up.
2v1. Luxy, AKM in hand, has the blue zone to their back. 6'9" knows exactly where Luxy is. Luxy going for a jump shot. Taking down 6'9" with the AKM. And Luxy coming out on top. A1 eSports taken down and out by the hands of Bigetron. Oh, not over here, though. Execute. Flushed, baby. Flushed after that push on a team secret.
And that was in the 1v1, so close of a finish. And you can just see shots at the bottom, just doing some quick call-outs because he's going to have to get into the action really fast. They're on the edge of this circle, trying to get this res, and it's all-out mayhem right now. Squad's getting taken out like crazy. Look at Alpha 7 and the Unnamed. Bucky able to get that res off at the last second. Run behind the building, and now it's just Swagwin. Oh, but what an angle. Oh, look at those points. Taking them all out. Oh, Bucky, good luck, man. And yeah, no matter how much luck he had, there was nothing he could do right there. As Alpha 7 is going to take out the Unnamed. 5 kills for them. Good solid start.
Alpha 7 with the pull-up right there. Like, yep, we're going to take this. This is ours. Thank you very much. Futbolist 4 alive on the edge right now, trying to make their push on into the new play zone. Konina Power, though, right there on the edge.
We'll see what they can do right now. I got to give it up to Futbolist because this was a very difficult rotation. It hard shifted off them big time. There goes Bigetron. Bigetron eliminated here. So, I mean, man, they are having it really rough. But look at this. Gonzo going against Futbolist. This is a team that they've gone against plenty of times. Can they do it? We will see right now if they can make this play. It's going to be huge if he can. But, man, Futbolist there got, I mean, Soulcade's got that. That's got the M4 3X just dialed in, staring right at him.
And we were talking about just a couple moments ago in the pregame how Futbolists are looking to make that comeback. 4 kills so far. Lutz is going to be dead, MIA right now for the squad. Futbolists have a really nice position when it comes to cover, but the next play zone will not favor them. Soulcade behind the tree, I believe, is going to be spotted by either Alpha 7 or 4 AM. So they got bigger fish to fry. Gonzo getting the pickup right here before attempting to run across that terrain to make their into new play zone.
Let's see what they can do. They can see what they can do. They got to get moving right now into this next circle. You can see them just trying to head over to Gonzo to try to take him out. RRQ, they've been hanging out in this area right here. I believe from Zeus with that laydown spray. Putting on, oh, D2E though. He's got the lockdown. Will he get the confirm? D2's 1 HP. Oh, man, able to survive and catch the last member of Zeus. That's going to be them out in 7th place. 6 teams remaining. Very, very crucial game, especially for RRQ. Can they pull this one out?
Especially for Team Secret, they're looking to keep their 100% win ratio. They got 2 members up for the squad. They have a Dacia, but the bigger story right now, Konina Power, the solo member.
Oh,
done, son. I thought Futbolist were going to take him out, but 4AM going to say, nope, we'll take that one.
Yeah, this is going to be a big game for them as well. 4 Angry Men currently in 12th place. Can they be able to climb up the rankings with this? Look at that. Oh, that nade looks like it's going to be a little too off to the right onto Alpha 7. Alpha 7 still got a full squad right here. And yeah, they're going to start putting some big shots onto Futbolist as they were trying to creep on in. And then, yeah, it's just Soul K left. Last one up remaining. He's outside of the zone. Ugh, he's got his work cut out for him. That's for sure.
Yeah, huge game, though. I got to mention RRQ. I mean, they're still up. The full squad is going to be alive right now. So Alpha 7 and RRQ, the only 2 teams remaining with the entirety of their team. 4 AM, they got a duo. Spen trying to toss out some grenades over there, trying to get some points right now. Alpha 7, Law going to be pushing on up with those smokes, trying to get into the zone.
Oh,
Sven making it very, very difficult.
Can he hit this other nade? I mean, that one did some pretty decent damage right there. This would be really crucial, especially considering that they're only a duo left. The next circle is about to close right here. Who is going to be favored, or will it go center out? And if it does center out, I mean, look at that. There's no cover in this area. This is the most difficult part of competitive PUBG Mobile. Full laydown in full effect, and you got to be able to hit those shots. Oh, that nade was so close right there. And it looks like Team Secret is still just hanging on by the edge of their teeth as this next zone is going to shift off of them.
Oh, the spray down right there. The spray. I mean, they are pinched. They are just stuck in a very challenging situation. I shot the last one alive. Trying to keep that 100% win ratio. Will not be able to do so, but 4th place still a very strong finish in for that game. 12 kills, though, RRQ. This might be their chicken dinner.
This is the one. This is the one. Can they do it? I mean, the next circle here, it was a little bit off center, but it's still, I mean, in an area where there's just nothing but open terrain. Everyone's just hiding behind a tree right now, holding on to it really tight for as much cover as they possibly can. And 4 Angry Men still just putting that pressure onto Alpha 7 as this duo. Oh, that nade off to that corner does some pretty decent damage. Just pieces up little by little, and you just look at this. D2E's just stalking both of these squads right now.
I mean, RRQ coming into this game, they were down there at the bottom when it comes to the leaderboards. If they can get the chicken dinner, regardless, if they don't even get the chicken, I mean, a top finish like this, 3rd place, that will secure you 10 points plus those kills. But G9, they got something else to say. They're going to be crawling up here. Army crawling, trying to get within grenade range. Going to be tossing 1, going to be tossing 2. It is getting awfully close to Alpha 7, trying to crawl their way on uphill and avoid these nades. Look who they're crawling into, though.
Oh, he spotted 1. Able to get the first knock, going for the second here. Oh, he's gonna get the flush instead. Oh, but RRQ on the other end is gonna take him out. D2E's gonna go ahead and just shimmy his way onto the left side. And it's just one last remaining member for 4 Angry Men. If it's play spoiler, though, you never know what kind of plays can be made, especially if RRQ and Alpha 7 start engaging each other. There goes G9. He's taken out and thirsted. So now it's a tied when it comes to members a lot. Oh, wow.
Saki
survived? He crawled all the way to his teammate?
And in the pickup. This is huge for 4AM. This is huge.
Crazy play. So clutch right there. This is so intense right now. This is so difficult. And it just, these players are so good at being able to spot the slightest little pixel out of place. And they are going to spot 4 Angry Men right there. So it's only 1 remaining member left. And you can see all these teams, right? All these players have dropped their backpacks. They have taken off their backpacks so they can reduce the amount of pixels that are on them so they can hide a little bit closer. Look at those tight peaks from Savan. Trying to survive right now. RRQ 13 kills, though. Sitting pretty. But still, you want that chicken dinner. Can they get it?
We have to mention, though, Alpha 7, they did get the zone. They're the closest team to the new play zone here. They're going to be right there on the edge. RRQ, they will have to push down just very slightly downhill. Besides that, though, I mean, everybody, like you said, throwing those backpacks out the window, only taking what is necessary to win this battle. Ben going to be crawling in right between the two teams. Alpha 7 with 3, RRQ with 3. 3 teams to go here.
Yeah, that backpack, I mean, on top of you, it just makes you, oh, look at Ernie. He's got the ghillie suit. So that's the best thing he could possibly use. But guess what? Savant's eyes were on point right there, was able to catch him out. Oh, but just take it out from Alpha 7. So there goes 4 Angry Men, 2 squads remaining. And Alpha 7, after that knock, they're running up for the push right here. Beer, can he hold on? Gets 1, but not enough. Alpha 7 able to get the chicken dinner.
Look at that, Alpha 7, baby. We see him, Alpha 7, baby. I mean, this is a team barely qualifying from PMPL Americas, making it here. They popped off in scrims. Now they're popping off now, getting that chicken dinner. RRQ, though, another phenomenal game for them. They were down there at the bottom of the leaderboard. So many kills going in their pocket this game. These leaderboards, Hot Jukes, they're just going all over the place right now.
They're going to start moving big time. RRQ needed that match, and I love to see at the end, I love the fact that here in the PMGC, we get to see some of the players' cameras right there, and we got to see Alpha 7 jump up and get hyped after that huge chicken. I mean, just to be able to get a chicken dinner on the global stage is enough challenge as it is. So for Alpha 7, really big. As a matter of fact, in the video I just posted, I thought that Alpha 7 was definitely one of a big underrated squad going in here. They can get it done, and they did here in match number 5. So after that, let's go ahead and see what the experts have to say after another insane match.
A crazy game indeed for Alpha 7, and we got to cast them and watch them back in PMPL Americas, and this team, like, they've proven, we talk about like RRQ Athena, you said this before in the show, but they get 4 players left alive in some of these final zones, they're going to win the game. Alpha 7 is one of those teams that doesn't need all 4 players alive, and they've shown consistently in Americas that they can win games with like 2 players left up.
I mean, they were really playing the long term right there because they were just playing more reserved on the northern edge of the circle. RRQ, they took control, they had the high ground, they knew where almost everyone was, but Alpha 7 just taken shot by shot, taken on 1, then there's a second, there's a third, and then it's B11. And B11, he's known for his clutches, but like they could just not make it happen, and Alpha 7 take the dub. Really happy to see another team other than Loopsat and Team Secret finally take another win.
Once they got G9, he was the flanking player. Once they dealt with G9 from RRQ, that was it. That was the pivotal moment that they could then deal with the rest, because the top 2 were obviously having to deal with 4AM. It was like a full 3-way battle.
Yeah, it was a little battle royale, you might say.
You might say.
Let's actually take a look at our map rankings from that last match and see who came out with the points. Team Secret, a team we're definitely going to want to focus on later on and maybe look at their stats in particular across the team because they have been playing amazingly. But you can see RRQ Athena. Max, you talked about this team so many times today, and they finally had that pop-up game that you were expecting.
Yeah, I mean, they were being proactive from the very, very start, to be honest. Like, on phase 1 circle is very centered up on top of Potato Hill. They dropped in Pachinki, and like, we know what? We're done with dropping. We've done our looting stage. It's not worth staying here anymore. And they went right for the mountain top, and then they just had to follow the circle, go downhill little by little, and they took a second position with like 13 kills on top of it, really showing up here. And I'm happy to see RRQ, like, this is their first pop-off game, hopefully the first of many.
Another great performance from Team Secret, you know, not quite getting a 100% record, but another great finish for them. You can see another 15 points on the board, and 4AM, you know, we've been talking about them. They were still 12th in their placements coming into this one. They have been having pretty average performance, but finally getting themselves in that top 3.
And that's what we've been saying, right, is that, again, this is league play. You don't need to have your pop-off games right now. And, I mean, we might sound a little bit harsh, a little bit critical of some of these teams, but there's really no pressure on you to win 2 chicken dinners a day or to get potentially 3 if you're a Secret there, because all the points that matter are in the super weekends, right? It's all about accumulating those points week in and week out to get yourself top 16 so you can attend the finals where another $1 million is on the line. Let's take a look now at the rest of the results we had in that match, because as you can see here, Futbolist, again, strong performance out of them.
Yeah, but you're talking about you've got to be there, Jason. You've got to be there, and the team what hasn't been there has been Bigetron. They had another poor performance, unfortunately, on the hills. It didn't work out too well for them, but you've got to believe it.
I mean, a team, Avi.
Exactly what I was about to say, yeah. A team that has had a really, really rough day has been Navi as well. Another 0-point game for them. While you know, we're seeing these teams popping off, and you don't need to pop off. You still need to be in that top 16, and to get there, you've got to have one of those big games.
On that note, you look at Natus Vincere, right? And you look at them like, oh, this is a long-standing organization when it comes to esports. This is the Avengers threat level team we talked about before, Max. But you have the Unnamed in there that some people might say got a little lucky qualifying. Even though they came through second place, they really shone through when it came to the finals. The league played not as good in PMPL Americas, but they are showing a lot of consistency that Navi has yet to be able to do.
Yeah, 100% agreeing with that point. I think that Navi here, like a lot of people were expecting a lot more from them, and me included, and I think that now they're kind of dropping off. You said you don't have to perform extremely well, potentially going into the 2 first days, but here they are falling back a little bit.
Running out of time.
Yeah, exactly, they're running out of time. Like, we're almost done with day 1. We've got 1 more game remaining. Like, the clock is ticking really fast now.
It is. Let's take a look now at our do-the-do moments so we can start to look at some of these fights we did have break out across these teams. And as we were talking with Blink and John, you know, while we're watching the game, when, you know, Hot Jukes and Much Dave were casting it, we were talking a lot about, like, nades and how important they've been for all of these fights. And the thing is, the HE grenades, they've gotten nerfed a bit. Like, obviously, the range has been pulled down, the damage as well, and yet teams are still able to execute with them so well.
I mean, you can nerf
right there.
You can nerf nades, but the fact is, at this level, the players are so accurate with them. It's not so much the splash damage that's going to get you, it's the pinpoint accuracy they're going to hit you with. And obviously, we've seen some phenomenal players throughout. We have the world's best players right now, obviously taking part. So we expect them to be delivering these amazing shots. That was a pretty clean wipe, by the way. The pull up there, that worked out so well for them. Konina Power up against Futbolist, and actually coming out a little worse off for wear. Futbolist really turning up today.
Yeah, I think for me, Max, looking at Konina Powers, they were a team, when we looked at the opening weekend we had for PMWL West, where it was kind of seeding, if you guys didn't watch that, they were really well, like really good. Day 2, they were phenomenal. Day 1, they were a little bit lackluster, but then they were really not there during the rest of the league phase until we came into the finals, where they got themselves very high up in the leaderboards. It seems like we found now a stronger overall team of Konina Power, where they don't have that time of ramp up anymore.
Yeah, exactly. 100% agree with that one. Like, they took actually 3rd position on PMWL West, and they did look really strong in that tournament, and I'm hoping they can maybe try and get back to that amount of success into this event of the Global Championship. So there's still a lot more to come up, and then we see the final moves happening on screen. RRQ, the moment where they actually lost G9 was really their downfall.
I actually think the downfall for RRQ was when they stole that kill on 4 AM, because he was nailing Alpha 7. He had them dead to rights. He had a perfect angle on them, the beautiful cross from the tree. He had the cover. RRQ steal the kill behind him, and Alpha 7 like, well, thank you very much. We will now turn our attention to you.
And I think that's obviously like a lot of pressure off Alpha 7's shoulders as well.
Oh, yeah.
This is the team they barely qualified. I mean, they were 1 point behind Execute, who was in 3rd place. They barely got into this one, but then to be able to have yourself like a nice chicken dinner, have some good points built up behind that, it's a sigh of relief for you. That kind of like tells yourself and tells your fans like, yeah, we 100% deserve to be here.
And while you talk about you don't need to pop off, if you have one of those big games, that almost certainly gives you a big chance at reaching the Super Week. So you can get there and make it work. So you just need to have that one big game. Obviously, we've had a couple of teams that have had those massive big games so far. But I believe we're going to look at Team Secret stats. Obviously, a team that has been popping off incredibly well. They've got themselves the 2 wins so far already. And overall, you know, they have been phenomenal. Look at that total damage so far over these 3 maps.
Huge, like almost 1,000 damage every single game. Like, they are just looking so consistent. 1,000 damage is like like just huge on its own per game, but like able to be so consistent over all of those games is huge. 23 kills over the day, over 4 games total they're going to be playing. I mean, like, the numbers speak for themselves. You don't have to even commentate on top of it.
I think they have more points and kills than a good amount of our teams.
Yeah.
In points overall. Like, 23 kills is probably more points than most of the teams out there have at the moment, which really shows, and it's a testament to how strong they've been, and now we can see a little bit of a closer intro into their stats. And you said 4,000 damage, by the way. They've only played 3 matches, so they've been averaging way more than that.
Does half of that almost.
11 kills. He's definitely got to be close to being one of the top players of the day. There's no doubt about that. 7 knocks for him as well, 2 assists. He delivers.
That's what Blink and John were talking about. As like, there was a lot of talk about Yuhai being one of these players where he comes into the roster and he can do some work. He's like your Carrillo. He's like any standout player out there who can just really put a team on his back. And like you pointed out, that damage, That's, I get almost, okay, again, a little bit broad with this. Probably more damage alone from him than some teams out there have. It's only been 3 games.
I mean, it's been a bit harsh, but it is true. Obviously, you know, we've had Na'Vi and GODSENT having some pretty awful performances. You know, as someone from the EMEA region, it breaks my heart to see them not doing so well.
Hey, it's just day one. We still have another match to go today, but we have to head to a short break before we can get to that. So we'll head to that right now so we can get our final match of the day ready to go for you at home.
PUBG Mobile Global Championship is brought to you by Qualcomm, Mountain Dew, OnePlus, and OnePlus 8T 5G smartphone, the official partner phone.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, this day has gone by so fast for me. I'm assuming you guys as well, and probably for the teams out there. We're into our last match of the day. You can see here on your screens, Group B sitting out, and we're heading back over to Vikendi, where we saw Loops eSports pick up that victory earlier on today. We're gonna have Group B sitting out, as you can see. These are the teams who will not be playing, and a little bit sad for A7. You know, getting a victory like that, I think you'd want to go into that next match ready to go and not having to take a break, but they gotta wait till tomorrow.
Yeah, and some teams obviously need more help than others, so obviously getting across here...
Who are you talking about?
I mean, there's quite a few teams that are down there that have had underperforming days, for sure, but my point is that, you know, they need to step it up, and this... You want to last game of the day, if I could speak English, is really where you want it.
Yeah, exactly. And we're talking about a couple of teams out there needing that help. A1 Esports is a team we want to dive into really quickly because they're the only team from Bangladesh, and they are currently sitting in 21st place, if I'm not mistaken, Max. So we should talk about this team a little bit here. And with it being their last match of the day, that's the halfway point of league play in their first week.
I mean, they qualified barely through PMPL South Asia, and they can maybe potentially make it happen also very soon once again. But yeah, just not really a huge one so far.
We just talked about Yuhai boy having the high damage.
He's got more damage than the entire team.
Basically the entire team of A1 Esports. I mean, that's how good a day they've had, but also it equates to how bad a day that A1 are having.
Yeah, and the thing is for me, and I think this is important to keep in mind for everyone at home, is that these are the best teams in the world. There's going to be teams who won't be able, or who will be at the bottom of the table no matter what, because that's the way the tournament works.
You have to, right? Yeah.
Exactly. Just because they're currently sitting in 21st place doesn't mean they're a bad team at all, but they're playing against the best in the world, right? So it's tough to kind of shine and perform like that when you have Bigetron, when you have
also sat down there, by the way.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, they got 3 kills early on Bigetron, so I think A1 truly has the potential. Like, no, they made it through as a Bangladesh team, the only team from Bangladesh, but it's just so far they're struggling, and this is going to be their final game today. It's going to be actually the final game of the day, and then they're going to have 4 more games tomorrow. So I think that after today, after this match, just reset your mindset. You can still make it happen, but it's just really, they're starting to get to a point of no return. They need to get the results in now or never.
I mean, you see RX Jax there with about 870 damage done. He's got the 4 kills. Like you're saying, they can get these kills, but maybe it's just the learning process for them, right? You know, we talk about South Asia as like a region as whole. We talked about Nepal kind of being behind the, not behind the times, maybe behind the meta a little bit. But I think just give them some more matches, give them some more experience, and this team is definitely going to show up.
And if I was to take the fight they just had with Bigetron as an example, just see how different teams would play it. Bigetron basically ended up nading them down. Didn't get all the kills, but the damage. There was no flexibility from A1. They stayed fairly static, whereas if you were to look at, say, RRQ Athena, for example, in that final map, they spread. And if you're in a fight, that's the best way to do it. You want to flank around the sides, and they weren't doing that. They just stayed behind the rocks, hoping that the nades wouldn't find them and would try and work with the gunplay, whereas Bigetron were just trying to pump those nades in.
I think teams maybe are more comfortable doing that spread out kind of thing, or as we saw a lot in PMPL Americas, doing like 2-2 splits, playing with a teammate, and you have obviously each other to pick back up and to hold some angles. But you know, Max, I obviously they're a very strong team. I think it's just time and maybe just the experience flat out of playing against these top teams to really flesh out how they want to play. And obviously we talked about earlier on of like, do you make those switches midday, or do you make those switches after the day's finished and you have another day to prepare?
And I think, like, once again, as I said, like, after today, just reset your mentality. But they're a team that doesn't have, like, a lot of experience when it comes to, like, these big events like Global Championship, PMWR. They don't really know that too much. So it's their first time really fighting versus, you know, Chinese teams, also Bigetron, and also all these other greatly talented and skillful teams in the world. So I think it's just not really being scared, but, like, being more, like, it's a learning process. They're like, we're learning.
John said it right at the start of the day. He wanted to see how teams have refined their skills over the time. And I think that's what's happened, right? Obviously, we've had all these leagues happening around the world, and we're going to have even more in 2021. And what we're seeing is teams basically leveling themselves up. They're getting better and better, which is why we're not seeing Bigetron maybe so dominant in the first day, because all of these other teams like Loops, like even Team Secret from their own region, have stepped up their skill level over the year.
Yeah, and well, speaking of their own region, Aerowolf Limax, we talked about them earlier on. The one time we pointed them out in particular, they did really well in that match. I'm wondering if they can have that kind of consistent performance, because again, we talked about consistency is king, right? And having one good match, yes, it might get you into the Super Weekend, but it's not going to get you 300 grand in your pocket.
And barring, obviously, Bigetron's amazing performance in Southeast Asia, we would be talking about Aerowolf Limax coming in as the winners of Southeast Asia. You know, they just happened to pop off on the last day, and they stole the crown and effectively the thunder from Aerowolf Limax. Otherwise, we'd be talking about the Southeast Asian champions coming into this one. Now, they did have that big performance. We know that they can do it. The question is, can they consistently do it, obviously, as we move on to Vikendi?
I mean, you see here, 2,500 damage done across the 3 matches. We just looked at A1, who had about 1,800 damage done. So really not that much more damage than the other teams, but with only, actually, 14 kills to 7. So kind of double the kills, but not double the damage. It seems like maybe they have a little bit of work to do when it comes to the firefights. But maybe one team I want to mention is, again, GODSENT. We talked about Navi having a big struggle. You got to cast the MEA League. You got to cast them. What do you think is necessarily going on with them at the moment in terms of what's not working?
I feel they're just like feeling the room, like finding their groove slowly. They were able to take, like, it comes down to what you're talking about for A1 also. They can take these big fights. They can take these teams down. Like, you know, Nova, they did it time and time again. They did it actually on Sanhok, and they had a good time. But I think that here, GODSENT, they're just finding their time.
Okay, well, speaking of time, we don't have much more of it now as we're getting underway with our 6th and final match of the day. It's once again Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave to take it away.
Thank you so much. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Last match of day number 1 of the PUBG Mobile Global Championships. Dave, what are your thoughts so far? What are you thinking so far? Just watching your first impression right off the bat. What do you think?
First impression, I believe we will have Group C playing another round, the last round today, and that's going to be RRQ. I'm looking at RRQ. I'm looking at A1. RRQ last game had a ton of kills, so I'm curious to see if they can kind of continue with that momentum that they acquired last game, Hot Jukes. I mean, what are you looking for?
I mean, right off the bat, I got to look at it. Loops and Alpha 7. Brazil crushing it so far. I mean, both these squads are in the top 4 right now, right off the bat. So that's a really good start for them. Team Secret, I mean, 2 chicken dinners, and then your 3rd game is a 4th place finish. I mean, could you have a better start, period? So 1 match remaining, obviously, for them here today. And it's huge. It's a really big momentous time. If they can actually get a chicken dinner here, then they would just be straight goats.
Yeah, and it's going to be on Miramar. So these players definitely comfortable with this map. We have to remind everybody, though, each group, they only have the opportunity to play a total of 8 matches here on the weekdays. And at the end of tomorrow, they want to find themselves in that top 16. Top 16 will move on to the Super Weekends, where they can acquire points that go on to the league leaderboards. And those are the points that really matter here.
I mean, it's so huge. If you miss a Super Weekend, you are going to be crying big tears. Not only are you going to lose the same amount of points that could possibly get you an insane amount of cash, you're also going to lose out on all that practice. You're going to be sitting on the sidelines for 3 days. But guess what? We ain't sitting on the sidelines anymore, because here we go, everybody, into the last match of day number 1 of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship Season 0. Miramar, baby. Let's get it.
We're in it. We are in it. Sit back. Put on those seatbelts, your tray in the upright position, looking at the flight plan. Going to be way down here in the south, so it's going to be very interesting to see what teams do who like to loot up there to the north. Will they drop immediately, catch some vehicles, and drive up there? Or will they just loot kind of what the cards have dealt them? I already know Las Leones is going to be a hot contested spot right here for this match.
This is an ugly zone. This is an ugly paint path. I'm sorry. This is gross. I mean, all these players they got to be just really upset with this one, because this is a very tough position period. I mean, even Pecado's a really long distance away from flight path. El Pozo, one of the highest loot tier areas, is completely out the way as well. I think we could see Archer Gaming. They might be heading up for a vehicle, as well as Navi, the rest of the squads, to try and, find a spot so they can start driving to their preferred loot location. I mean, this is just not the best playing path to end the day for these teams.
Regardless, day 1, what a day, though. I mean, we had
yeah.
so many fights, so much action. We were just talking about RRQ down there to the south, all to themselves. Great position from the squad. Now, I'm really curious to see where circle number 1 will go. Will it favor our teams down there in the south, or make them go on that long journey? Okay, not too bad. I mean, this is fair, Hot Jukes. With the plane path, I don't think it gets any better than this.
Yeah, well, one thing is first is that we saw a lot of action so far. We may see a lot of action right here at the start, because when you have this kind of like rough plane path on the south, you'll have some teams drop on each other for vehicles, and that's exactly what happened. Matic able to drive him over with the bus right there, and he is just still, he has to take off, yeah, because GODSENT with his Uzi, I mean, but it's some big shots to try to get him off his buddy, and he is. And there's Matic driving the bus off the mountain into safety, but he did get that initial knock right there onto DRS. Oh man, I mean, he took off in style right there. Love to see it.
Yeah, they will be able to get the pickup right there, but talk about disrespect. Not only that, though, that's going to alert DRS exactly who is beneath them, who is down there. So will DRS opt to get some loot really quickly and go for that revenge play? Paraboy, Nova, Paraboy, yeah, Hazelnut's already taken down and out from Arrow. Jimmy, M16 with the confirm. Arrow trying to work around, trying to get the pinch. Will they be able to do so?
Aerowolf Limax just dropping. Yeah, okay. They drop with Nova, and they just got outplayed. I mean, Nova possibly got some loot first, and it's going to be really difficult for them to possibly make it out of here. So Arrow, they're going to go ahead and just take on off with licking their wounds and hopefully live to fight another day. Especially, I mean, I can only imagine once you get killed by a play from Nova, you're like, oh, we're underlooted. It's Nova here. I don't think we want to take this fight. Matic's still at the bus trying to get to safety. And DRS, pop some shots at each other. I think Matic's going to heal on up. Just hold that off.
And that's the thing with taking these early engagements. We see DRS, they're still up here. They're trying to flex out, maybe, take out Matic, get the knock. But when it comes to the med situation, really low. I mean, a couple of these players, AJ, Matic, I mean, they're not fully healed up right here. I mean, one bandage right here to their name, no helmet. So we shall see what DRS can accomplish from up here. Yes, they have the high ground. But if they take out Matic from here, will Navi provide the support to even kind of help out Matic and potentially get their revive? I think Matic is just by themselves for now, as I do see some movement out there. Tixie, okay, Tixie making the pull-up as well.
Here comes the rest of the squad, finally coming to support him there at the last second. I think DRS realized it was only one, but now having the information that the rest of Na'Vi is there to support, it's going to make this push even more difficult. But now Nima, since he pressed up all by his lonesome, he's in a tough position now. It's going to be up to the rest of his squad on this hill to make some plays. You can see Tixie got that M16 hollow, trying to get some shots. But that's usually the rule of thumb here. You try to avoid, all these teams try to avoid early engagements as much as they possibly can. But with that kind of toxic of a playing path, they had no choice. They had no choice but in order to land on each other. And I love to see Tixie. He must have heard that nade pull pin, because as soon as that pin pulled, they are starting to move around all over the place, trying to avoid it.
Nima really pushed right here. Nima, I believe, the MVP from DRS, one of the top fraggers on the squad, is going to be finding themselves kind of pinched right now, getting a little too thirsty on the jump right there. Matic was able to pick up a scar. Nima popping back on into the safety and comfort, needs to be extremely cautious as their squad mates, 3 of them, up there on the high ground. They're looking to make some plays happen here. Maybe
I wonder
Nima
how the separation happened.
Bait him out.
Yeah, I wonder how that separation happened. It looks like Nemo was possibly trying to get that push up onto Matic, but he's all by his lonesome right here. Oh, he's trying to get
trying to run away now.
That ledge grab, yeah, but the rest of his squad stayed on that hill, and since the rest of Na'Vi came to support him, yeah, he's just stuck out on his own lonesome right there. He's throwing some smokes, was able to jump over that nice little fence right there, and he is just sneaking his way on out very, very carefully.
ERS from South Asia. That's how they qualified from the PMPL. Na'Vi, one of the, no, actually the top team when it comes to qualifying from EMEA. They've been having a difficult day one. Regardless who comes out on top of that fight will be huge for their overall leaderboards today. Team Secret, okay.
I mean, difficult, I think, is an understatement. I mean, so far, they've only had 10 points. 10 points out of 3 matches, so they need a big one here if they want to feel a lot more comfortable going into tomorrow, because tomorrow, they're only going to have 4 more matches, and after that, they're going to, if they're not in the top 16, they're going to be sitting out the entire weekend. 3 days, a ton of matches. Sitting out of that would just be brutal, especially for a squad like Na'Vi. We'll have to see how they turn up, but we're seeing some other squads start to get pretty close together here. You can see Team Secret trying to get the spots here on PW88.
Our 888 kind of separated right now as well. I mean, this is Miramar in a nutshell. There's so much terrain to work with that you can really get the advantage, get the surprise attack on your squad mates here. But with the spread, I like Team Secret spread a little more, because Power 88, their spread, if one of their members were to get knocked, it will be extremely difficult to get that pickup. Highboy out here with that bus will be blocking their back end for cover, just doing some scouting.
Yeah, everyone right now is just trying to scout out as much as they possibly can. This is the tough part about Miramar for every single one of these pro players. There's just so much open terrain, and if you get caught in it, you're going to be in big trouble. Better out with the laydown, trying to reduce that recoil. Unable to catch Ice, but Ice is just stuck right now, wide out in the open, just behind this tractor tire.
Yeah, stuck like Chuck, honestly.
Oh, there he goes.
Oh, that you got Loops on the high ground, and Loops trying to third party all these teams out here. Kowalski, the mini suppressed. Close,
trying to
close.
Not able to hit it.
Talk about the
tough
shimmies.
Shot right there from range. And they know that they are very, very spread out. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see more pressure coming from Loops, especially from where they're sitting at the leaderboards. They're currently 2nd place. So they could they have that luxury to be able to be a little bit more loose with their gameplay. But I think Team Secret, with those shots, that could have possibly pushed them off of this. Darin, though, I believe there's one member from Power 888 in this building. Yep. He's up on top, camping it. And Carrillo and Darin got to be really careful here that they are working together. If he runs up those stairs by himself, he's going to get knocked and thirsted very fast.
Yeah, I don't think they are aware that I'm still going to be looting on over here by themselves. Could be caught off guard by OP. It's only a matter of time.
Uh-oh.
Going to be opening the door.
Don't go through that door.
You don't want to do it.
Don't go through that door.
All in it.
And, man, that worked out perfect for him. Because, man, if he did, he would have been in big trouble. but he is able to kind of get his vehicle and take off right there. Live to see another day. Next circle starting to close here. It's only zone number 1. So we'll see how the next zone will shift. Picado's still in play. BTR is sitting really pretty in that. They're looting that up. And after that last match, they're going to need to put up some more points here. And especially considering their track record on Miramar and having Picado, a Picado zone, this is their area.
This is their moment to shine. Talking about moments to shine out here. Got Blue Bees also trying to catch some squads off guard. I believe that's going to be A1 eSports out there in the distance, just getting peppered. We see the shots fired. Looks like Blue Bees will be popping in their vehicles. Are they going to hunt them down or just simply reposition? We'll see what they do.
I think we're seeing some indecision right now. Yeah, driving in circles, trying to figure out what's the best play from his teammate right now. And Divine, you get to see him trying to figure out where to head on out. This last member from Power 888. I'm sorry, last
Let me get your take, Hot Jukes. Let me get your take. I mean, chat, they're spamming their teams. Who you think's coming out top, man? Who you think's
this is a nice Pecado central circle. You know, Bigetron, they know that area like the back of their hand. I mean, that's Sin City right there. So if this zone lands on Pecado, they're going to be really in a really good position. But man, it's so hard to tell because nothing like this, none of these teams have ever experienced matches like this. The best in the world, every single team. In their own regions, we can see them pop off. But guess what? Maybe they get 2 squads that are not at this particular level. That's 8 points added to their total score. So they're able to get that done. It's okay, but not here. Oh, nice. Car 98 headshot right there. Love to see that from long range. Don't peek me twice. Navi's gonna have to get that team member back up and ready for the rest of the fight. But yeah, this is a very, fighting these type of teams, every single fight's just gonna be chaos for all these squads. So difficult.
Going to be a difficult task, but we'll see. I mean, so far the performances today have been just on another level. Checking on in with Archer Gaming, our squad from South Korea. Very interesting. Fabian said that they're going to come into these matches. They're extremely nervous already, but they're planning on changing up everything that we've seen from them so far in their street challenge performances. That's how they qualified. But one thing to note, they don't fear anybody. So you love to hear it. I mean, you love to just hear these players say, we know this is the biggest moment in our lives, but we are not scared. We are ready to take the moment for ourselves. Uh-oh. You were talking about Picado, Sin City.
Cap. Sorry.
You think they are nervous?
I mean, how can you not be, bro? I mean, even if you're the top squad with this amount of money on the line and all this to risk, you gotta be feeling the nerves. I just think
that fear. No fear.
So that's what they say, but I mean, what they say and what they feel, I think, are 2 different things, brother, because this is a different level of tournament. And right now, Archer are currently sitting in 15th place with 15 points. I think that they gotta, I mean, you could talk about it, but you gotta prove it. You gotta get it done here. And this is the last game of day number 1. Next circle, a good solid shift onto the south west side right here. So RRQ are going to be inside of it. Bigetron are going to be on the edge. They're going to have to push on out. And speaking of RRQ, yeah, you can see them pretty close to DRS Gaming here. Just keeping an eye on them as they roll on by.
I mean, this could be another huge performance for RRQ. We saw them last game. I mean, just checking out their stats. Stat Dave on the case. Beer 11, 7 kills so far. G9, 4 kills. Ernie, 6 kills. And D2E with a total of 4 kills. So last game really helped them when it comes to their total damage output. They got the high ground right now. AJ, Uzi in hand. Will they spot out DRS?
They are also down a member right now, so they are in a tough position themselves. I think they want to play this as quiet as possible now. With this hard shift, all these teams are going to start bumbling on into this area, and this is the tough part about Miramar, is that you have to have a vehicle for these type of rotations. And the tough part about driving a vehicle at Miramar is that these players will laser your face off. I mean, if you drive out in the open, if they're set up waiting for you, you are done. So you can just tell all these squads, even Nova, are just driving as fast as they possibly can to move on in and get into the best position as possible. A lot of crazy rotations coming out from all these teams right now. You can see right now, Corpai, they're just completely separated from his other teammate, and they're just going for placement at this point.
Yeah, they're just trying to survive. They're trying to avoid the enemy sight lines right there. And talk about avoiding the enemy sight lines. Solke did spot out its fate over there, but the trade from Zute up here with the M4, beautiful shots.
Beautiful shots. This is a fight that's happening outside of the circle, though, right now, and Futbolist is on the hunt, especially that both of them have nades, though, in their hands, but Rom's definitely going to have the advantage of knowing exactly where Zute is. He does get tapped by that nade, forced to hit the laydown. The rest of Zute's squad is completely separated from him. Finally, from long range, start to put some pressure just to give him some help. Oh, this nade from Lava, this could be the one. Oh, taps him up. I guarantee you if that was the old nades, that would have hit him. But it doesn't. Zute lives to fight for a little while longer here. Execute had a really good start to the day. They want to have a strong finish here, but they got to go against Futbolist. And Futbolist is currently in 3rd place, and they have been crushing it right now for EU.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Killswitch is deciding out there in the distance. We saw Fanboys quickly approach and come to support
Soke up
out here, but Killswitch kind of separated. Yeah, Soke was down there by themselves. Very risky maneuver. Futbolist, they did pull it off, though. This is going to be a 4v3 in the blue.
And now here comes that blue zone coming. I just think that that's what happens when, you know, Execute was just so separated. It bought Futbolist some time to be able to pick up Solke right now. So they're going to have their full squad. Now, Solke is still pretty separated from the rest of his team. And the next circle is going to go on up to the north. And look at all these teams how they have to drive into it. We are going to be seeing teams drop like flies here in this next zone. And now Execute, they realize, like, hey, we got to get into this zone as well. And they are on the run right now.
Yeah, this is a smart play because regardless if Execute or if Futbolists come out on top of this fight, you're going to alert Loops. Loops are already in the zone right there on the edge. They're going to hear the gunshots, and they're within a position to easily gatekeep you. So for Execute to make the decision, okay, let's not take this. Let's reposition. We'll live to
look at that.
Day. I approve.
Look at that right there. It looks like they ended up only having a buggy, so they left Killswitch behind, dropped off one player, brought that buggy back to pick him up. We'll see if they're able to get that rotation done. Very, very smart rotation done right there. But oh, look at this. Loops are starting to get it with Archer Gaming. And guess what? Futbolists, they hear those shots. They could be possibly going for a third-party opportunity right here.
Look at that grenade.
Oh, this could be the one. Can he hit it? Sung. From long range. Oh, just a little too short. You can see Kowski trying to possibly throw some smokes to be able to give his team a little bit more room to breathe here. Loops are getting picked apart right now. Futbolist is now coming to play into the fight. They're trying to take out Loops right now. Here comes Sung, able to get a great knock on the Federal here. And sees Carrillo driving on by. Tries to get the spray down, not fast enough. And now Loops is in big trouble.
Yeah, I mean, Futbolist trying to backstab Loops right there. Best case scenario for Archer Gaming, who had a 2-2 split right there. So Loops, they had the advantage on the flip end of that one. But Futbolist, they are clocking in. They are putting in some work right here, taking out everybody. Smokes deployed right now. Will
beautiful
Archer
third party
duo out here be able to get the pickup?
That was a gorgeous third party from Loops, recognizing that moment. And they were able to get 2 points for themselves right there. Now they are still in a tough position because they are outside of the circle and it's all downhill, wide in the open for them. More fights happening though. As you can see, Blue Bees, they're trying to hold themselves down right now against Team Secret. Lufa's throwing out a smoke right now to help out his teammate. Tons of pre-fire and pressure fire coming from Matt Talk. Can he be able to take him out though?
Just spraying out there through the smokes. There goes one member from Blue Bees, thirsted as they attempted to cross the street. Matt Torrey out here, SKS in hand. We'll see if they can utilize that one. One kill onto Blue Bees. They're right there on the edge, but they are just pinched. And
where are you
Matt
going?
Spotted on the rotate. They tried to get the one up. They tried to get the pull up right there. Not able to do so.
They had the Golden Murado. That's why. They had the Golden Murado, and they thought that just because they had that, they can get out of there, but not against these squads. I'm telling you, every single one of these teams are so good at hitting those kind of shots and shut that down real quick. Bigetron, still, they have been chilling in this next circle right here. So far, no kills to their name, but they are just going for position right now. This next one's going to be difficult, though, especially considering this where the zone is. Ooh, SKS shots. Trying to land onto RRQ, doesn't hit it. But Archer's there on top of this mountain right now, staring down at Futbolist. But you gotta watch your step. If you fall down here, it's over.
The slip of death, what they call it. This will be right there on the edge of the next play zone, underhanding the grenade. Can it connect? We'll get the bounce. Ooh, that bounce, blocking it right there. Going for a follow-up.
One more.
Oh, this mayhem, it allowed
game of
RRQ
Plinko
to rotate past this. So this was actually really good for RRQ as we see them out there actually running into Na'Vi, but they were able to avoid this cluster for the time being at least.
Yeah, and you can just see Futbolist, they're just holding this position right now, trying to avoid those grenades, waiting for this next one. Can Insu hit this nade right here? This would be absolutely huge. He does the overhand this time. Oh, it looked pretty, but able to tap up Lutz just a little bit, but not enough. And Futbolist is still going to hang on right here. But Archer Gaming on top of this mountain are not making it easy for them.
Yeah, at the end of the day, they're just stuck. I mean, they're getting rained on from grenades. I don't think they have many smokes left to save them for the time being. Can they utilize these cliffs to remain undetected? How long will it last for? Gonna be pulling up just a little bit. The main objective, get into the play zone, not take any blue damage, and of course, not get taken out, chunked out by a grenade. Nice little aerial view right here. Na'Vi 2-2 split there, taking shots at everybody. Mainly GODSENT.
Yeah, we'll see what GODSENT can do right now with full lay down engage. We're starting to finish up this match here. Circle number 5. It's getting really tough. Oh, look at that. Finally found an angle onto Lutz. He's trying to get that confirm right there. Finally, another teammate from Archer was able to help him out to try and take out Futbolist. Will this be the nade? Will that be the one to finish it off? Oh, just a little too short. It's so difficult to throw those nades from this position. Will that be the bounce? It bounces up. Oh! So close. At what point, Insu, he just wants to send this at this point. Will he do it? You can just see the temptation. They want to take out Futbolist, but they have such a good position. They know it's only a matter of time here. Will patience pay off for Archer Gaming? Oh, look at those bounces. Oh, that was a flashbang right there. Flashbang, so now he's just blind. Popping that med kit. Futbolist, though, just still hanging on by a string here at the edge of the circle.
So sweaty. I mean, even if Futbolist can remain undetected, eventually the blue zone will take them out. They have nowhere to go. Archer Gaming right there above them, making sure to keep them pinned down. Archer Gaming, they want these 2 points. They need these 2 points.
They need to get it, but guess what? The next circle, look at that. Off of every single one of these teams, they're going to have to push up into this next zone. Archer does have this mountain range, but it's kind of difficult to navigate through. We'll see how they're able to get into this next position. Yeah, you look at that. Sung realizes it. Like, I don't know. I didn't bring my climbing gear for this one. So that's going to be really, really tough for them. We'll see how they're going to have to go through these plays. You're going to have to go ahead and find that path up into this next circle. Insu just seemed to have a little bit of a line here as he's just trying to navigate through all this. And Futbolist, I mean, they have even a tougher job to try and navigate through this mountain range.
Working on in. Looks like Bigetron were able to find themselves a shack for the time being. Not in the play zone. Their buggies heavily damaged, already smoking. If they pop these buggies, it is going to be one challenge to stay alive as Nova up here trying to take some shots at them. Same exact time. Cool Boy making sure Futbolist and Archer Gaming don't have a safe pathway on into the next zone.
Groza. Love to hear that Groza right there from Tixie. Oh, nice. Underhand Molotov from Beer 11. It's going to tap. Oh, boy. That's going to get the confirm for sure. As Tixie's trying to hold on. Nice pre-fire here. Got to watch out for that Groza, baby. It's just too strong. Able to take it out. Tixie able to keep Navi's hopes alive right here. And this is their game, especially with 8 kills so far. But you got to still take on these heavy hitter squads. Nova still alive into this next zone. And they are a problem. Archer Gaming, though, they have a really good high ground advantage. If they're able to get those spots, they can get some big points right now.
I love the molly play. I love to see it, but Groza just too strong. Bigetron taken down and out, attempting to make their way on into the zone. On their shack. Archer Gaming up here I mean, their damage numbers have to be insane right now, but they only have 1 kill. They only confirmed 1 point when it comes to total kills. I'm still at awe that Futbolist, 2 members are still alive over there. I mean, they were getting pinned down for a solid 5 to 10 minutes, but they are just managing. But really, the main story, Nova, 7 kills. They won't go down. Yeah, they won't go down. I mean, what will this game end up being? Like, can they continue to kind of snake it out over there?
Let's see if they can, though. Na'Vi at the bottom of this hill, though, and I'm pretty sure Archer, after all that engagement with Futbolist, they're probably out of Molotovs, out of kit right now to use those underhand grenades. But you can see all their eyes are on Nova, especially considering where this next circle is going to go. If it goes on to Archer, they're going to have a huge advantage. It centers out, and it does look like one of the members from Archer is in this next zone, and it's a really good circle for Futbolist. Devastating for Nova. Nova has to cross the open field and look at these angles that Archer has. And they're just going to put all the pressure on, all the pre-fire possible to not let them move an inch.
Oh, not only Archer, but also Na'Vi looking on over. I mean, what is the play for Nova? How do you survive this? You have a boulder, you got a couple smokes. I think the only way they live is to get a couple solid knocks right here.
They have to be able to make some plays, and guess what? I mean, you got Paraboy, you got some monsters on your team. If anybody could do it, it's them. I wouldn't be surprised, though, just in case, if they throw all their heals to one player as a safety net, and look at that, driving up into Na'Vi. And there goes 3 members from Nova. That's going to leave only Paraboy up alive right there, like a movie right there, getting shot in midair. What a play.
They might have passed off the meds to Paraboy. Now that could have been the play. Paraboy looking to hit that heal. The blue zone taking down Paraboy, taking out Nova XQF in 4th place. Now it comes down to the duo from Na'Vi, the duo from Futbolist, and of course Archer Gaming up here on the top.
I mean, Futbolist has been just grinding their way through this game. This is the most difficult one for them. I mean, Lutz and Lavazin are just tag teaming this little by little, trying to survive. If he hits this nade, Lutz, so focused, trying to throw it up top, not able to catch him. But look at this, Ensu with this next circle. He's going to have to try and jump it down, and it's going to be so difficult. I mean, it's almost like, Futbolist just putting on a fireworks display for us right now to end off day number 1 as they're trying to get this knock onto Ensu. He does get the jump down, though.
Making a play. Making a play.
Jumping 180.
Do we jump down? Do we jump down? Go for the fire, the pre-fire.
Oh. I think you might find an angle right here. This may be good. Oh, it's such a tight spot, though. Lutz is so low in health. I don't think he has any kit yet. Yeah, they're passing off kit right now to him. And this next zone, though, this is zone 8. You cannot touch this blue zone. It will almost knock you instantly. So much patience right now from all of these teams. Who's going to get this crucial knock? Look at Archer throwing down those smokes as well to kind of reduce those sight lines. Unsu knows exactly where they're at, but he's out of kit right now. They have to have completely run out of nades and Molotovs completely, so they have to be able to hit these shots. It's going to be so tough because, man, these guys are playing this very, very tight right now.
Blue zone's going to start to push here very shortly. Sung's still up there on the high ground. Archer Gaming looking to make some plays. Looking to get this dub here. They've been on this cliff, on this mountain for the entirety of the game.
Here comes the zone. It is starting to close now. Movement's going to have to get going, and look at that. Just ever so slightly. Oh, Tixie tried to run on out through the smoke. Ends up getting caught. Oh, great return knock, though. From Miku, can he be able to get this res? And it looks like he's going for it right now. Unsu, oh, stuck. Oh no!
Oh, blue zone!
Devastating movement!
Blue zone!
He's gonna jump down, he's full sending it right now. Will he go for this play? Archer's so split right now between both these squads. If they're not careful, they can get taken out right here by both of them. And looks like that's exactly what's happening. It's only Sung, and he's 1 HP.
1 health.
And it's over! Archer done it, Na'Vi. Futbolist. Tixie with the Groza. Last one done. 1v1. Lavazin. Who's gonna do it? jump shot, not enough! Tixie able to get it done! Chicken dinner for Na'Vi! What a way to end day number 1, Dave!
Talk about some clutch plays. Tixie, that Garoza, we saw multiple times this game come in clutch, able to get the finish. 6 kills onto Tixie. Miku, 6 kills as well. Futbolist, I mean, I am just so shocked that they're able to remain alive because we saw Archer Gaming tossing so many grenades and mollies right on top of them for a better part of the game. Archer Gaming at the end though kind of being too split, too distracted with their enemies, with their opponents, and it just got the better half of them. Hot Jukes, great day, man. Great day, number 1.
Amazing.
It's been an amazing ride. Let's pass it on over to the analysts and see what they have to say about that last match.
And what a closeout by Na'Vi as well there. Such a massive victory. If I'm not mistaken, Demon, we were watching the game. Where was Na'Vi at before this match began?
I mean, that's it. We talked about that one big performance they needed, and they just delivered an absolute whopper right there. Fantastic. What a finish to the day. What a great game.
If I'm not mistaken, I think you said they had like 10 points going into this game, and with that victory alone, they easily double that and increase it quite a bit. You're looking at me like something's wrong, Max. Is everything okay?
No, I'm just
be happy. This is
I'm just happy because I was stressed out the entire stream because I was saying, like, at the start, I hyped up Na'Vi like this Avenger level team, and I was like, they're not performing. Like, man, I know I'm going to get some trash talk and everything. They get a win, now I can relax. There you go.
He celebrated. He was like, go on, 60.
Let's take a look at our match ranking from that last one, because there's also some other teams that really stepped up. We had Futbolist. I mean, they've been playing at a ridiculous level all day, but Archer as well. The team to represent South Korea. We talked about Bluebees all day. They were able to get themselves quite a bit of points as well here, Max.
Yeah, really happy with Archer, like the only team from South Korea, as you just mentioned there. They were in 15th position before this game, and making it top 3, that is just going to secure their spot in the top 16. After, can they keep it tomorrow? Also, that's the question to be answered.
I mean, that's the big thing, right? We're talking about the top 16, but the problem is here, we've had Nova do well, we've had Archer do well, we've had GODSENT do well. That middle pack is getting so tight because all the teams that have struggled and underperformed at the start of the day are starting to pick it up now. Tomorrow is going to be massive.
Well, see, actually, I'm going to go the other way with that. Because we've had Futbolist, we've had Loops, we've had Secret absorb all the points, the spread, between like 16th and 24th place, or even higher than 16th and 24th, it's so tiny. So them getting that one victory under their belt, or that one good game, that could be enough to qualify them through, assuming teams continue to play the way they did today, tomorrow.
Yeah, they're going to be looking back at that 2v1 and thinking, if they'd have got second place, they'd be kicking themselves because they made a great move. They got the smoke across. He could have gone for the revive. It would have been a risky revive, but what a great move from Na'Vi. They smoked it. They knew they had the plan. They realized Archers had to drop down, and they knew that Futbolists were tucked in the corner.
I mean, I think the way Archer played that, Max, was also stupendous, right? Maintaining the high ground. They were so spread, watching multiple angles, keeping track of Futbolists and Na'Vi at the same time.
It's incredible that they only got 4 kills. I think that's the main thing for me from Archer, is that it's incredible that they held such a strong position and they only got 4 kills from it, because all the action they were doing, you can see that people were stealing them from them. I'd love to see the damage graph. It's going to be fantastic.
The thing I was actually seeing is that they started in a fight mid-game really early on with Futbolist, and they chucked like mollies, grenades, they chucked absolutely everything, and then the late game stage, when grenades would have been so detrimental to them potentially taking that win, they just didn't have any more utility, so they had to go down one by one, and they got picked up by Na'Vi and Futbolist. They had no way out of that fight.
And looking at the points, you can see exactly what we were talking about, how it's drawn other teams back in. We talked about Aerowolf Limax. Yes, they had a good performance, but again, they got a single 1-point performance there. Power 888, another poor performance. Execute, who absolutely popped off on Miramar earlier on the day, a 0-point game for them. So it's really just condensed everyone.
Yeah, and then you see Loops and Secret as well there after getting 2 victories for themselves. Secret having a great game 3. They both had a very lackluster 4th game. But again, it doesn't really matter. They don't need to have a great 4th game anymore because they did so earlier in the day, and they should 100% be qualified through into the Super Weekend. So now they get to kind of set their eyes ahead to what's to come up in just a few days' time. Let's take now a look at that graphic. You want to see, Demon, of the total damage to see how wonky these numbers might be. Oh, for particular, a couple of teams out there that we were talking about with Archer, and you can see there off the bat coming in as number 1 here overall, but not overall in damage. It's going to be Na'Vi, and you talked about those 4 kills. Well, that damage doesn't relate here, Max.
Oh my god, that damage of Archer game. I mean, It hurts. It really does. Like, so much damage, and yet you're not able to convert that damage into kills. And, you know, kills are prizes in the world of PUBG Mobile eSports. And that's what feels bad, man.
Like, is everyone wearing level 3s right now? Like, come on, can we stop fighting raid bosses? This isn't Metro right now.
I mean, it also attests to how harsh a circle it effectively was. You know, once it pulled up onto that mountain line, everybody kept drifting towards it, and then basically there's only one way you can go. They were all funneling around the west side of the mountain. It was horrific.
Wait, Power Trip, how do you get only 5 damage? What does only 5 damage?
It's not,
nothing comes to mind. Like a grenade, like max range, maybe that like barely hits.
The tiniest splash.
Just trying to okay, it's fine.
Not even a pistol. Like even a pistol does
nothing. What? I want to go check that out. Actually.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. And to be fair, it didn't really work out too well for Power AAA KPS today, unfortunately. But again, they still have another day. We can take now a look at our do-the-do moments here in this last match and start to break down some of these fights we did have. I'm assuming we're just going to watch the entire last couple minutes of the game out as our do-the-do moments. But yeah, it's great to see some rope.
That was literally a hit and run at the
little Benny Hill moment.
Just get the hell out from there and just get a good position with the team. They did take a good spot in the entire game, so it seemed like that call was definitely well executed. But that game at the very start, no, good circle, I'm going to say. A lot of good terrain, teams could play around. And one team I was actually pretty happy with was actually GODSENT. They were gatekeeping over the road, and later on they gatekeep the edge of circle in the southern western edge. I think GODSENT showed true potential when it comes to Miramar.
I mean, the real story of the game, we saw Loops were very close to actually taking on Archer, and then if they would have come on top in that fight, yeah, we may be talking about Loops getting their 3rd chicken dinner of the day, but it didn't work out for them. They got pushed away, they chose not to take the fight and ended up running into Nova. Then I can see Archer, this is where the 2,000 damage is coming from. They're constantly involved in the fights. Meanwhile, Na'Vi, who were down low, I was very surprised to see that they transitioned this into a win from this compound.
I mean, from Chuma Serrat, like, making it up north all the time, they took fight after fight after fight, able to get, like, so many frags along the way. I think that overall, they're slowly getting that groove, getting that pacing together. And then you see that fight, that was huge. That was absolutely mental. And, like, here, this might actually be the game when we look back onto it, the game that qualifies them for the first Super Weekend.
Not to toot my own horn here, but I did say back in World League, we're really good on Miramar, and Na'Vi having some players from there proving that they still had that kind of star power within their team. But yeah, I mean, the position you're fighting for, I mean, everyone out there, I'm assuming, seems Star Wars. That high ground advantage should have worked out so well for them, but the zone shift pulling them away, and Na'Vi, they really had to fight tooth and nail here, Demon, to secure this victory.
So, I mean, you saw there, he secured the kill on the top. So effectively it was a 3v1 because it was 2 players from Futbolist and 1 from Archer that he managed to take on there. So massive props to Tixi for delivering. When his teammates down alongside him, you know, that was the call. Do I go for the res while the smoke's down, or do I go for the plays? He went for the plays and it paid off.
Yeah, I mean, Tixi, he's been playing for such a long time. Played back with Konina Power when we were looking at them for World League West, so he knows exactly how Futbolist can be playing here. But again, credit to Futbolist, just to kind of, you know, do a little recap of the whole day. Credit to them to have such a letdown of a performance when it came to PEC, but then to really show up here in day 1 as we're now going to move ahead further on into the show here. It's actually been a very quick first day. I can't believe we have 6 games done.
Absolutely flown by. I don't know about you, Max. This is it's been a very quick day. Can't believe we've had 6 games because they've all been jam-packed with fantastic finishes. You know, the Team Secret steal kill on Blue Bees, the big finish from Na'Vi there, Loops dominating. It's been epic.
Well, let's take a look actually at the results we did have today. If you guys missed out on any of the games, you can see here starting things off with the Loops eSports victory that honestly did not expect personally, though I think Brazil's gonna be saying, come on, you can never count Loops out. Then Team Secret, back-to-back chicken dinners in match 2 and match 3, with Loops bouncing back to get their 2nd in match number 4. But then we had Brazil reign supreme with Alpha 7 coming in, and of course EMEA with Na'Vi with the CIS region closing things out today. It's honestly been a great day overall. We've had teams we expected to do well not perform. We had teams we didn't even think would be on our radar when it comes to being able to match up against the best teams in the world that's shown. And then we had the consistency out of teams like Loops, who we kind of expected to do well, but maybe not necessarily that well.
Yeah, falling off a little bit at the end, but like what I'm really happy to see is like we got 50% of the wins taken by Brazilian teams. Like most people, when they think of mobile gaming esports, they think, you know, they think China, they think of Eastern countries, they think potentially even of Russia. But like really, when you look at the West, like Brazil is just this huge clump of like such talent when it comes to mobile gaming and esports, and seeing them take like 1 chicken dinner for Alpha 7, 2 wins also good in the way of Loops. Like I'm so happy to see Brazil show up in such big ways, and hopefully it's just the first good day of many because they're just so good at the game.
And the funny thing is, Demon, is that most people see Americas as the weaker region.
Absolutely.
In general, especially when it comes to PMPL.
Across esports in general, or across the world, across all the esports, everybody always discounts them, but you know, you can't discount Loops. We saw it coming into it, just how strong they were from their own region. The big question mark was, could they carry it through? They almost did it at the World League back in July, but that was back in July. That was a long time ago. Have they still got it? Absolutely they have. But you don't win anything in the weekday.
True. Just because you're getting victories here doesn't mean you get the victories when they matter coming up on the weekend when we have our Super Weekend kickoff. But now it's time to get into something that I'm going to be really excited about. And I think everyone's going to be bragging about when it comes to the regions and, of course, who's performing well. Let's take a look at our top players by kills and see how this one will break down here. You can see High Boy going to be up there with #1. I mean, we're not seeing his damage there, but I almost guarantee it's probably the highest one we got here.
I mean, I think he was at 17,000 when we saw him at 11 kills, right? So he's probably close to
17,000. That's insane.
17,000, 1,700. Sorry. So he's got to be close to 18, 1900 there, which we saw was close to what some teams had delivered. But look at this, Divine from Bluebees up in second place, massive performance.
Yeah, Japan able to show up in the top kills, really looking strong for him. And then you just got the side of, you know, of course, Nova XQF. You got yourself Order. You got Powerboy, which of course Powerboy has to be up there at the end of the day. He's one of the best players in the world, if not people call him the best player in the world. But Na'Vi able to, his final moments, just take two spots in that top 10.
What's crazy to me is that you have Loops and Secret both with 2 victories, and yet they only have 1 player in our top 10 by kills.
Yeah.
And Secret had 3 fantastic games today.
Yeah, they did still one win away at the end of Sandhawk, so like they didn't really convert as many kills going their way, but still they did get the chicken dinner. I think that so far Team Secret are maybe relying a little bit more in like positioning points rather than kill points, but even when it comes down to kills, they do show up.
Well, I think it's time to even maybe take a look at our 2 top performing teams in our eyes, especially the ones who took home the chicken dinners today. Let's take a look at a head-to-head between Loops and, of course, I guess their opponent, their arch rival, or arch rival, or arch enemy, whatever you want to call it. It's going to be Team Secret coming through, both with 4 matches played. But look at that damage difference. 5K to 4.8, not too much, but Loops still edging things out.
Still pretty close though. I mean, as you'd expect, both picking up 2 wins today over the 4 matches, and Team Secret are actually very close to being a 3rd win on Erangel as well. But yeah, just 200 damage difference. But damage received, you can see Loops have managed to avoid it because they were in that compound on Miramar, on Vikendi over on the coastline. So they managed to mitigate. I think they only had 400 damage received in that entire game.
They had, like, in the first one, I think it was 550, and game 2 was like 400 something. Yeah. So really showing that when they take these fights, they take them clean, Max.
Yeah, but what I like also to see from these stats, the fact that Team Secret, their conversion from knocks to kills is really strong, like 23 knocks or 25 kills. And when you see the knockouts and kills of the side of Loops, they got 21 knocks and 28 kills. So that can mean 2 things. Or they steal a lot of kills, or when they engage a fight, they finish it really quickly because on the last kill, it actually doesn't count as a knock, it counts as an instant kill. So I think it's more the second option here, the fact that once they take a fight, they finish it. They don't leave anything on their plate.
This is actually one of their traits I've noticed in PMPL and World League as well, is that they always seem to have way more kills than knocks. So something about what this team is doing seeming to work well, and it's really hard to find any teams close out fights the way they do. Again, they're so good hitting that first nade, even with the nerfs that happen, to convert that into a clean wipe. But now it is finally time to get to the part of the show that I've been waiting for all day, and I'm sure you guys have been waiting for all day as well. It's time to take a look at our overall standings after our first day of play. Remember, that's only 4 out of the 8 matches in total.
Ah, there you go. Of course, like Team Secret and Loops, you were expecting those 2 teams to be at the very tippity top of the mountain, but we're still only halfway up. We've still got another day going on tomorrow. 63 points total going for Team Secret, 60 points going over to Loops. I mean, we were expecting it to happen. I'm not disappointed whatsoever.
I mean, I wonder where we see the cutoff point being tomorrow, obviously, once we get there. Obviously, we're talking about the top 16. That's where everybody needs to be. It's great that you are at the top right now. And at the moment, I would say Team Secret and Loops probably pretty close to being secured. Everybody else, you know, we could see some massive performances tomorrow from maybe people down in the lower half of the table. So I would say nobody's secure right now, although if you've picked up 2 big wins like Loops have and the amount of kills that they've converted, they're looking golden at 60 points already.
I mean, there's one team that's not there that I almost expected to be there. Bigetron. Not going to be in our top 8 at the moment. Again, just league play. All they do is get top 16, but you've got RRQ Athena coming through. You got Team Secret coming through. The SCA region starting to step up here, but again, it's nice to see Alpha 7 in there, Loops in there as well. So again, back to the Brazil thing of they're showing up when they've quote-unquote seen as a weaker region. But I think it's time now to take a look at our second page here. Another 8 teams that would be safe if we ended things off today. And there's another team that I just mentioned, not even in our top 16, boys. Yeah, Bigetron is not here, not safe whatsoever.
And look how condensed the points are there. I mean, that's just 9 points between 9th to 16th place. It is starting to get very condensed. And this is what we're talking about, how top-heavy it is because Loops and because Team Secret have picked up those big wins. And then obviously you have had Nova and then actually just Na'Vi at the end there having these big score wins, big kill score wins, which will launch you back up there. So it really is very tight. Like anybody in this stack right now has to be very careful tomorrow.
Yeah, Archer Gaming able to like climb back up and just somewhat secure their position in like, you know, top 9 to top 16. But what I'm expecting, like what I've been seeing so far today, we're saying, oh, I want to see this team in top 8, I want to see this team in top 8. But like this lobby is so stacked of such talent, such skill that like not everyone is going to make it, unfortunately. Even though all teams deserve to make it, like 8 teams at the end are not going to make it to the first Super Weekend.
That's the unfortunate part, right? Yeah. You want to see every team qualify, but there's got to be 8 teams who don't do it. And at the moment, if we go to our third page, these would be the 8 who wouldn't make it in to our very first Super Weekend. I didn't see GODSENT on page 1 and 2. I'm expecting them now to see them on page 3. But the thing is, there's these teams that are ones that are going to have to step up right now. We can see GODSENT there in 17th place. Was it 3-point difference between 16th and 17th? So that's literally not even one game. You just get yourself, you know, 3 kills and you could be safe. And just to also remind you guys at home, with how close the points are, if it's true to what we've had before, the kill or the rank separator is based off kills. If you have more kills than the opponent, but you have the same amount of points, you're higher than them.
We saw that a lot happen actually in the European region where some teams would qualify by literally 1 point in the final time. I think it happened for Polar Race in EU. CISA was Alliance that barely qualified by 1 point. So it could actually happen to be the case for making it into the first Super Weekend. It could go down to who's got that 1 extra point, who's got that 1 extra kill. It could come down to it.
Abrupt Slayers, the #1 South Asia team down there as well, with just 3 placement points for the day, which is, you know, 4 games played, 3 placement points. That is not good news. And obviously, as you say, they were #1 team from South Asia, so I'm expecting to see more from them tomorrow.
I mean, the upside is at least it's not like you have to play all your games today, right? They still have the extra day. They have the time to prepare tonight. But let's take a look at what's coming up tomorrow, our schedule of all the matches that'll be played, what groups are playing when, and if more importantly, what maps will be played when. So starting things off on Sandhawk with Group A and B, going over to Vikendi, Erangel, Miramar, Sandhawk, and Vikendi. So tomorrow we'll have the double Vikendis, not today, and we'll have double Sandhawk as well.
And important for that, Group C getting the double Vikendis, that is Bigetron, their arguably best map. If you were to look at historical stats, and even the you know, all the casters over in Indonesia, they all call it their best map. So maybe that's where they can step up. Will we see one of those crazy moments where they have to go big in match 6? I hope not.
Yeah,
well, maybe I do.
I mean, the thing is, when you get to that point, right, Max, if you are right now not safe in top 16, it's your last match of the day, whether it's the last match of the day overall for the entire show or your last match, you don't want to have to depend on other teams to perform badly for you to qualify, right? You want to take your fate into your own hands.
Yeah, I think that really when you are in this final day and you have not yet secured a position in the top 16, it comes down to what we were mentioning earlier, D-Man, the fact that like you got every single game a group of 8 teams that are not playing. If you've done your research, if you got a coach, hopefully, as you mentioned, Jason, like hopefully every single team has got their coach. Like, do your research, know which compounds are free, and play very safe early. Do not go like Abrupt Slayers on that first game and fight versus Nova X Quest F. Avoid every early game engagement, because the more early the more early you take a fight, the less of the chance of you picking up those points that could make you go in that top 16.
And to be fair, I think what we've seen overall with today is that teams are playing a lot more cautiously. Or I can't even say cautiously. I think they're just more prepared in terms of like scouting properly, the Pogger scouts that you mentioned before, just being very aware of where teams are going to be so they don't have that drive-by and then all of a sudden, oh no, there's a team there, we just lost 2 players, right? They're being very careful and safe and playing very smart to not go out in that last position.
Yeah, I mean, tonight's where the analysts and the coaches make the money, right?
Yeah, they don't get to sleep.
They don't get to sleep at all, and why not? Because they have to drill down into what they've seen throughout the day, see if they can make adjustments. We talked about it at the start. Obviously, Pachinki was completely free on and Erangel. Well, now the second match of Erangel, Milta and Milta Power were completely free because it was a fairly eastern plane, but you can still rotate over there. There's still plenty of time to get there and get the loot. So lots of areas of the map. That's just Erang I'm talking about. Obviously, you've got Sanhok, Vikendi, Miramar. Lots of areas that were available that maybe we're going to see teams trying out tomorrow.
I really hope teams do take that time, because with what's on the line, I mean, you got $1 million in this tournament, you got $1 million coming up for the finals, $300,000 for first place. If you don't put in the time, I don't think you deserve to take any victories. But I think that's going to do it, actually, for our show today. Demon and Max, it's been a pleasure. I hope you guys have had a great time as well. Hopefully I haven't been too weird, because it's my first time this year to work with actual people.
We're real, we promise.
I want to touch you to see if you're actually there. All right, well, you guys at home, thank you as well for joining us. It's been a pleasure to have you guys, but I have to remind you one more time, we do have our little contest going on. We want to see you guys submit art that you created about PUBG Mobile. Maybe you want to draw Paraboy, maybe you want to draw Creo, draw your favorite map, anything like that, any art related to it. Make sure you tweet at eSports PUBG Mobile with the hashtag PMGC. We'll choose our top choices by the end of the week, and you'll be able to vote for them over on Instagram. And if you do win, if you get one of those top placings, you get some lovely UC added to your account. But thank you again for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow at the same time for day 2 of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship.